What destroyed Han Li's light barrier was a bean-sized milky white translucent pearl. It was a condensed manifestation of devil ancestor Yuan Cha's spiritual sense. The feat of conceiving this alone required a spiritual sense beyond current comprehension. It was no wonder that the devil was capable of slaying late nascent soul-level beings with complete ease. Deeply shocked, Han Li willed the Triflame fan to activate, shining with light and condensing the inferno into a shield in front of him. The talisman characters of gold, silver, and red roamed listlessly across it, producing a mysterious aura. He opened his mouth and spat out a small cauldron wrapped in azure light. In this short moment, his golden light barrier was thoroughly shattered and the milky white pearl had passed the tricolored shield of flame. An explosion ruptured and the flame shield was blown away without the slightest resistance. The pearl was making its way to strike at the cauldron. A mass of azure threads shot out of the cauldron in an eruption, creating a densely weaved net towards the pearl. The net violently flashed with light, but it still managed to block the attack. In her surprise, Yuan Cha widely opened her purple eyes and stared at the ordinary cauldron. The others also couldn't conceal their shock. They believed Han Li would also meet an instantaneous death like the devil's previous victims. Master Sable had even produced a World-Breaker talisman in his hand, preparing to break the wall to this place and flee. But in fear that he would attract the immediate attention of the devil, he hesitated. Using this opportunity, Silvermoon flew towards Long Meng's side and a white ball of light flew out from the white fox and into the possessed body of Hua Tianqi. The body trembled but remained still in the air. Interesting, Yuan Cha coldly said, you were actually able to block my attack. Let me take a look at that treasure. Then, she waved her hand in Han Li's direction and a loud crackle sounded out as a giant black hand appeared above Han Li and silently pressed down upon him. Han Li felt his heart tremble and thunder roared from his back, but as soon as silver lightning shone, he felt several clouds of black qi condense around him, blocking his use of lightning movement. In his alarm, he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape from this devil and with no other option, he could only use his spiritual sense to activate the Heaven Void Cauldron in front of him, unleashing another dense barrage of azure threads. At the same time, his puppet raised its arm. In an eruption of thunder, a green streak arcing with golden lightning launched at the black hand. The azure threads produced from the Heaven Void Cauldron were extremely durable, but Han Li only cultivated the first layer of its artifact imprint technique. As the cauldron's strength was only partially exerted, it could only stall the devil hand for just a moment before breaking apart. The green streak then struck the devil hand, tearing through it and leaving a meter-large hole in its wake, but in a black flash, the hand knitted itself back together. The devil hand fell onto Han Li unobstructed and grabbed a hold of him before exerting strength, forming a fist as an explosion of azure light ruptured, crushing Han Li in his entirety. The devil relaxed her grip with a satisfied expression and then beckoned to the Heaven Void Cauldron with her free hand. But before she could, thunder loudly rang and silver lightning arced through the air. Several flashes later, Han Li reappeared 100 meters away. His complexion was deathly pale and his magic power drained. The pulverized corpse still in the devil's grasp flashed with specks of azure light and condensed into a small talisman. With its appearance, it coiled itself, disappearing before re-emerging above Han Li's head. The dim talisman was the spirit form talisman that had belonged to the founder of the Heavenly Talisman sect. Despite having yet to fully refine it after these many years, with the aid of the spirit subjugation talisman and the talisman's fitting wood attribute, he was able to substitute it for his own body and escaping death. The others found this spectacle to be shocking, but the only devil sneered and raised her hand towards Han Li once more and bent her fingers. Han Li's heart sank at the sight. Now that he's exhausted his lifelines, he found himself with little certainty of resisting another attack. Left helpless, he gritted his teeth and poured the remnants of his magic power into the Heaven Void Cauldron, causing it to massively surge in size and block his front. At that same moment, golden lightning and purple flames surged, wrapping around his body desperately. The puppet also blurred, arriving in front of him. It joined its hands together and rainbow light flared around it, turning itself into a protective magic treasure. Yuan Cha looked upon Han Li's actions with disdain and casually flicked her fingers. In the middle of this action, several silver lights appeared before Yuan Cha in a blur. Balls of white light rapidly erupted and disrupted the devil's attack. As Yuan Cha was dazed from what happened, something appeared between her and Han Li. A white-robed silhouette with two pointed ears and waist-long silver hair faced the devil with a chilling expression. "You are." The devil stared at the silhouette with an expression of surprise. When Han Li looked at the woman's back, he couldn't help but shout, "Silver Moon." When the silver-haired woman heard him, she slowly turned her head around to reveal a beautiful expressionless face. Her two soft black eyes gave Han Li an unfamiliar sensation. The woman gave Han Li a cold glance before flicking her palm in his direction. Out of reflex, he unconsciously leaned to the side. A trail of blinding silver light brushed past his shoulder. The divine devilbane lightning and purple apex flames protecting his body were brushed past, incapable of providing even the slightest resistance. Having felt an icy sensation brush past him, his expression vastly changed. "I am the Grand Princess of the Silver Moon clan, Ling Long. I know what you've done to my soul fragment. The next time you dare to call me Silver Moon, I will kill you," she harshly spoke. Although Han Li managed to preserve his life for the time being, his face warped in an unsightly expression. With that said, the silver-haired woman paid no further attention to him and focused her gaze on Yuan Cha. Rather than launching an attack, Yuan Cha narrowed her eyes and asked, "The Silver Moon clan. Do you have something to do with that old wolf Ao Shao? Demon monarch Ao Shao is my esteemed grandfather." "Oh, you're his granddaughter." Yuan Cha frowned, clearly finding the answer to be unpleasant. "You know him." Ling Long's expression stirred, and her tone of voice turned strange. "No, we fought a couple of times during a past campaign in the spirit realm. I hold his Howling Moon arts in admiration," Yuan Cha slowly replied. Ling Long raised her brow when she heard this, but remained silent. Yuan Cha paused for a moment and slowly offered, "Since you're a descendant of him, I'll let you go. It is unbecoming of me for me to bully my juniors. But you'll have to make a pledge on your grandfather's name that you won't block the actions of my soul fragment in this realm in return. You'll let me go." Ling Long scoffed and bluntly said, "Sacred ancestor Yuan Cha, don't you think you're being too arrogant? This amount of perfect devil chi will only allow 1/10 of your spiritual sense to manifest. Why would I run?" Yuan Cha's expression sank and she furious shouted, "This trifling late deity transformation whelp, who lacks even a body, dares to look down upon me. You don't know what's good for you. Even 1/10 of my spiritual sense will be more than enough to shatter your existence. I will exterminate you in body and soul." With that said, Yuan Cha raised her hand and grasped at the air, crackles thundering from her fingers as if they were tearing at space itself. Countless crystalline streaks instantly launched from her hand, creating a beautiful shining wave carrying world-shattering power. Ling Long simply spat out a palm-sized plate from her mouth in response. The plate was pitch black with specks of starlight shining from its surface. When the crystalline streaks arrived near her, they swiveled around the plate and deafeningly droned. An invisible attractive force erupted from the plate and attracted the streaks into it like moths to the flame. In the blink of an eye, a bright and beautiful color filled the sky. The star-defying plate. Yuan Cha trembled and shouted with disbelief. In the distance guarding Hua Tianqi's body, Corpse Xiong's flared with light when he heard what Yuan Cha said and stared at the plate held in Ling Long's hand with bizarre shock. As for the cultivators, they couldn't help but look at each other with awe when they heard the name of the plate, then turning to stare at the plate with a covetous gaze. What relationship do you have with the 4 great demon kings? Only those old ghosts and the 3 human sovereigns have qualifications to possess a star-defying plate. The silver-haired woman, Ling Long, pointed to the plate in front of her, halting its movements for the time being. She calmly replied, "You think I would answer you? Since you're from the demon clans, you shouldn't have much of a relationship with the human sovereigns. When the demon monarchs made a united invasion into our holy realm, they killed countless of my kin. Since you have a relationship to them, I will pay no further respect to your esteemed grandfather." A murderous expression appeared on Yuan Chao's face. She clapped her hands together, summoning a vortex of spiritual pressure that blurred her giant figure from view. An instant later, crystalline streaks erupted from her fingers and shredded the space around her. The vortex scattered and released a rush of black mist, leaving a giant crystalline figure with intimidating purple flames for eyes. "Let's see if a star-defying plate can withstand my awakened attack." The giant spoke with an imposing voice and raised her hand, glorious light radiating from the center of her palm. When Ling Long saw this, she wore a gentle smile capable of thawing a frozen winter to a blossoming spring, a stark contrast in the face of the frigid devil. "You think you still have enough time to play around? What do you mean?" The crystalline giant blinked in surprise. At that moment, the light flickering from the dozen stone pillars surrounding the altar suddenly fell completely dull. With the giant formation surrounding them deactivated, the continuous stream of devil chi sustaining Yuan Cha halted. The crystalline figure expressed furious alarm in the face of this development. Because she had used her spiritual sense to materialize her body, she had completely consumed her limited supply of perfect devil chi. This would be anything but good for her. She immediately let out a shriek and light flared from her raised palm, condensing a foot-thick beam of energy towards Ling Long. The attack released, consuming the rest of her perfect devil chi. Yuan Cha roared with indignation as her crystalline body began to fragment and slowly crumble. With nothing to tether her, she vanished from the world. The half-channeled crystalline beam arrived before Ling Long in the next moment. She was already prepared for the attack and had struck the plate in front of her with a silver spell seal. The plate suddenly surged in size and wildly flickered with starlight in preparation to absorb the attack, but it was clear to see that the crystalline beam was exceptionally potent, even if it was only half complete. The star-defying plate groaned, trembled and was even pushed back in the assault. From Ling Long's expression, it was clear that this was greatly against her expectations. Her hand flashed with silver light as she quickly floated forward and tapped the edge of the plate. But in an inconceivable display, the plate surged with starlight and the crystalline beam shot out from the back of the plate, striking Ling Long in the abdomen. With great shock on her face, silver light glowed from all around her body. The attack had penetrated through her body. Groaning all the while, she staggered in pain and the silver light focused around the wound. Originally, the woman's body was condensed from immensely powerful spiritual sense. This would make ordinary attacks null, but the crystalline beam was condensed from spiritual sense as well and left her gravely injured. This scene had everyone mesmerized. When the cultivators saw that the giant devil was dissipated, they rejoiced. As for the black-armored devil incarnation, she was in complete disbelief. It was only with great effort and scheming that she was able to summon even just the spiritual sense of her original self. It was completely odd that the stone pillars had suddenly stopped working without being attacked. Full of doubt, the woman swept her gaze towards the base of the pillars, then swiping at one of them probingly. The ground suddenly trembled and the seemingly intact pillars each began to topple. This strange turn of events captured everyone's attention. The base of the pillar that fell was jagged and full of holes as if ants had gnawed at it. Her expression sank further and she fiercely struck at the ground. A thunderous explosion trembled the earth, creating a 10-meter deep hole. Within the scattered rubble gleamed specks of gold. She reached her hand in the direction of the rubble and summoned one speck into her hand. She glanced at the sparkling beetle and shouted in surprise, "Gold-devouring beetles! You had buried them in the ground." She fiercely glared at Ling Long in the distance. Ling Long sneered and withdrew her hand from the wound on her abdomen. The silver light had faded away along with the injury. Master Sable was now staring at the unmoving plate and suddenly said, "The star-defying plate. Could it be the legendary treasure that negates the boundaries between realms, allowing one to transcend them?" Corpse Xiong summoned his blood blade in front of him and eerily said, "Fellow Daoist Sable, don't waste your thoughts on such vain delusions." Fellow Daoist Xiong must be joking, Seven Wonders chuckled, perish the thought. The devil has yet to be defeated. She must have used much of her devilish qi to call its main soul. With the destruction of the spell formation, this is a prime opportunity. Fellow Taoists, let's strike together. When Yuan Chao's incarnation heard this, she sneered. A stern expression appeared on Master Sable's face and he loudly shouted, "Devil, you don't have much room for humor. Since the devil ancestor is no longer in this world, do you believe you stand a chance against us? Hee, if you truly thought that, we would be fighting already. Not only have you exhausted your treasures, but I fear you're running low on magic power as well. Nevertheless, did you think the spell formation would become useless only because you destroyed a few of its pillars?" She sneered and her body strangely warped in front of the stone tablet on the altar. She placed her hand against the dragon call crest embedded within it. The tablet shined with black light and began to tremble. At that same moment, black wind blew from the shattered stone pillars, producing pillars of black wind. These black pillars loudly droned and the remaining stone pillars lit up as if activating the spell formation once more. "Quickly, stop it." When Master Sable saw this, his expression vastly changed for the worst. Without another thought, he wildly waved the soaring heaven sword, releasing several deep yellow sword streaks, as he flew in the direction of the altar. Corpse Xiong and Seven Wonders didn't dare to fall behind and streaked after him. Gue Ling waved the giant axe in her hand, releasing several wheels of silver light before diving with them. Lin Yinping's sleeve trembled, producing a pair of red crescents that attacked as well. After the previous massacre, all the cultivators had been thrown into a rage, fearing that the devil would be able to undo the seal once more and resummon the fearful existence. The two devil qi incarnations were unleashed once more. Spiritual light and devilish qi mixed near the altar, foreshadowing another great battle to come. During all this, two people had yet to act. They were facing one another from 30 meters away. "What did you say?" Han Li's heart sank upon hearing an unexpected voice transmission. Ling Long calmly stared at him and repeated, "I said to lend me your heaven void cauldron." Han Li narrowed his eyes and snorted, "I'm asking why." Although he didn't know how many of Silvermoon's memories she had, the woman was now a complete stranger, someone to be wary of. She glanced at the other cultivators and indifferently said, "I wish to use the Soaring Sky Temple's holy beast incarnation. The beast belongs to a famous and grand figure in the spirit realm. The incarnation is a suitable body for me. If I were to possess a human body and fought in that, I would suffer quite a bit. I will not." Against Ling Long's expectations, Han Li gave a blunt refusal. "What?" Her eyes grew cold and hostility flared from her bearing. Han Li glared at the woman, "Since Yuan Cha's spiritual sense no longer exists, I see no need to do anything else. Are you looking to die?" Ling Long smiled without a hint of anger and lifted one of her fingers, producing an inch-long crystalline streak. It fluctuated in size as if in preparation to fire. Then, a howling shriek sounded from the direction of the altar. The devilish qi roiled before a giant three-headed six-armed giant devil emerged from it. Ling Long vanished the crystalline light from her finger when she saw the devil's change of appearance. She faced Han Li and sternly shouted, the devil forcefully used a technique to reach the pinnacle of her strength. "If you do not lend me your cauldron, then we will all die." As soon as she finished speaking, a deafening roar shook the black mist and a dense streak of black light launched towards Master Sable. In his alarm, he waved the soaring heaven sword in a circle, releasing countless yellow sword streaks to block it. It was for nothing, as the devilish chi violently roamed as the giant three-headed devil emerged, only for it to disappear immediately after. As the old man's gaze was still focused in the direction of the assault, a black streak appeared above him without a sound. Having experienced countless battles, Master Sable instantly reacted as soon as he sensed the devil. He quickly swung the sword behind him, then launching himself opposite in a streak of light as he attempted an escape. The left and right heads of the giant devil sneered when they saw this and opened their mouths to spit out two beams of black light, dissolving the sword chi that Master Sable had earlier released and easily overpowering him. The barrier that Master Sable created from his 8-trigram mirror and jade ornament was rapidly melted away, leaving him entirely defenseless. In his fright, Master Sable wildly flailed the soaring heaven sword in all directions, surrounding him in layers of blinding light. The yellow light flickered from the resulting black explosion, vanishing it entirely. All that was left of Master Sable was a miserable cry before his voice was completely silenced. The black light lingered in the air after striking the body, scorching his nascent soul and its magic treasure until they were utterly destroyed. When the others saw this, they were dumbfounded. Master Sable had fought throughout the battle, only for him to meet such a sudden end. Now that they could clearly see the three-headed devil, they felt their blood run cold. It appeared to be a transformation of the black-armored woman. Right now, she was 12 meters tall and her middle head was completely the same, possessing her original vast beauty. Her other two heads, however, were the size of barrels and had the frightening appearance of two jet-black wolf heads. Most of her body was covered in armor with black fur exposed from whatever was left bare. Her 6 arms were also covered in pitch-black scales. While they didn't hold any weapons, they did have incisive claws shining with a cold black light. Be it her appearance or the absolute slaughter of Master Sable, they were both causes for terror. Despite the great fatality she had consumed from her actions, her 2 wolf heads still appeared well, but her human head was completely pale and the purple light shining from her eyes was nearly dim. Additionally, the 2 winged devil chi incarnations she originally released had disappeared after her appearance as a 3-headed giant. It was likely she wasn't able to sustain them after her transformation. When the others saw how the devil had weakened, they exchanged a glance at one another and quickly resumed their assault. As fearsome as the devil may be, they were unwilling to stand idle and be cold. Crimson, silver, and red light enveloped the devil in a continuous barrage, leaving not a moment of respite for the creature. After its previous display of power, the 3-headed devil seemed incapable of launching another attack on that caliber, and could only blow out mouthfuls of black chi and waved her arms to forcefully block its attacks. "Something's wrong," Ling Long shouted with concern. Her body then blurred and arrived above the altar surrounded by devilish chi. She stared down at the devilish chi below and raised her brow after a moment of examination. Then with crystalline light wrapped around her, she dived inside. Hanli was somewhat surprised by this. He was previously able to refuse Ling Long because he gambled that she couldn't attack him. He could still faintly sense the existence of an artifact spirit inside his flying swords. It appeared that after the 2 fused their souls, the result was still partially his artifact spirit. Although Ling Long's spiritual sense was immensely powerful and he had no control over her, he had no fear of her attacking him. If she truly injured and killed him, who could know what would happen? After all, a portion of her soul is his artifact spirit. It was a circumstance that few could possibly fathom. Now, however, Ling Long had completely abandoned her desire for the cauldron. Hanli was puzzled but nonetheless turned his attention to the pitch-black devilish chi coiling around the altar. He frowned when his bright-sight spirit eyes weren't able to see through it. He looked over at the three-headed devil, who assumed a completely defensive stance, then glancing over to a pillar that was faintly shining with spiritual light. A thought struck his mind with realization, and he immediately clapped his hands together, summoning roaring lightning at his fingertips. A dozen bolts of golden lightning leapt out, all striking at the dozen pillars of black chi that had taken form. Golden light flashed and thunder rang with each strike, immediately evaporating the black pillars without any resistance. The cultivators all examined this with shock. At nearly the same time, Ling Long's icy voice shouted from within the altar, "Yuan Cha, your true self was here. He, my heavenly devil incarnation arts are quite good, right? His aptitude is quite high and it was well worth employing the technique on him, but as I could only infuse the perfect devil chi in him for a short time, he wasn't able to turn into a true three-headed Jaluan war devil. However, when combined with my incarnations in devil armor, his full-powered strike rivals that of a deity transformation cultivator. It is a pity that there is a limited supply of perfect devil chi, else I could have killed all of you myself." Those fighting the three-headed devil stopped attacking when they heard this. At that moment, black chi surged around the devil, causing its heads to change in appearance. The middle head turned into the face of a horned man whose eyes flickered with red-purple light. His face clearly belonged to the large-headed eccentric. As for the other two heads, they belonged to the winged devil chi incarnations. These three different entities had been forcibly merged together. When they saw this fearsome display, the vastly experienced cultivators were appalled and slowed their attacks. With its true appearance revealed, the middle head shrieked and its face wore an ugly scowl. The black armor it wore on its body violently grew in size and completely covered its body and heads. At the same time, it waved its 6 arms, summoning 2 black sabers, 2 spears, and 2 swords into each hand. The devil growled with killing intent before pouncing towards the cultivators. Meanwhile, the devilish chi surrounding the altar led of muffled echoes, followed by the sounds of explosions. "Yuan Cha, what do you think you're doing?" Ling Long furiously shouted from the altar. "As long as I can destroy the seal, my mission will be complete. Without any interference from the spirit realm, this world will soon become corrupted by the perfect devil chi, and it will only be a matter of time before it becomes another portion of our holy race's realm." A mocking laugh sounded and the devilish chi nearby suddenly rushed into the altar in a vortex. Then, the nearby devilish chi had completely disappeared, leaving only the black-clothed woman in view, Yuan Cha's soul fragment. She no longer wore her devilish armor, but she did hold up a fist-sized ball of black light. The ball shined with black light and its body fluctuated in size. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to shine like a rainbow. It appeared to contain all of the devilish chi that had been absorbed moments ago. When Han Li saw this, a thought sparked in his mind. He suddenly recalled the keen spirit peacock's rainbow light that had been gathered by Yuan Cha's main soul. Could this be it? With devilish chi stirring around her, she began to chant an incantation and grasped one of her hands in an odd gesture. Light and shadow emitted slowly above her body. Ling Long's figure gracefully floated to the side of the altar. She was looking at the sky with an expression of furious alarm. Han Li strangely followed her gaze and discovered that an astonishing change had occurred in the confrontation between the two divine spirit treasures. The flag's python form had changed into that of a pitch-black sphere of wind that was the size of a small building. It contained countless black vortexes that mesmerized those who watched, but it didn't produce the slightest sound. As for the many silver talisman characters released from the 8 spirit rulers' lotus form, they disappeared into the sphere as soon as they touched it. With the appearance of the black sphere in the sky and the black sphere in Yuan Cha's hand, Han Li felt a strange sense of foreboding. He didn't know what she was planning, but within the 2 black balls contained fearsome amounts of devilish chi and spirit power. He couldn't allow her to continue. In the blink of an eye, Han Li came to a decision and he waved her arm to the human-like puppet at his side. It then released a deep black flicker, releasing it towards the huge ball of black wind in the air. The black streak that was launched from the puppet was the knife made from a devil essence diamond, the very last of the treasures in Han Li's reserves. Only a moment after it was released, it arrived before the giant sphere of black wind. Soon it entered, and the black winds came to life and the many vortexes within the sphere began to violently stir, the surface visibly warping. The spiritual pressure emitted became chaotic like a volcano on the verge of eruption. This scene caused Yuan Cha's smile to freeze. When Ling Long saw this, she was reminded of something and she sighed with a faint smile. Impossible. How can a single knife disturb the black wind flag? Yuan Cha shouted in disbelief. She couldn't continue her incantation with the sphere on the verge of collapse and was forced to point at the black ball in her hand, striking it with a gray spell seal. Wind tore apart the air and the black ball trembled, channeling a beam of light into the huge wind vortex above it. Han Li's expression sank and he had his puppet release a spell seal as well. The knife grew in size before wildly flailing around inside the sphere, disturbing any remote stability it might have gained. You're courting death. The black-armored woman grew furious at his action and reached out her hand in Han Li's direction, condensing a massive spiritual pressure above him. Han Li's heart trembled as he immediately thought to move, but Ling Long had acted sooner. She gently waved her hand in his direction, resulting in a resounding boom. A black devil claw and the white hand collided in midair, producing glittering black-white light and crackles of tearing space. Did you forget that I'm here too? Ling Long smiled, rigidly staring at Yuan Cha. With an expression as cold as ice, Yuan Cha remained silent. She knew that Ling Long didn't have a physical body and received a heavy injury from her original self, but she still wasn't an enemy she could easily face. So it seems it'll take some time before victory is certain. I can't delay this any longer. Yuan Cha saw that the giant wind sphere was about to lose control and took a deep breath. Then, her figure blurred, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Ling Long paused, then wore a harsh expression in realization. Her head of silver hair flicked forward, shooting towards an empty space beneath the sphere. But before her silver hair arrived, black chi suddenly condensed to form a 3-meter-large black wolf with 2 heads. The wolf revealed surprise upon seeing silver hairs shoot towards it, but it soon turned to disdain. It shook its body and released spikes of sparkling black fur from its back like a barrage of arrows. As the attacks collided, deafening clangs rang from the air. The wolf then used this opportunity to dive straight into the sphere of wind. The sphere violently trembled for just a moment before it became entirely stabilized. At the same time, Han Li sensed that the black knife became slowed as if it had sunk into a pit of tar. In his alarm, he ordered the puppet to channel all of its spiritual power into the knife to forcibly recall it. But an icy snort sounded from the sphere, and the knife trembled before losing connection with the puppet's spiritual sense. Without another thought, he clapped his hands together and raised them, releasing 2-foot-thick bolts of lightning in the air. Meanwhile, the flying swords circling in front of them vibrated before roaring with thunder. Countless arcs of lightning leapt between them and condensed together into one 60-meter-long flood dragon. The dragon of dancing lightning roared ceaselessly as soon and brandished claws and fangs as it appeared. As soon as the dragon took form, Han Li commanded it in overbearingly charge at the giant wind sphere. His grand and imposing use of the divine devil-bane lightning was well noticed by everyone. The giant sphere of black wind was condensed from pure devilish chi. If it were struck by the lightning, they would dissipate, given that Yuan Cha didn't pull any further tricks. Currently caught in a deadlock fighting off the black spikes, Ling Long gasped upon seeing the lightning dragon. Although she had some understanding of the power of Han Li's divine devil-bane lightning from Silvermoon's memories, this was the first time she personally witnessed it. The lightning's might came as a shock to her. Within the sphere, the two-headed wolf had restrained the black knife using a transparent ooze. When she saw the golden dragon roll forth, its eyes stained crimson and both of its heads released beams of red light. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided. Suddenly lightning wildly danced and the stench of blood choked the air. The blood managed to hold off the lightning for the time being. When Ling Long saw the red light, she tensely scowled and furiously shouted, "You dare to destroy my body like this?" The crimson beam was the wolf body's blood essence. It was only natural that its sacrificial use would anger its original master. Why should I give any consideration to a body with a dead owner? Yuan Cha sneered, but her voice sounded far weaker than before. Ling Long's face warped from anger, but she soon calmed down. How arrogant. Your spiritual sense is no longer at deity transformation stage. Will you still be able to detonate the black wind flag? And even so, could it even break the seal? Should you already know that? Yuan Cha looked down at the ball of light at the altar and sinisterly smiled. It had been fueling the wind sphere with devilish qi this entire them. She then set her plan into motion. The huge sphere dazzlingly flared with black radiance and a loud shriek whistled. All of the vortexes contained within combined into a single 30-meter-wide vortex that flickered with light. The two-headed wolf was at the center, breathing out black radiance onto a small black flag. Soon after, the vortex emitted an astonishing spiritual pressure, followed by clouds of rainbow light being released. As the light swept through the air, it left specks of dust in its wake, only to be later absorbed by the vortex and increasing its power. The lotus form of the eighth spirit ruler seemed to have reacted and its light faded to return to its original form as a SMA, green wooden ruler. Then with a cry, it summoned 8 of its spirit beast phantoms around it, charging into the mist without a trace of hesitation. Ling Long's expression vastly changed and she clasped her hand in an incantation gesture, spitting out the star-defying plate from her mouth. She then pointed at it and had it spin in the air, quickly growing 3 meters wide. She pressed her hand on the top of the plate with her fingers stretched out, crystalline light soon flourishing out from her body. Then, golden starlight shined from the surface of the plate and stretched out from its center. When the two-headed wolf saw the black vortex, it looked down in disgust as if it held her actions in contempt. At that moment, a great amount of white light had entered the sphere, causing the space nearby it to distort like wrinkled paper. The closer the area to the vortex, the more warped space became. When Han Li saw this, he felt his breath turn cold. Having witnessed immensely powerful spatial tears in the past, his body blurred as he backed as far as he could in the space containing them, his puppet following suit. While he did this, he also sent a few voice transmissions. Gue Ling's and Lin Yinping's brows fell as they were fighting the three-headed devil to a stalemate. They suddenly retreated towards the back wall of the area. Corpse Xiong and Daoist Seven Wonders also heard the conversation between Yuan Cha and Ling Long. With the strange changes in the black vortex, they knew that things had turned for the worse. With the retreat from the two women, they followed suit and withdrew in streaks of light. Having suddenly lost its opponents, the three-headed devil paused in surprise, but it soon flew into a rage and blurred from sight, instantly moving in front of Daoist Seven Wonders. It waved its weapons, forcibly halting his path in an explosion of black light. Either by the short time the large-headed eccentric had turned into the devil or the corruption of turning into an elder devil, he wasn't particularly clever. After setting its eyes on Seven Wonders, it blinked several times without any restraint on its magic power and began to chase him, preventing him from straying very far from the altar. Seven Wonders' heart sank. As space began to warp around the giant black vortex, the star-defying plate finally began to display its might. With starlight pulsing from its center, countless fist-sized balls of light rushed out, painting golden streaks wherever they passed. The mesmerizing scene was like that of shooting stars spreading throughout the night sky. The two-headed wolf ignored the attack and pressed the black vortex into a greater frenzy, causing it to consume many more specks of white light from its surroundings and increase its degree of compression. But in the next moment, the black wolf was amazed by what it witnessed. Golden star light brushed past the top of the vortex, rather than striking. Was I mistaken? Absurd, how can this happen with the guidance of spiritual sense? The wolf felt puzzled, but it suddenly sensed something abnormal and one of its heads turned around, frightened by what it saw. The wolf's other head quickly uttered a series of incantations and released another wave of rainbow light from the vortex, attempting to isolate the golden starlight from joining together. But then Ling Long shouted, "It's too late. I've already released him." As soon as she said this, a large mass of starlight converged around 100 meters behind the vortex, followed by the drop of a silhouette. Floating amidst the starlight, he looked around him, bewildered. Once Han Li saw him, he was completely flabbergasted. Him? How did he get here? He was Xiang Zhili, an old man with a sly appearance who was sealed by the combined soul of Ling Long and Yuan Chao through the use of phantasmic air when he entered Kunwa Mountain. Back then, the merged soul was able to use various secret techniques of both the spirit and elder devil realm, resulting in a fearsome power comparable to void refinement stage cultivation. One recurring character, first introduced in Yellow Maple Valley in the trial by Blood and Fire and then later brought back at the Heavenly Talisman sect, chapter 960. This was enough to temporarily seal Xiang Zhili in a space separated from spiritual qi. As for phantasmic air, it was an ancient technique that was long lost in the mortal realm. It was vastly demanding but could temporarily seal someone inside a spatial tear. The tear shouldn't exist for long and couldn't be entered from the outside. This technique also went by several other names such as the Immortal Seal Curtain or the Nightmare Prison. Of course, the efficacy of the technique would depend on the cultivation of both the technique's target and its caster. An attempt of a low-grade cultivator to use it to trap a high-grade cultivator would likely just backfire. Additionally, one would be able to use incisive magic treasures to forcefully break open the tear, or they could also wait until the technique expired. Apart from a few peculiar circumstances, the magic technique wasn't very useful. After all, even if high-grade cultivators used it to seal lower-grade cultivators, the targets of the seal could still easily break out of it. It was also needless to say how little of an effect it would have vice versa. As a result, it was most often used against cultivators of a similar grade, when the timing was right and they found themselves hard-pressed to use any other techniques. Of course, these techniques were only usable once one was at mid-deity transformation, likely the reason why the technique had gone extinct in this world. Dissolving the technique itself also required an immense amount of magic power and a powerful spiritual sense. By relying on the power of the star-defying plate, Ling Long was able to forcefully dissolve it. Although Xiang Zhili didn't comprehend the technique, he had heard a few legends related to it, and remained in peaceful meditation ever since he was sealed inside. The slightest movement would likely trap him in a dangerous illusion. Now that he was freed, he was at a complete loss, having just awakened. He rapidly looked around him with confused and narrow eyes. Then, a resentful expression momentarily appeared from the faces of the two-headed wolf and it promptly released two beams of black at the black wind flag in front of it. The banner trembled and released countless black threads, wrapping around the vortex from every direction. The vortex had already condensed to 3 meters in size. The black threads caused the vortex to stop before quickly shrinking into a foot-wide sphere. The sphere was a void with edges pulsing in size. With the violent distortion of the space around it, it was almost as if the void was consuming it. Only a spatial-type divine spirit treasure such as the Black Wind Flag could possibly create something so fearsome and inconceivable. When Xiang Zhili saw the ball, his expression warped and he shouted, "Not good." He quickly spat out a crimson triangular token. It flashed, wrapping itself in a golden inferno and blinding light before taking the form of a beast. The construct had an armored body, 2 horns, and golden flames wrapping around it, like a cross between an ox and a tiger. The moment it appeared, the beast leapt up in a streak of gold and shot into the black hole. Meanwhile, Xiangjili's body lit up with purple radiance, creating a barrier around him and staring at the black hole replica with a tense face. Before the fire beast drew close to it, Yuan Cha wickedly howled with laughter from within the black void. The sphere suddenly sank through the air and warped several times before it shifted directly above the altar. It pulsed hard as if it were about to rupture. Han Li saw countless thin and long black cracks appear throughout the air. The cracks shrieked and stretched outward like lightning. From a distance, it resembled a huge fragmented mirror. Han Li's complexion paled. Would have to go through another spatial tear. Previously, the spatial collapse of the devil-suppressing pagoda's 8th floor activated the floor's restrictions, so there wasn't any true danger, but this time was different. The unstable tiers appeared without any pattern with threads of black light flickered from them. Even if he managed to somehow get lucky and be absorbed by a large enough spatial tear, he would only survive if he was somehow lucky enough to be taken to a small spatial pocket. Han Li caught sight of Daoist's 7 wonders, who had been firmly held in place near the altar by the 3-headed devil. Being the closest to the epicenter of this calamity, he had 8-foot-wide spatial tiers brush past him, completely erasing his existence. As for his nascent soul that escaped from his ruined body, it was sucked into one of the larger spatial tiers and completely disappeared from this world. After witnessing that, Han Li inwardly cursed as several tiers made their way towards him and surrounded him. He could also heard Gue Ling's miserable scream from a distance. Han Li had no time or the mind to look elsewhere. He could only grit his teeth and try to escape alive. He took the initiative to meet an incoming spatial tear that was only several inches thick, using the Heaven Void Cauldron to welcome it. With no other choice, Han Li could only hope that the cauldron would be durable enough to withstand the destruction of a spatial tear. To his joy, the cauldron just lit up with azure light and hummed upon contact with the thin tear, forcibly blocking it. He quickly blurred, flying around the tear. Then, he turned his head and saw several black tears whip through where he originally was, turning it into a ceaseless mass. Cold sweat lined his back. The tears trembled and lit up in bright black light. Han Li grimaced when he saw this and his heart grew tense once again, but what happened next shocked him. As the black light brightly bulged from the tear, it withdrew as soon as it appeared, shrinking back as if time were turning back. In the blink of an eye, the spatial tiers near Han Li had disappeared as if they were just illusions. Relieved, Han Li suddenly recalled Gue Ling's earlier scream and quickly searched for her. He looked where she was originally, but he didn't catch any sight of her. Han Li's heart trembled and his spiritual sense looked into the demon's life-soul tile, but the tile was gone. He sighed in lament and quickly turned his attention back to the matter at hand. Lin Yinping and Corpse Xiong hadn't made it as far as him, but they were unharmed. Corpse Xiong was enveloped in a blinding crimson light and his expression was calm, a complete contrast to Lin Yinping's deathly pale complexion. Just recently, several tears had brushed past her, so she was lucky to be alive. Perhaps the vast abilities of the Endless Sky Patron God had secretly protected her. They also knew their lives was at risk. No matter their desires, they had to preserve their lives first and foremost. Without another word, Han Li joined them and unleashed a tricolored flame bird from the fan, striking at the surface of the wall. A nova of flame briefly appeared with talisman characters flickering within it. Then with a series of deafening explosions, the wall finally began to warp. Under their successive barrage, the wall bent to an extreme degree, but showed no signs of destruction. Han Li's expression turned grim and he quickly downed a drop of spirit milk, replenishing his magic power before he continued with the assault. But at that moment, a yellow streak flew over and stuck to the wall, fading away to reveal a yellow talisman. Suddenly, a layer of yellow energy covered the entire wall. Another ball of blinding golden light struck down like a shooting star. A strange beast wrapped in raging golden flames took form from the light. With a huge quake, the wall was rent in two, peeking traces of light from the outside. Pleasantly surprised, Han Li moved without another thought and shot out into the hole, his human puppet following suit. His surroundings lit up and he found himself in a large familiar hole. Several streaks followed behind him and circled in the air once before stopping. They were Lin Yinping, Corp Xiong, and Xiang Zhili. The large hall was the 7th floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda. Han Li looked at Xiang Zhili with astonishment, but he simply chuckled at Han Li and said nothing else. But at that moment, the mass of golden light that earlier struck the wall flew out as well. It was Ling Long holding the star-defying plate above her hand. Xiang Zhili opened his mouth and closed it again. He mustered his words once more, but nothing came out. The hole in the wall rapidly shrank and mended in the blink of an eye. Then, the people in the hall glanced at each other cautiously, a stifling silence filling the empty space. Ling Long took a glance at Han Li and Xiang Zhili, breaking the silence with a snort. How long are we going to remain? Once that devil absorbs enough devilish qi, we're dead. Xiang Zhili hesitated for a moment and doubtfully asked, "Are you Senior Long Meng?" In the past, he had been sealed by the fused soul of Long Meng and Yuan Cha. The woman before him gave him a different impression from before. "You know quite a bit." Did the 3 Kunwu masters leave behind an explanation? This so-called Long Meng was only a portion of my being. Ling Long bluntly responded. Such a vague explanation left Xiang Zhili blinking in confusion. Ling Long frowned and sent him a voice transmission. The few words left Xiang Zhili shocked. With a glint of realization in his eyes, he took another glance at her, using his spiritual sense to confirm the woman didn't have any devilish qi present on her. His expression relaxed and he hastily bowed, saying, "My greetings, Imperial concubine Ling Long." The 3 masters had left me behind some information with regards to your imprisonment. They had been forced to keep you here, as a portion of your soul had fused with that devil's soul. They didn't dare to release you. Long Meng coldly said, "Humph, leave that matter for when I return to the spirit realm. You had better focus on how we'll control the situation. Once my body is immersed in perfect devil qi in 3 days' time, it will become thoroughly corrupted. When that time comes, the devil will have restored its abilities, and raising an army once she escapes should prove a trivial matter. The entire mortal realm will be engulfed in war once more." Xiang Zhili shrugged and wryly smiled. "I know a small bit about how fearsome the true devil qi is. Once this devil restores its original power, I fear there is no one left capable of stopping it. The 9th floor is also now flooded with devilish qi, meaning the devil will be able to easily avoid us as it restores its strength. How about we retreat for the time being? Of the Worldbreaker talismans I took from my sect, I only have 2 left." When Ling Long heard this, she began to ponder. Lin Yinping couldn't help but ask, "You mean to say we aren't able to seal the devil qi once more?" Xiang Zhili shook his head and sighed, as if matters would be so easy. "The original seal is broken, and the devil destroyed the dragon call crest just as we left. If we had that crest, we would have been able to activate the reserve sealing formation and suppress the devil, but now..." Silence filled the hall once more. Han Li then calmly said, "Since there is a spell formation in reserve, in their vast wisdom, the ancient cultivators should have prepared a spare magic tool to control it too." Xiang Zhili paused in surprise, but then shook his head and said, "Indeed. Since there is a spare spell formation, the ancient cultivators should have prepared an alternative means to control it, but the magic tool's whereabouts were unknown. It is said to be hidden in an unremarkable place on the mountain. Only one of the descendants of the Kunwa masters knew of its location. However, these descendants have long concealed their identity. What are we to do? Ling Long bitterly said, "Humph, those old fogies were too careful." Lin Yinping and Corpse Xiong wore worried expressions when they heard this. Han Li frowned and asked, was this tool also styled like an imperial seal? No, it was called the Heaven Crystal Steel, Xiang Zhili casually replied. With that, we'll be able to use the reserve sealing formation. Han Li's face changed, and in his surprise, he recalled the slab he acquired from the mountain gate. Wasn't that name inscribed on it? Ling Long's gaze casually brushed past him as well when this was spoken. Han Li felt his heart drop. Since there is nothing that can be done, let us first try to leave the mountain. The devil won't be able to escape in a matter of a few days. Let's take this opportunity to gather those near Nanjiang and place down a large formation to reseal the mountain for the time being. Afterwards, I'll gather all of the sects of the Great Jin here. Although the devil will be immensely powerful with the devilish qi, with hordes of cultivators attacking it, there is no reason it wouldn't perish. As for the true devil qi, we can turn the surrounding thousands of kilometers into a restricted area while we think of a way to contain it. With Xiang Zhili's experience, it only took a moment for him to come up with a plan. Corpse Xiong let out a long breath and he politely replied, "Fellow Daoist, Xiang's words are quite reasonable. I will return to Myriad Demon Valley and make a report to the Valley Lord. This matter doesn't only concern humans. Oh. If your valley were to take action, our odds of victory will be far greater. I've long heard of fellow Daoist Che's might in particular. It's a shame I never had an opportunity to greet him as he has always remained in seclusion." Xiang Zhili spoke with a smile. Corpse Xiong dryly laughed and his eyes changed direction. He gave Ling Long a respectful bow and said, "Imperial concubine, our Valley Lord said that he was an acquaintance of yours." With that said, he sent the rest of his message to her through voice transmission. Ling Long's calm expression stirred and her eyes betrayed surprise. "It's him. I wonder how he knew it was I who was sealed here." Ling Long muttered a few words as she mulled over the matter, a tired and aged look on her face. Corpse Xiong sincerely said, "Since the imperial concubine already knows the identity of our Valley Lord, wouldn't it be better for you to stay with us at Myriad Demon Valley for some time? With countless demons and variants, we'll be able to select an appropriate body for you. I have no interest in leaving Kunwa Mountain. In a moment, I will be returning to the 9th floor." Those in the room thought they misheard her. The imperial concubine wishes to return inside. How can that be? Corpse Xiong cried out. That's right, but it won't be me alone, she pointed at Han Li and said, he will be accompanying me. This person's divine devil-bane lightning will prove useful. Han Li betrayed surprise, but that's soon neutralized. Xiang Zhili gave Han Li a strange glance and couldn't help but ask, "Senior Ling Long, surely you jest. Why would you do something so dangerous?" "We are different," Ling Long coldly stated. "I originally came from the spirit realm in my true body. Even if my cultivation is restored to late deity transformation stage, I will not be able to return to the spirit realm unless I retrieve my true body. Once that is done, I'll return through a reverse spirit stream. This time, I'll prepare to use the innate ability of the Silver Moon Wolves. By relying on this, I should have a half chance of taking back my body. This, please reconsider." Corpse Xiong wore a hesitant expression. Xiang Zhili urged against this as well. Ling Long simply brushed the hair from her face and smirked, "I know that you've been wanting me to share with you the whereabouts of a reverse spirit stream. You fear that you'll lose your chance if I go in." When they heard this, Corpse Xiong appeared embarrassed, but Xiang Zhili remained unfazed and denied her claim. Ling Long carelessly stated, "Enough. Although there are many humans and demons that descended upon this world, likely none of them know the details of reverse spirit streams. Even in the spirit realm, they weren't something those of common cultivation could touch. These reverse spirit streams possess no fixed position or existence." Han Li's eyes flickered as if he were paying attention to what was happening before him. However, his spiritual sense was focused on the heaven crystal steel in his storage pouch. To the side, Lin Yinping's attention was completely enraptured by their secret conversation about the reverse spirit stream. "What do you mean they have no fixed existence?" Xiang Zhili quietly asked with a grave expression. "It's quite simple. Reverse spirit streams are temporary passages that we created using the power of heaven and earth. The passage that has brought us here has long ceased to exist." Ling Long coldly said. "Impossible." Corpse Xiong quickly shouted, "I clearly saw people who were returning to the spirit world after the war. Without reverse spirit streams, how could this have been done?" Ling Long indifferently said, "You forget that the ancient cultivators of the mortal realm contacted the spirit realm for assistance during the invasion of the elder devils. Realm whisper incense." Xiang Zhili furrowed his brow. "Yes, when those people returned, they ignited the incense to inform the spirit realm to open a passage. Even if you somehow managed to acquire the ritual, would you know anyone in the spirit realm willing to open a passage? A vast amount of peak-grade spirit stones are used in the creation of a reverse spirit stream. Even if the humans and demons joined hands, it will be an impossible task to accomplish." Ling Long's words dashed Corpse Xiong's last hopes. "But then, how does your Imperial Highness intend on returning to the spirit realm?" Xiang Zhili calmly asked. "I am the concubine of the wolf monarch Tian Kuei and the high princess of the Silver Moon Wolves. My circumstances are different. My body and spiritual sense have the imprint of a star-defying plate. So long as I can take back my body, I can activate the power of the imprint. An elder in my clan placed down a formation that is activated by the power of the star-defying plate, even across realms. This would forcefully open a small-scale reverse spirit stream to take me back. The passage will be for me alone. If others attempt to take it without the imprint, their bodies would immediately be destroyed by the passage's spatial distortions. Were it not for the sudden possession of Yuan Cha's soul fragment and the separation of my soul, I would have long since returned to the spirit realm." Ling Long spoke with a bitter tone. Corpse Xiong glanced at the plate in Ling Long's hand and bewilderedly said, "An imprint? The star-defying plate in your hand isn't its true body. I suspected that this legendary treasure was far too weak." Xiang Zhili's smile faded and his expression turned grim. His hopes of several hundred years had been completely crushed. At that moment, Han Li grew vigilant and stealthily took several steps back. He didn't know if anything would soon happen. Corpse Xiong sighed and asked with a desperate tone, "Could it be that unless one reached late deity transformation stage, there are no other methods to ascension?" Ling Long saw their earnest gazes and smiled. With a particularly charming bearing, she said, "Of course not. Apart from reverse spirit streams, there is only one other method, but it is only feasible in theory. Few have ever succeeded with this method as a vast majority dies in the attempt. Do you want to hear it?" When Han Li saw this, he felt his mouth grow dry, and he immediately utilized the great development technique in his fright, stabilizing his shaken mind. "Of course I want to hear it," Xiang Zili hurriedly answered. "Even if there is a danger, I'd rather take the risk than to wait for my death staying idle." Corpse Xiong repeatedly nodded his head. "I can tell you, but there is a price. I will need you two to lend something to me to help me reclaim my body." A sly expression appeared on Ling Long's face. "Lend you something?" Xiang Zili and Corpse Xiong were stunned. "That's right," Ling Long muttered, the Devil Dragon Blade replica and fellow Daoist Xiang's 2 Worldbreaker talismans. Xiang Zhili gave no hesitation to Ling Long's proposal and instantly agreed. Corpse Xiong, on the other hand, wasn't so easily swayed, but he eventually gritted his teeth and nodded. No matter how precious his blood blade may be, it was far below that of a path up to the spirit realm. A short moment later, 2 yellow talismans and a crimson foot-long blade appeared in Ling Long's hand. The woman closely examined them and fiddled with the crimson blade. Red light blurred in the air before she nodded in satisfaction. She turned to the 2 and said, "In addition to temporary reverse spirit streams, there is one weak spatial node that connects the 2 realms. The worldly power of this location is so incredibly weak that there are spatial tiers connecting the 2 worlds. With enough strength, you can open a path to the heavens. In the past, when the elder devils invaded the mortal realm, it was through a similar method. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for their holy lords to enter this realm, no matter how powerful they may have been." "A spatial node," Xiang Zhili muttered. The others wore a curious expression when they heard this. Ling Long indifferently explained, "Given how vast this realm is, they are incredibly difficult to find. During ancient times, they only found a dozen such points, and those would occasionally change position, but there are a few that have a fixed location. In any case, they are extremely unstable. The passages there would occasionally collapse and are only temporary existences, making them extremely dangerous unlike reverse spirit streams. But what is most dangerous when passing through them is not the strain of boundary between realms, but the spatial storms that would arise from their instability. Even extremely powerful characters would find certain death if they were drawn into them. As for their locations, I do know of a few, but untold years have passed. Most of them have likely disappeared or changed location. It will depend on you to find any new spatial nodes. But before you leave, I do have the location of my original node, the method to find it, and its particular details. Then we must thank the imperial concubine for her trouble." Corpse Xiong and Xiang Zhili were overjoyed and they both offered a white jade slip to the silver-haired woman. She then inscribed the information before returning them. At the side, Lin Yinping looked on with longing, but she didn't dare to request the information. Ling Long then said, "All right, the exchange is over, and given your experience, you should be able to judge if the information is genuine. Now, I'll be heading back into the 9th floor's pocket. If you don't wish to be drawn in, leave. I can't guarantee if the elder devil will use this opportunity to escape." Xiang Zhili and Corpse Xiong said a few more words to urge against her decision, but they soon gave up and said little else before flying off. Lin Yinping took a glance at Han Li before silently following suit. In the blink of an eye, only Han Li and Ling Long remained. Han Li looked at her with an indifferent expression and narrowed eyes. She, on the other hand, was watching the hall's exit. A short moment later, she let out a long sigh and said, "Those 2 were quite tactful. They didn't leave behind any spiritual sense to pry. You can take out that heaven crystal steel now." Han Li inwardly sighed and replied, "How are you so certain that I truly have the steel? If that wasn't the heaven crystal steel, then what is? Don't forget that a portion of my soul was your artifact spirit, and she saw the ancient characters written upon it. So long as you assist me in reclaiming my body, the 8th spirit ruler will be yours, and I'll even leave the heaven void cauldron in your hands. Although ordinary spirit treasures are incredibly rare, it isn't a top-grade treasure by any means in the spirit realm." "Then it will be done." The happiness slowly faded from Han Li's face and he sullenly asked, "Speaking of which, if you reclaim your body, will you be truly returning to the spirit realm?" "I must." An odd expression glinted across Silvermoon's face. "Long Meng can't call for a reverse spirit stream by herself, as we are damaged and part of another. And it will only be after I return to the spirit realm that I will have an opportunity to free myself of the status of an artifact spirit. For a time, Hanli remained silent. Silvermoon slowly said, "How about Master cast the technique first? We don't have the time to deliberate. In a moment, I will use the World Breaker talisman to open the passage to the 9th floor, and I'll use the blood blade to tangle with the devil. You should use this opportunity to activate the Heaven Crystal Steel. So long as you can activate the suppressing spell formation, I can use my soul-devouring ability to forcefully take back my body. Once I devour Yuan Cha's soul fragment, the matter will be settled. Alright, I'll lay down a temporary spell formation just in case the others return." Hanli nodded and flipped his hand, taking out a set of spell formation tools. He sent them into the ground in streaks of light, soon covering a third of the hall in a mist of azure light. Silvermoon simply sat silently and watched him. Hanli sat down across from her and looked at her flawless face. "I will begin. Be careful." With that said, Hanli formed an incantation gesture and specks of light emitted from his body as he chanted a rather cryptic incantation. A short moment later, flaring light emitted instead, completely enveloping the two. After the time it took to finish a meal, the chanting stopped, Silvermoon sighed, and the light disappeared. She pressed her hand against her forehead, betraying a trace of pain from her face. "Are you all right?" Hanli worriedly asked. Silvermoon's face returned to normal and she sweetly smiled at him. "I'm fine." The technique succeeded. Even if she regains control, she will not be able to recover the sealed memories. "Let's go, we have no time to lose." Long Mang could wake up at any second. Her original heart-stopping beauty had made a complete return. Hanli stared at Silvermoon and hesitantly nodded after making certain that she was fine. The two then stood up and Silvermoon waved her hand, releasing a yellow talisman towards the hall's wall. As a result, a yellow eruption of light flashed, and the wall to the 9th floor spatial pocket ripped open. After the blood blade struck at the wall, Hanli followed through with his fan, releasing a stream of tricolored flame, followed by a golden sword streak. His puppet also released his bow, shooting an arrow of blinding flame at the same point. Eventually the wall warped several times before it was forcefully dispersed. With the appearance of the hole came wisps of devilish chi flying out. Silvermoon let out a yelp and flew inside as a white streak. Hanli flared his thunderstorm wings and followed suit. As soon as he entered, he saw countless strands of inky devilish chi stirring in the air. His lips curved down and he summoned his Tailstar Essence shield from his sleeve, forming a silver light barrier around him in a blur. As soon as the black devilish chi touched the barrier, he could hear crackles as the devilish chi thoroughly corroded the barrier. His face winced when he saw it dim. When he entered the abyssal vortex of devilish chi in the heavenly South's endless sea, the devilish chi wasn't nearly as fearsome or thick. As he didn't have much divine devilbane lightning remaining from all of the previous battles, he had to rely on his Tailstar Essence shield to resist the devilish chi, but given how quickly even that was waning, he wouldn't have much time. With that in mind, Hanli shot a glance at Silvermoon. She was currently enveloped in sanguine light formed from the blood blade. Whenever devilish chi clouded near her, it wasn't able to touch her. It seemed she had good reason to request the blood blade from Corpse Xiong. Silvermoon shouted out to Hanli before directly shooting towards the center. Hanli blurred and followed close behind her, his light disappearing along the way as he concealed himself. At that same moment, Silvermoon's adorable laughter sounded from the direction of the altar, followed by several wolf howls and Yuan Cha's frustrated voice, "Humph. Since you've dared to return, I'll turn you into a devil." Above the altar, two spheres of a crimson and black light were weaved together, twinkling with pure power as explosions occasionally shattered out from them. The giant spiritual pressure that it released caused the nearby devilish chi to distort and roil as if they were two tsunamis colliding. For a time, it was unknown who held the advantage. When Hanli saw that Silvermoon held fast, He felt somewhat relieved and blue light shined from his eyes as he gazed into the black seas surrounding him. Although the implosion of the Black Wind flag had thoroughly annihilated the altar, the two giant tablets on top of it were formed from flexile spirit jade, an ancient material that wasn't so easily destroyed. One of the two tablets should be usable with the heaven crystal steel. After a short moment, Hanli spotted a pile of rocks and found two tablets buried within them. One of them was embedded with a destroyed dragon call crest, but the other laid to the side, intact. Overjoyed, Hanli quickly took a glance at the battle above him and circulated his chi concealment technique, restraining his aura to its greatest extent before dropping down. The descent went unexpectedly smoothly and unnoticed. With his feet deftly landing on the rubble, Hanli flipped his hand and produced a jade scepter. As azure light brightly radiated from it, a faint yellow barrier completely enveloped him and he sank into the ground. When he reached the stone tablet, he felt his remaining worries lifted. At that point, he had no further hesitation and summoned a blue ball of light from his storage pouch. Hanli looked at the half-foot-long form of the heaven crystal steel. He then flung the jade scepter above him and took the steel into his hand. After infusing it with his spiritual power, the steel trembled and its entire body quacked and flickered with brilliant light. Hanli focused, gently pressing the crystal steel against the giant tablet, and it sank into the stone enough to conceal its entirety. Before Hanli could even process the change, a sudden reaction occurred. A layer of blue light blossomed up from the tablet and it suddenly sank deep into the ground as if it weighed tons, slipping out of Hanli's grasp. Half of the tablet became embedded and turned upright. When the tablet's upper half let out a drowning cry, a furious shout rent from the black sphere of light in the sky. Hanli's heart trembled as he heard this and he pointed to the Tailstar Essence shield, having it surge several times in size. Then, a black beam of light blasted his position. Following a huge explosion, the black light ruptured, immersing a 40-meter area in the most absolute darkness. The rubble quickly evaporated as the light swept across it, reaching the brilliant silver energy that laid underneath. Hanli's expression faintly changed as his barrier violently trembled from the impact. He struck the silver shield with several spell seals, suddenly turning its surface glossy. Most of the blackness then slid across it, giving the vastly weakened barrier some reprieve. Yuan Cha had only been able to release this single strike before being re-engaged by Silvermoon. Another strike would have surely sundered his defenses. But because of Yuan Cha's furious rage, she no longer dodged Silvermoon's attacks and repeatedly released black light from her mouth. The nearby devilish chi surged until they formed tides 10 meters in height, moving to engulf Silvermoon. But regardless, it was clearly too late. A series of violent trembles shook the spatial pocket, followed by dozens of pillars of light erupting from the ground, condensing into huge 100-meter-tall stone pillars. Each pillar flickered with unearthly energy and dense rings of various colored light roamed across their surface. An inconceivable event followed. The ring spun, causing the pitch-black devilish chi that was originally choking the air to spiral towards the rings like moths to the flame. At the same time, the sphere of black light in the air released countless threads, one after another as if a web was being spun in midair. In the blink of an eye, a huge ball of twinkling pure white took form around a pillar the size of a small mountain. Hanli didn't need to be familiar with the methods of the formation to know that the restriction was already activated, thus he continued to pour spiritual power into the tablet without delay. The spiritual rings on the pillars thickened and absorbed devilish chi at an astonishing rate. In several breaths' time, nearly all the devilish chi in the area was consumed by the stone pillar. As a result, the black two-headed wolf found itself at a clear disadvantage as its fight against Silvermoon continued. The wolf howled as it continued to battle fiercely, but Silvermoon was unrelenting inside her crimson sphere. Relieved, Hanli struck the inscription with a spell seal. The stone tablet released a series of drones and soon after, the giant white sphere suspended in the sky aggressively rushed down. Before it drew close to the broken altar, the oppressive spiritual pressure greatly alarmed the two-headed wolf, forcing it to disengage from its conflict with Silvermoon. However, Silvermoon had other plans and coldly snorted as her body blurred from sight. The sphere dropped down and a milky white mist instantly filled the hole left in the altar. Then the light completely faded away to reveal a crystalline barrier sealing the devilish chi within. When Yuan Cha saw this, she knew her defeat was quickly approaching. She wildly glanced around and her eyes dropped at the giant stone tablet. Having used the Dragon Call crest once before, she immediately guessed what was going on and a fierce snarl flared on her face. With a howl, she blurred, and created 3 copies of herself, directly pouncing in the air towards Han Li. Crimson light ruptured from Han Li's side, followed by a sea of blood emerging from the light and enveloping his surroundings. The wolves had been engulfed in the blood and were trapped within it. Meanwhile, a ball of silver light flickered from within the sanguine sea and a dense storm of embers rushed out from it, enveloping the 3 wolves that were trapped. The 3 were alarmed and raised their heads, each of them spitting out a black cloud to block the attack. Not to be left out, Han Li flipped his hand, summoning the Triflame fan into it. He waved the treasure in the black wolf's direction. With a clear ring, 3-foot-long flame birds shot out from the fan, diving directly at each wolf. Before they even arrived, their heat boiled the nearby blood. The black wolf's eyes betrayed terror. "Good!" Silvermoon yelped with delight. With her hands forming an incantation gesture, her body grew hazy, shining with silver light before turning into a 3-meter-long wolf. When Yuan Cha saw that Silvermoon took the form of a huge wolf, something came to mind and she fearfully shouted, "Devouring soul! No! Don't you dare!" Soon, the wolves took a deep breath and spat out a stream of crimson chi, wrapping around their body in a layer of crimson flame. When the flames touched the blood, the sea surprisingly evaporated. In the blink of an eye, the wolves regained their freedom and shot into the air with black light wildly blurring their body. But just as it flew 40 meters, a clap of thunder struck the air and silver lightning appeared in front of them. Before the wolf could change direction, countless azure threads shot out from the silver light, binding the wolf in its entirety. Frightened, the wolf form of Yuan Cha quickly brandished her black flames to meet the oncoming azure threads. But completely against her expectations, a cold snort sounded from the silver lightning and the threads weren't touched in the slightest. The devil's heart sank. She found herself completely restrained as Silvermoon appeared before her and entered her body in a few rapid flashes. The huge wolf trembled and its 2 heads let out a miserable howl. Its body began to violently twitch and tremble with seizures. One of the heads suddenly became sluggish for a spell, but soon became filled with life and its fur turned silver. It immediately tilted its head and bit down on the neck of its other head. The possessor had yet to resign itself. It also bit down on the neck of the other head and the 2 heads found themselves tearing at each other's throats. Just as the battle began, the silver lightning faded away to reveal Han Li holding onto the heaven void cauldron. His face betrayed from his face as he watched the 2-headed wolf. Although the silver head took the first strike, the damage had been instantly healed. Layers of black chi rushed out from the black wolf head in response and it fought on with rising fervor. Han Li's expression sank and he flicked the heaven void cauldron, resounding a clear ring from it. The huge wolf that was trapped brilliantly shined with light and it soon tensed. The wolf body was no longer able to move. Soon after, an arc of lightning leapt from his mouth and struck the black wolf head. Golden light ruptured and thin arcs jumped in the air, instantly scattering the devilish chi gathered around the black wolf's head. It screamed in agony as its devilish chi greatly decayed. The other head then took this opportunity to produce a silver wolf phantom. This being stretched forward and took the black head into its mouth before pulling back and tearing along a mass of black light with it. The light fluctuated in shape with the consistency of mud before finally taking the form of various ghost faces. They all had vicious expressions and exchanged fang and claw with the silver silhouette. The silver phantom gazed in disdain and it flared with blinding light, growing several times in size. It swallowed the black phantom in a single gulp and shrunk, then re-entering the silver wolf head. In the blink of an eye, the black wolf head stood still and its eyes grew listless. The silver head paid little notice of this and instead curled its head and trembled as if it were in great pain. Hanli was relieved by the sight of this and flung the cauldron at the wolf, pointing at it several times along the way. Azure mist swept out from it and surrounded the huge wolf into a huge dome. Afterwards, Hanli looked around him and shot towards the nearby seal with a curious expression. When he arrived above the rubble of the altar, he held his hand down and flicked several scarlet fireballs. Following a series of eruptions, a huge hole appeared in front of him. Black light flashed, revealing tiny fragments inside of it. His human-like puppet grasped and easily summoned them into its grasp. Under close examination, Hanli found them to be the remains of the Black Wind flag. Although the treasure had already been destroyed, it still emitted an astonishing amount of spiritual qi. Although he didn't know how to restore the treasure, the materials used to refine it were long extinct. It was difficult to say how much it would cost. With that done, Hanli glanced in the direction of the huge wolf. Then, he flew to the corner of the spatial pocket all the way near the ceiling. He came to a stop and wore a solemn face. He saw a green light floating nearby. A green wooden ruler was slowly turning in the air, the eighth spirit ruler. As a Buddhist treasure, the ruler subdued devilish arts, denying Yuan Cha from using it. Of course, it would be a different matter if the devil had completely restored her power. Hanli didn't dare to rashly interact with the treasure. When he first acquired the Heaven Void Cauldron, he had nearly lost his life to the celestial ice flames. He didn't know how the eighth spirit ruler would react. With that thought, Hanli had his human-like puppet by his side grab it. He was overjoyed to see that there was no reaction and took the treasure from the puppet's hand. The ruler was extremely smooth, having the cool touch of polished jade, and it twinkled with green light. But to his surprise, there had been no reaction after he poured spiritual power into it. At that moment, a muffled snort sounded from the huge wolf and an eruption of green light broke it free. In his alarm, Hanli hastily put away the eighth spirit ruler and quickly pointed at the Heaven Void Cauldron into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it flew into his grasp in an azure streak. Hanli narrowed his eyes and carefully looked into the distance. After the green light faded away, the huge wolf slowly stood up in a graceful manner. Its fur was once again a silver white, and it was looking at Hanli with its single head. Hanli rejoiced and immediately flew over, but he stopped halfway when he sensed the wolf's icy gaze. His heart jumped and he faintly felt that something was amiss. The huge wolf blurred and turned into a gorgeous woman of Ling Long's appearance. She expressionlessly glanced at Hanli and sneered. His breath turned frigid. He asked, "You're Long Meng?" "Partially. Currently, Long Meng has taken hold as the main soul." She held up her hand and examined her fingers with some admiration. Although she appeared calm, a feeling of excitement was betrayed from her eyes. Hanli's brow shifted several times. He licked his lips, calmly asking, "What happened to Silvermoon?" "Nothing. She was simply weakened when she used soul devouring, and has now fallen unconscious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have easily emerged." When Hanli heard that Silvermoon was safe, he sighed with relief and calmly asked, "What do you plan on doing now?" Long Meng raised her brow and icily said, "I plan on returning to the spirit realm." "What, do you hate to depart with Xueling?" "You should have known that Silvermoon intended on returning to the spirit realm." "I neither have the ability nor intention to block you." "How sensible. Originally, I intended on taking the spirit treasure in your possession, but it seems you lent me your assistance when I devoured the devil's soul. And since Xue Ling had made the promise beforehand, I will agree to leave behind the cauldron and 8 spirit ruler in your hands. As the chief princess of the Silver Moon Wolves, it is only natural that I keep my word. But in the future, any relationship you have with Xue Ling will be completely severed. Even if you someday ascend to the spirit realm, if you dare to find me, I will immediately kill you. Ling Long then looked at Han Li with no small amount of hostility. Han Li gave a tiny scoff and he soon appeared indifferent as if she hadn't said a thing. Ling Long didn't force Han Li into an agreement either. To her, it had only been a declaration. Then, she waved her hand and a black streak flew towards him. Initially alarmed, Han Li felt relieved after he clearly saw what it was, the knife refined from black essence diamond that was earlier seized by Yuan Cha. If she wanted to return it to him, Han Li wasn't about to refuse out of politeness. He summoned it into his hand and tossed it to the human-like puppet behind him. At that moment, Ling Long paid no further attention to him and walked towards the center of the area. After she examined the seal, she unconsciously nodded. Afterwards, she coldly glanced at Han Li and began to walk towards him. Ling Long bluntly said, "Give me a few drops of your spirit milk. I need it to open a reverse spirit stream." Han Li's lip twitched, but he slapped his storage pouch regardless, summoning several small bottles into his hand before tossing them at her. Ling Long swept her sleeve and caught the jade bottles in a single, graceful movement. She walked to an empty space nearby, sat down cross-legged, and grasped her hand in an incantation gesture. As she slowly chanted, her body floated in the air and silver light surrounded her. The light turned dazzling, slowly immersing her in her entirety. From a distance, it looked as if she had changed into a silver moon. Suddenly, Ling Long shut her eyes, breathed out, and summoned the plate formed from the imprint of the star-defying plate. Han Li frowned as he observed what happened. The plate was somehow provoked and began to condense, creating a spiritual pressure equivalent to top-grade treasures. Just as Han Li examined this with confusion, the plate spun in the air and it floated above the silver-haired woman's head, making a complete stop. Ling Long then immediately flicked her fingers down below. Streaks upon streaks of various colored spell seals struck the plate, absorbing them all into the treasure. Soon, a vast change occurred. Starlight brilliantly radiated from the plate. After a short moment, it expanded into a 10-meter-wide disk of light. It spun in the air and its surface twinkled with golden starlight that soon gathered at its center like a galaxy. After a huge tremble, a meter-thick pillar of golden light erupted from it, penetrating the faint yellow clouds above. A world-shaking quake sounded and soon, the clouds near the pillar of light roiled, causing the entire 9th-floor pocket dimension to shake. This beam lit up the sky with a faint yellow hue, producing several black cracks with the column at its center. As time went on, the cracks became greater in number and gathered with increasing density. As beautiful otherworldly notes rang through the air, a giant passage opened around the pillar. Myriad fist-sized rainbow lights littered the air in gorgeous light. The foot-wide plate slowly floated up the golden pillar until it arrived at the passage. It stopped at the entrance and twinkled with golden light, clearly belonging to the star-defying plate that Ling Long earlier released. On the ground, silver light gradually faded into Ling Long's figure. She lifted her delicate head to look up at the passage and a bit of loneliness was betrayed in her eyes. Suddenly, her body blurred, arriving above the wheel of light as she slowly floated towards the passage in the sky. When she drew closer, it seemed to react as it began to hum. The star-defying plate faintly trembled as well and began to revolve as if it were becoming excited from being so near to the passage. Ling Long faintly smiled at the sight and took a deep glance at Han Li. Then without any hesitation, she raised her hand, releasing a streak of yellow, white, and red light in his direction. Hanli was stunned, but soon saw that she didn't mean him any harm. He unconsciously waved his sleeve and swept the incoming lights in an azure mist. The tricolored lights was taken into his hand, revealing a white jade slip, a blood blade, and the last Worldbreaker talisman. Hanli felt his heart tremble, but he remained silent. Then, he heard her sigh and leisurely said, "That contains information relating to reverse spirit streams and spatial nodes. It is far more extensive than what I gave the other two. I'm sure you'll make good use of it. I have no use for the talisman or the blade up above, so I'll be giving them to you. Since it will be hard for you to leave the mountain with the spirit treasures in your possession, I'll be offering you one last bit of help." Before Hanli realized what she meant by help, Ling Long raised her finger and pointed at the star-defying plate above her. It let out a series of rings and its center pointed at Hanli. Light glared from it, releasing a beam that shifted in midair and strangely warped in front of Hanli, only for it to scatter and cover both him and the human-like puppet behind him. Without a reaction, Hanli and the puppet disappeared without a trace. With that done, Ling Long turned and finally entered the passage. As a radiant glow flowed out from the portal, Ling Long and the star-defying plate were bound together. Then with a thunderous roar, the passage violently blurred and she disappeared. The entrance immediately collapsed afterwards, slowly break her apart before disappearing in one last burst of beautiful radiance. Then, the 9th floor spatial pocket was left to silence and complete ruin. Xiang Zhili, Corpse Xiong, and Lin Yinping walked out from the depths of the devil-suppressing pagoda. In the moment Hanli disappeared, Xiang Zhili looked at the sky and wore an odd expression. Did fellow Daoist Xiang discovered something? Although Corpse Xiong had comparatively inferior cultivation, he had great backing and spoke bluntly as he had no fear of Xiang Zhili suddenly turning hostile. "It's nothing," Xiang Zhili frowned, twirling a finger through his beard. "It's possible I was mistaken. I feel like something had disturbed Kunwa Mountain Seal, but I haven't discovered anything with my spiritual sense." Corpse Xiong silently smiled and said, "It should have been a fluctuation from the seal's weakening. No one should have the power to disturb a barrier this large." "That should be the case. Ah yes, I heard you mention that this was all incited by the Yi clan. Are they all dead now?" The Yi clan Grand Elder was a late nascent soul cultivator, so he should have some ability. Corpse Xiong dryly laughed and said, "The other Yi clan cultivators have already died to the devil. Though I haven't seen the clan's Grand Elder after I entered the 9th floor. He should have died by the hand of the devil as well." Xiang Zhili snorted and a cold light flickered through his eyes. "It's no matter. Regardless if he lives or not, since he's provoked a large calamity, the Yi clan has lost their right to exist. After I return, the greatest clan in the Great Gene will change. Surely your myriad Demon Valley doesn't have any objections to this." His easy and relaxed expression became completely stiff and expressionless. Corpse Xiong's heart jumped and he replied, "Of course not. Although the Yi clan had friendly relationships with the valley, they made a grand mistake and should be erased by all rights." "It is good that fellow Daoist Xiong thinks so." Xiang Zhili then changed the topic and coldly said, "Fellow Daoist Lin, after you leave, you should immediately return to the plains. You've overstayed your welcome and should refrain from sending more people to the Great Gene in the future." "I understand. After I leave the mountain, I will immediately return to the plains." When Lin Yinping met Xiang Zhili's expressionless gaze, her heart shuddered and she abandoned any thoughts otherwise. Furthermore, she was still under Hanli's restriction. If he somehow managed to survive, it would be best to avoid another meeting to avoid any potential coercion. Furthermore, she wished to return to the Endless Sky Temple and see if their nascent soul cultivators could figure a way to dissolve the restriction. When Lin Yinping respectfully agreed, Xiang Zhili's hostility waned and thought to say something else when a white streak suddenly tore through the air towards them in an instant. Corpse Xiong was greatly alarmed and he prepared to intercept it. But suddenly, he felt the air freeze around him and a giant pressure weighing down on him. Xiang Zhili indifferently said, "Fellow Daoist Xiong, don't panic. It's a flying sword messenger from the heavenly devil sect's fellow Daoist who." Soon after, Xiang Zhili raised his hand and beckoned to the incoming light. The light circled in the air before dropping down into his hand, fading to a small white sword. Corpse Xiong also felt the pressure disappear from his body. Although it had been a harmless action, it left his body laced with cold sweat. Xiang Zhili pressed the sword between his hands and lowered his head in silence. Then, he tossed it back into the air and it disappeared in a white flash. "Let's go." Xiang Zhili looked in the direction of the white flash and calmly said, "Fellow Daoist who has already entered the mountain. We will meet together with him. Then, we'll gather the sects of Nanjiang and immediately reseal the mountain." Corpse Xiong and Lin Yinping naturally raised no objections and acted without any regard to Ling Long and Han Li. Somewhere on a beautiful mountaintop in Nanjiang, several qi condensation cultivators were having a discussion on a small pavilion about the recent happenings of the region. A white-robed middle-aged man was listing out guesses on what could be inside the seal when a golden beam flashed above them. In a thunderous explosion, a pillar of light shot out and destroyed most of the building. The cultivators watched with amazement as an azure-robed cultivator and a silver silhouette appeared within the column of light. The azure-robed cultivator staggered as if he suddenly grew unsteady and waved his hand, causing the silver silhouette to suddenly disappear. Those low-grade cultivators were shocked into statues. After Han Li regained his balance, he looked around him and spotted several cultivators below him. With a blunt voice, he asked, "Where is this place?" Although he spoke flatly, it carried an unyielding tone. These low-grade cultivators were eventually roused from their shock and turned their sights on Han Li. They all had vastly changed expressions, unable to see through his cultivation. The white-robed cultivator had the highest cultivation in the group. Although he was inwardly terrified, he managed to gather the courage to say, "This is Gold Image Mountain. May I ask Senior for his name?" Paying no heed to his attention, Han Li expressionlessly asked, "Gold Image Mountain? I've never heard of it. Are we still in Nanjiang?" A shorter cultivator quickly replied, "This is Nanjiang's Zhonglo Prefecture." "Ah, I see." Han Li nodded with a stirred expression. The Zhonglo Prefecture was the province neighboring to the Puyun Prefecture where Kunwu Mountain was sealed. It appeared he hadn't teleported far. The several qi condensation cultivators in the room were either vagrants or from small clans. When a cultivator of profound stature appeared before them, they felt their breaths turn shallow. They weren't able to see through his cultivation, meaning he was at core formation stage at the very least. Under normal circumstances they didn't have the qualifications to speak in the direction of such a high-grade cultivator and could only look at them from a distance. Han Li's expression relaxed after hearing that he was still in Nanjiang and he swept his sleeve, releasing several azure streaks that entered each of the cultivators' bodies. They silently fell to the ground, powerless to resist. Han Li then silently waved his hand, summoning one of them into his grasp. With his fingers wrapped around his skull, azure light began to shine from it. A short moment later, the light faded and the cultivator dropped from his hand. He then did the same to the rest of them. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li was finished with his work. When the last one fell to the ground, he glanced at them and muttered, "It would be so much simpler to just kill them, but I'm not that ruthless. They are fortunate to trade memories for their lives." With that said, Han Li made certain of his bearings before shooting off in an azure streak. 2 hours later, the cultivators all woke up. Realizing they had fallen unconscious, they all screamed. Although they had no memory of what happened, their lingering fear remained and they departed from the mountain as quickly as they could. At that moment, Han Li was already tens of thousands of kilometers away, flying at a leisurely pace and casually probing the white jade slip that Ling Long had gifted him earlier. Not long after, he sighed and put away the slip, silently sinking into thought. He now had two different types of information. One was an introduction to reverse spirit streams and a profound grand spell formation that cultivators from the spirit realm used to open them. The spell formation was complicated beyond belief, and would require top-grade spirit stones to activate. The quantity that it mentioned left him at a loss for words. Even if the formation was unsuitable for use in the mortal realm, if he strenuously researched it, it could be possible for him to create a simplified version of it. He would be able to put this knowledge to use in that way. The other portion of information was the spatial nodes in the mortal realm. Not only did it mention the areas where they could be easily found, but there were over a dozen spatial nodes mentioned that existed in the past, with each of their locations noted in exact detail. Xiang Zhili and Corpse Xiong were only given information on a few of them. As he continued to ponder, a faint smile appeared on his pensive face. Regardless of how important the contents of the slip would be in the future, his most pressing concern would be to raise his cultivation to late nascent soul stage. After all, the spatial nodes can only be used if he was at early deity transformation stage. It was then that a nascent soul would be condensed to the point where one wouldn't have anything to fear from the node's spatial disturbance. Otherwise, one would face certain death. Now that he acquired the nascent cultivating pill and the method to dissolve the soul curse seal, all he needed now was a supplementary medicine pill to dissolve the curse. The profound ice pill was an ice-attributed medicine much like the snow soul pill, but its primary ingredient was the profound ice flower. This difference is important as the flower was incredibly rare. It solely grew on myriad-year profound ice and would melt soon after being picked, completely eradicating its medicinal strength. In addition to how rare they are also in vast demand. Many of the sects that grow them use the flowers as soon as they appear. It is virtually never seen in any auction. While the medicine to dissolve the curse wasn't present on old Devil Qian's body, it was sure to be found somewhere in the Yin sifting sect. However, Hanli wasn't confident that he'd be able to charge into the base of one of the greatest sects in the Great Jin. Not to mention the number of cultivators inside, the sect's grand restriction alone would stop him from going alone. After all, there were immense differences between some unmanned formation and a cultivator-controlled one. According to the profound ice pill's formula, the flower could be substituted with other ice-attributed medicines, but it would cause a massive decrease in effectiveness. Since Hanli decided not to leave matters to chance, he decided to take a trip to a glacial area. As such, he planned on heading to Bai Yaoi's North Night Palace. The palace was located on North Night Island, a place renowned for its unending cold. Surely he would be able to find profound ice flowers there. In addition, he was curious about the glacial quintessence and wanted to see if the palace somehow managed to acquire some pure sun flame essence. After all, the sect has held glacial quintessence for countless years. If they didn't have any, they should at least know of its whereabouts. Of course, Hanli wasn't about to head straight to North Night Island. He wanted to find a place to lay low until the murmurs of Kunwa Mountain came to pass. Furthermore, he had pressing matters to attend to, which could take several years. With that thought, Hanli came to a decision and turned north. Along the way, he passed through a dozen provinces, eventually arriving at the immense Shuang region. Although the region wasn't the northmost in the Jin Empire, it might as well be as the land was filled with snow as far as the eye could see. As a result, it was a region that was sparse with people and had even fewer spirit mountains or spirit veins, with quality that was inferior to other places. As a result, the great Jin sects rarely established themselves in the region, leaving it to a few clans and many vagrant cultivators. Although the region was of poor quality, it was extremely large in scope and ranked in the top 5 for size out of the 26 county regions in the Great Jin. As a few famous ice-attributed materials and medicines grew there, it was also where those with ice-attributed cultivation techniques gathered as well. By drawing support of the constant glacial qi, they could increase their cultivation. And if they fought cultivators who used techniques of other elements, they would find themselves at an advantage. In previous places Hanli have been too, whether it was the heavenly south or the scattered star seas, they had 4 seasons spread throughout the year. He rarely went to areas that only had one type of climate. But having reached his current stage in cultivation, his body now reached a level where he had nothing to fear from the cold. In fact, he was even excited to see the vast expanses of snow at the very start, but that wonder soon grew dim. Along the way, he came across a few others, but he kept at a distance to avoid being detected by them, a trivial task. Within 5 days of entering the Shuang region, Hanli stopped at a desolate and unremarkable mountain range. Although it was small, it had a spirit vein of acceptable quality. As he floated in the air, he sensed the mountain's dense spiritual qi and nodded with satisfaction. Then with a cold snort, he flew down with great momentum and entered the top of the mountain. Han Li's action led to huge impacting trembles that faintly rode down the mountain. A few small beasts were even thrown into the air and fell unconscious. Even the few cultivators that were cultivating on the mountain were thrown into disarray and screamed in panic. They sensed a huge pressure weighing on their bodies, with a few finding it difficult to even lift themselves from the ground. Those that were stronger even found it difficult to breathe, as if they were under a restriction. Soon after, 3 streaks of light flew up from different areas of the mountain and directly flew in Han Li's direction. When Han Li saw them come, his body flashed with azure light and his appearance blurred, soon turning him into a fiendish old man with a goat's beard. Because his body was glowing with light, he had no fear that the approaching cultivators had seen anything. The incoming streaks faded to reveal 2 black-robed old men and a large gray-robed man. The younger and larger man stood in front with the 2 old men close behind him. Han Li raised his brow, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. The large man was at mid-core formation while the old men were late foundation establishment. The 3 also practiced the same cultivation technique. Before Han Li spoke, the gray-robed man furiously examined Han Li with his spiritual sense, but his expression changed and his fury vanished, immediately changed with a submissive smile. "This junior is the Li clan master, Li Zhongtian. Do you have any commands? I will do my best to assist you." The large man spoke with great respect. Trepidation lingered in his heart after he saw Han Li's fearsome appearance. "I care not for your clan. I have my sights on this mountain. Get off of it. I'll give you half a day to prepare." Han Li spoke with a hoarse voice and an icy tone. His words were almost colder than the biting icy winds. The large man didn't dare to show his anger when he heard this, but his heart still grew sullen. Instead, he forced a smile and said, "Senior, our Li clan has settled on the Snow Chain Mountains with Senior Long's permission. You may take the mountains if you first inform him." "Do you think that Senior Long can pressure me?" Han Li rolled his eyes and said with a hostile tone, "You have half a day to leave. If anyone finds this unacceptable, have them come find them." The large man's expression fell and he thought to say something else when Han Li interrupted him with a wave of his sleeve, summoning an azure gush from it. In the large man's alarm, he covered his body in protective light before feeling a huge spiritual pressure weighing down on him. The 2 old men using magic tools to fly were unable to raise their defenses and were sent tumbling away by the gale. Terrified, the 2 tried but couldn't raise their defenses, as if their magic power had been sealed. In that moment, they were overwhelmed with fear. Fortunately, the wind had dissipated of its own accord rapidly, and the old men were able to stabilize themselves once again. When they turned to look up, they discovered that Han Li had already disappeared. With a palpitating heart, one of the old men asked the gray-robed man, "Venerable ancestor, when did he With an unsightly expression, he let out a deep sigh and said, "Command everyone to immediately gather their things. We have 4 hours to leave the mountain." The black-robed old man cried out, "What? Are we truly giving up on the great deal of effort our Lee clan spent to defeat the 7 Snow Chain brothers for these mountains? We haven't even lived here for even 100 years. With how tyrannical this person is, will Senior Long sit still?" Although the other old man didn't speak, his expressions showed he agreed with him. Given how difficult it was to establish themselves there, he was also unwilling to abandon their home. "Have you lost your minds?" the gray-robed man snorted with a gloomy expression. "You dare to pull something against someone with that level of cultivation?" His spiritual pressure was even greater than Senior Long's. "I suspect he is a mid-nascent soul cultivator. With such might, Senior Long will turn a blind eye to this, no matter what relationship we have with him. And tyrannical as that senior may be, he did give us time to leave. If he slaughtered us without warning, do you think anybody would try and avenge us? Don't forget that the cultivation world is where might makes right. The reason why we were able to occupy the mountain in the first place was because we were ever so slightly stronger than the 7 Snow Chain brothers, and were recognized by other factions as a result. So long as the core disciples of our Lee clan exist, we only need to fight for another spirit mountain at worst. It is a far better alternative than to meet our end by a nascent soul cultivator." The old man nodded with newfound realization. Soon after, the 3 disappeared towards the mountain in a blur. After the time it took to finish a meal, the surrounding area began to stir. One after another, cultivators shuffled back and forth between buildings and cave residences. While they wore panicked expressions, their movements appeared orderly and efficient. A few hours later, 2 squads of cultivators took off and withdrew from the mountain in a grand display. Of the 300 there, a vast majority of them were at Chi condensation stage with only around 20 people boarded on flying magic tools. But in any case, they weren't slow and they soon departed. This vast movement naturally caught the attention of their neighboring territories, and they sent men to inquire what was happening. The Lee clan simply told them the truth, much to the shock of these cultivators. The Snow Chain Mountains had been seized by a nascent soul cultivator. These scouts returned to their respective factions in order to come up with countermeasures. A senior of profound cultivation had suddenly appeared in this land. Such an affair could bring both happiness and despair, but from how he occupied the Snow Chain Mountains, it was most likely the latter in this case. Shaken by the news, the nearby cultivator factions prepared themselves to flee at any moment. At that moment, Hanli was standing on top of the huge rock in the Snow Chain Mountains. He had spread out his spiritual sense and was examining the mountains for any hidden cultivators. Once he opened his eyes once more and he wore a satisfied expression. With a flip of his hand, he summoned a set of formation flags and plates. Afterwards, his body blurred and he quickly laid a circle around the mountain before returning to his original position. All the formation tools in his hand were now gone. A dense white mist suddenly emerged from nowhere and soon covered the entire mountain. Hanli nodded, seeing that there were no problems with the formation. This countermeasure was something he had acquired from old Devil Qian's storage pouch. While it wouldn't be effective against nascent soul cultivators, it was still a higher grade formation and would be effective against keeping out core formation cultivators. With that taken care of, he took a spirit beast pouch from his storage pouch and tossed it into the air. He formed hand incantations and then pointed them at the air. The storage pouch opened and an icy chi immediately spouted out to reveal a dozen crystalline snow-white 6-winged frost centipedes. As soon as the centipedes flew out, they flew circles above him and chirped in a cheerful manner. It appeared the glacial chi of the nearby land excited them. With a mental command, he released the dozen centipedes, allowing them to quickly roam out of sight in the mist. With the illusion formation and the dozen frost centipedes concealed within, even an early nascent soul cultivator could be repelled. Having placed down these safety measures, he immediately used his spirit eyes to find the point on the mountains with the densest aura. Afterwards, he used an earth movement technique to burrow deep within and cleaved enough room for his hidden fortune mansion to be released. Having finally made the proper arrangements for the rest of his insects, he immediately entered his hidden room and sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began meditating. Time slowly passed him by. When Hanli opened his eyes once more, his face and heart were completely tranquil. He slapped his storage pouch and took out a red gourd into his hand. He shook out a thumb-sized glistening emerald medicine pill with an overwhelming fragrance. This is the initial objective of his journey, the nascent cultivating pill. According to what the 9 Serenities Sex Old Man Fu said, refinement of the pill will take half a year. He had no reason to put it off any further. Taking the pill will produce great benefits towards not only his future cultivation but his strength as well. After he swallowed it, he immediately felt a soft chill spread throughout his body, quickly turning into threads of scorching heat. He immediately put away the bottle and closed his eyes. Then with his hands in an incantation gesture, he sank deep into meditation once more. If one were to peer inside his body, they would discover that his 2-inch-tall nascent soul had its eyes opened. It spat out threads of azure flame that were slowly refining the emerald medicine pill. A deafening silence filled the air. As day after day passed, half a year had unknowingly crossed. Peace and serenity were maintained in the Snow Chain Mountains, but there were several waves of people that had come to visit. Among them were high-grade cultivators from nearby factions or core formation stage vagrants from other areas that came to pay their respects. There was even a silver-robed old man who had come to pay Hanli a visit, the sole early nascent soul cultivator in the area. But no matter who came, they were met with the endless white mist. After loudly shouting into it, they had no choice but to return. The silver-robed old man on the other hand wasn't satisfied with being ignored. He had charged into the white mist, but after a short moment, he was forced back with a series of sharp insect cries. He came out with one arm sealed in a block of ice. Although it wouldn't cause any permanent injury, the silver-robed old man didn't dare to re-enter the mist. He simply sighed in resignation and flew off. The power of the 6-winged frost centipedes clearly illustrated Hanli's abilities were far above his own. It would be foolish for him to provoke this superior cultivator any further. Not long after, cultivator factions from tens of thousands of kilometers away knew that the Snow Chain Mountains were occupied by a senior of great power. Even the sovereign of the region, Senior Long, didn't dare to provoke him, much to the surprise of everyone. Thus, a 500-kilometer radius of the Snow Chain Mountains had turned into a restricted area. All cultivators that passed by took a detour around, fearing they would provoke the expert that laid within. Fortunately, nearly a year passed with only continued silence from the Snow Chain Mountains. The expert hadn't involved himself in any outside fears, calming the fears of the other nearby factions. One day, Hanli finished refining the nascent cultivating pill and opened his eyes. His face bloomed with light in a display of success. Hanli slowly stood up and waved his hand, producing a cloud of azure light, soon condensing it into a glistening egg-sized, almost solid ball. He stared at the pure spiritual power in his hand and muttered, "Following the strengthening of my nascent soul, my magic power has grown proportionally." Soon after, he shook his hand and the ball of light scattered. He then slapped the top of his head and a beam of azure chi flew out from it. It circled above his head to reveal an infant with his exact face. His nascent soul was originally only 2 inches tall, but now it had grown another half-inch. Its body was also far more solid and distinct. The nascent soul was holding a small azure cauldron with an emerald talisman and tens of flying pins circling above its head. The pins glowed a golden azure and appeared extremely gaudy. The soul appeared excited to have emerged and joyfully flew around the room for nearly 2 hours. Then, it flew back into its original body as if it were tired. Hanli reopened his eyes wearing a satisfied expression. Before he took the nascent cultivating pill, he was only able to move outside of his body for an hour. Any further than that would drain his nascent soul's vitality. It was rumored that when one's cultivation reached late deity transformation stage, their nascent soul would become truly solid, allowing them to live bodiless with no fear of celestial winds. This was also the most reliable method for a cultivator to ascend to the spirit realm. But despite his increase in magic power, he was still far from reaching the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. Oddly enough, after he refined the pill, he felt completely assured that he would reach that point after 100 years of secluded cultivation without any problems or bottlenecks. This strange feeling delighted Hanli. Once his nascent soul returned into his body and settled down, he opened its mouth and spat out 2 golden streaks. They fluttered around him and turned into 2 dim golden swords. They were the bamboo cloudsworm swords that the elder devil had captured at Devil Fall Valley. Although their spiritual nature had yet to be entirely eradicated and could still be somewhat controlled, they were still incapable of being used to create the aureate sword formation. As such, Hanli specifically allocated some time to restoring the 2. Under his mental command, the swords flew a meter in front of him and remained still. He spat out 2 clouds of his nascent flame and instantly enveloped them within it. When he saw crackling azure flame dancing on the blades, Hanli waved his sleeve, summoning several small bottles he prepared beforehand. They all opened of their own volition and their contents poured into the azure flames, staining them with various colors. Hanli then stared at the 2 weapons with complete focus and cast spell seals with flicks of his fingers, putting him in control of the refinement process. The repair of the flying swords continued for 3 entire days. When Hanli's complexion turned completely pale, he spat out blood essence and combined them into the flying swords. It was only then that the 2 swords were returned to their original glistening golden light and were cleansed free of any devilish chi. He then took the 2 swords back into his body and immediately sank into meditation once more. After a day passed, Hanli sensed that his magic power was restored and opened his eyes, now summoning an emerald wooden ruler into his hand, the 8th spirit ruler. He traced the simple grains in the wood with a pensive expression. Back inside the devil's subjugating pavilion, Hanli had already discovered that ordinary spiritual power seemed to not affect it, and due to a lack of time, he wasn't able to research the matter. He now held the hilt of the ruler in one hand, slowly pouring spiritual power into it as azure light roamed down his fingers. Of course, the result was the same. Spiritual power was circulating in the ruler, but it didn't display the slightest change apart from a few lines of green light flowing across the surface. After pouring in a full 1/10 of his spiritual power to little effect, Hanli cut his magic power and lowered his head in contemplation. A short moment later, he raised his other hand and extended a single finger in front of him. Rainbow-colored light flickered from his fingertip, summoning the Vajra barrier he kept within his body. A thread of Buddhist light flashed from it and disappeared into the ruler without a trace. Light then suddenly pulsed from 8th spirit ruler and it released a mist of azure light. Emerald green characters appeared from within the mist to create a set of scriptures. Surprised, he immediately focused his gaze. After looking at it for a few moments more, Hanli let out a long sigh and guessed, so it was what I had expected. The 8th spirit ruler was a Buddhist treasure and controllable through Buddhist light as he suspected. The scripture that appeared from the light it released was the artifact imprint technique for the treasure. Hanli's main cultivation art had always been Taoist in nature with a few very powerful devilish techniques mixed between. The only Buddhist technique he ever cultivated was the bright jade arts. Although it was a top-grade Buddhist technique, it focused mainly on the body. It was incredibly difficult and was beyond painful to practice as a result of its effects of bodily purification. Since he only cultivated the art to the 2nd layer, the technique wasn't able to produce any Buddhist light. However, the Vajra barrier had an abundance of Buddhist light within, allowing him to cultivate the first layer of the artifact imprint technique. Han Li's thoughts quickly flickered like lightning and he came to a decision in an instant. Even if he could only use a portion of its strength, it would still be an immensely powerful asset. With that decided, Han Li poured even more Buddhist light into the ruler, causing its artifact imprint technique to become even clearer to read. The imprint technique for the 8th spirit ruler greatly differed from that of the Heaven Void Cauldron. However, it wasn't very difficult either and could be cultivated with only a year's time. With that thought, he silently swept his sleeve and withdrew the ruler in an azure flash. Then, he flipped it to produce the damaged black wind flag. This treasure was now reduced to meager bits of flag, but a majority of the poles still remained. But despite its tattered appearance, the flag still glistened with black light as if its spiritual nature was still present. It was clear to see how powerful it was while it was still whole. However, Han Li didn't take it out with any intention of repairing it. He was only curious about spatial treasures and wondered if he could learn anything from it. After all, spatial-type treasures were incredibly rare, even amongst divine spirit treasures. As storage pouches were the lowest-grade spatial magic tools, there was nothing to be gained from researching them. It was a pity that divine spirit treasures were truly beyond his current scope of understanding. After several days of strenuous observation, he wasn't able to grasp anything about the flag. Feeling a bit of regret, he put away the flag and exchanged it with the giant flame cauldron he acquired from the Spirit Change Hall. Even before the treasure had unintentionally gained intelligence, it was a top-grade ancient treasure. As it was able to produce over 1,000 pure young firebirds, it couldn't be underestimated. Of course, the cauldron also came with a nameless transparent material, 12 flame pillars, and 3 variously sized black crystals. Although he knew these items were rare, he only now found the time to identify them. As for the scroll and the earthy yellow devil rod that he acquired from Kunwo Hall and Old Devil Qian's storage pouch respectively, their power was immense. With only a bit of refinement, he could control them as he pleased. Unfortunately, the blood blade had left him quite disappointed. The blade was clearly refined from a devil essence diamond. He reckoned that it was created from one of the 2 he sold at the underground auction at the June capital. The blade's power was fearsome from absorbing the flesh and souls of several nascent soul cultivators, but now that power had disappeared, reverting it back into a common treasure. Then with some thought, Han Li figured out the mystery behind this. The blood blade was able to increase its might by devouring the flesh and blood of others, but it was incapable of storing it. After some time, the gained power would gradually dissipate. After all, it was a replica, and couldn't be compared to the true Devil Dragon blade. Greatly disappointed, Han Li put away the treasure. He lowered his head and thought for a moment more and slapped the back of his head. Afterwards, he spat out a sphere of golden chi, the Vajra barrier. There were 5 balls of sparkling golden light within it. Han Li looked at the golden sphere with a grave expression, and a trace of hesitation betrayed from his eyes. He then frowned as a thought flickered through his mind. He raised his head to point at the barrier and it trembled before massively growing in size. Thunder roared from the 5 spheres and countless arcs of lightning flickered between to reveal 5 human skeletons covered in talismans. All of them had an additional jet-black skull at the pit of the stomach that was also covered in talismans, restraining them from making the slightest movements. These skeletons were Old Devil Qian's unbreakable sink devils. Han Li sighed and muttered, the sink devils each possess early nascent soul cultivation. With the addition of devil refinement, the sink devils are united as one and are particularly adept at joint devilish techniques. Together, they could potentially rival late nascent soul cultivators. If I can somehow take them as my own, they are certain to be a great boon. But they are vicious and unruly, having even turned on their master once before. I fear it would be too dangerous. He slapped his storage pouch and summoned a black jade slip into his hand, paying no further attention to the sink devils and immersing his spiritual sense into slip. Although the divine devilbane lightning constraining the sink devils had long dissipated, continuous imprisonment in the Vidra barrier and the many restraint talismans attached to their bodies had left them powerless, causing them to appear as if their violent nature had long disappeared. Not long after, Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and he raised his head to stare at the sink devils with an unwavering gaze. The black jade slip was a nameless devil scripture that Hanli acquired from old Devil Qian's storage pouch. Although the scripture was incomplete, it did contain many vicious secret techniques, including the refinement method for the unbreakable sink devils. The refinement process required the fresh corpses of 5 nascent soul stage cultivators. The nascent souls of these bodies must have perished as well, leaving behind a lingering aura of resentment. After being refined with various rare materials, the corpses must also be buried in a place of concentrated yin qi, where a yin cultivator is beheaded every month to feed the corpses with their blood, flesh, and soul. With this repeated for 100 years, the sink devils will gain sentience and arise. Then using a particular secret technique to refine the corpses for several tens of years further, the sink devils will have been cultivated to their initial stage. However, at the point the sink devils would only have core formation stage cultivation. It would take meticulous effort and great cost to further increase their abilities. But even in that case, it should have been impossible for the sink corpses to reach past late core formation stage. However, old Devil Qian was a heaven-shaking genius. Through some unknown method, he managed to somehow to raise them to early nascent soul stage. It is possible that this also led to the sink devils turning on their master. If the devil heads were only at core formation stage, there would be no problem controlling them. According to the refinement method for the sink devils, Hanli could control the sink devils, but he wasn't the one who had nurtured them from the very beginning. However, the scripture did mention a devil control technique that he could use on the sink devils. With placing down several exceptional restrictions on each of the sink devils and periodically providing them with his blood essence, he should be able to forcibly control them. Of course, this wouldn't allow him to make use of the sink devils as personal incarnations such as old Devil Qian. It would be impossible for his nascent soul to enter the sink devil's body. Furthermore, there was a far greater risk of backlash than with old Devil Qian. In any moment of weakness where he would lose control of the sink devils or if he failed to provide them with his blood essence, they would relentlessly attempt to devour him. However, there was one benefit to this method. He wouldn't need to use his nascent soul to house the sink devils. Even if there is backlash, Hanli would be able to escape them, rather than fight them off. Despite the risks, the sink devils were worth the benefits. Hanli struck the devils with several spell seals, each one disappearing into their body. A sphere of blood then emerged from his mouth. Hanli's complexion turned pale from the vast amount of blood essence consumed. Then without taking a moment's rest, he waved his hand. In an azure flash, the sphere of blood split into 5 even balls. Afterwards, Hanli swept his sleeve and the balls of blood flew towards each of the sink devils. Under his mental command, the balls of blood blurred and passed through the Vidra barriers, making their way to the 5 skeletons. When the blood balls neared the black skulls, the main souls of the sink devils, its eye sockets sparkled green and began to incessantly shake as if it were excited. But when the skulls contacted the skeleton densely covered in talismans, a flash of green light repelled it, seeming to provoke it even further. Clacking filled the air as the skulls gnashed their teeth without end. A cold glint shined from Hanli's eyes and he raised his hand, producing 5 small golden swords from his sleeve. They flickered above the 5 black skulls and nailed down between their teeth, immobilizing them even further. The skulls howled without an end, and the green light in their eyes began to pulse. Hanli expressionlessly formed an incantation gesture and thunderclapped, golden lightning erupted from the 5 small swords. Slender arcs of golden lightning flickered and the skulls trembled from the strike. Their howls turned to wails and their ferocity greatly waned. Hanli wore a satisfied expression when he saw this. The 5 balls of blood then dropped into the mouths of the skulls. Green light surged from their eyes, and in a moment, much of their strength seemed to be restored. Hanli shut his eyes and he clenched his hands in a strange incantation gesture. He slowly released his spiritual sense, drawing support from his blood essence to form a mental connection with the Sink Devils. As Hanli expected, the Sink Devils became docile and their aggressive bearing had disappeared. After letting out a long sigh, he touched his storage pouch, taking out 5 sparkling silver needles into his hand. He waved his hand and released 5 silver threads into the skulls without a trace. He muttered an incantation and spat out 5 clouds of azure chi. Azure chi began to continuously fluctuate as the incantation continued. In the end, they formed 5 small faceless bodies. As soon as they took shape, Hanli stopped chanting, paused, and shouted. He swiped his hand at the ground, taking 5 slivers of yellow earth chi and having them violently fuse together with the small bodies, creating 5 lifelike yellow snakes. "Awaken," Hanli uttered. The 5 small bodies suddenly blurred as they rushed out, burrowing them into the skulls. He then continued, taking out a pile of silver rings from his storage pouch. These magic tools were a devil restraint magic tool from old Devil Qian's devil scriptures that he created while he was in flight. Since he used the remnants of his tailstar essence in refining these rings, they were incredibly durable. The Snow Chain Mountains have been enveloped in silent cold for over 10 years. Everyone in the region knew that a vastly powerful expert was cultivating on the mountain. Naturally, no one dared to travel near the area and the mountains remained undisturbed. When the nearby factions saw that this expert was only looking for a place to cultivate and had done nothing else, they were relieved. One day, a heavy snowstorm assailed the Snow Chain Mountains with ferocious winds and dandelion-sized snowflakes. As the storm concealed the mountain from view, a foot layer of snow quickly blanketed it. Such a large snowstorm was uncommon even in such an icy climate. Even lower-grade cultivators were unwilling to brave the weather, but it was then that a dazzling azure streak broke through the air and flickered out of sight. 2 hours later, an azure streak appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away, near a mountain range far from the Snow Chain Mountains. The light faded from the streak to reveal Hanli. Having cultivated for over 10 years, he had fully refined all of his treasures and even took the great true flame into his body, completing the first stage of its cultivation. With all of this prepared, there would be nothing that posed a threat apart from an attack from many late nascent soul cultivators or a fearsome existence on the level of the devil ancestor Yuan Cha. Not only was his cultivation and abilities far greater than when he entered Kunwa Mountain, the Sink Devils and treasures he acquired should allow him to fight several late nascent soul cultivators on fair ground. After so many years passed, he reckoned that the Kunwa Mountain commotion should have died down and decided to make his way to his next destination, North Night Island. When half a month passed, cultivators would begin to discover that the white mist covering the Snow Chain Mountains had disappeared, and had become completely uninhabited. Following the appearance of a suddenly uncontested spirit vein, the nearby factions broke out into war. North Night Island was actually a peninsula, a prefecture away from the Shuang region. Due to the extreme temperatures, even lower-grade cultivators didn't dare to tread outside without protection. And rather than being a peninsula surrounded by water, it was surrounded by endless sheets of ice with glaciers embedded between them. North Night Island was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long with a giant city of ice at the island's northmost edge. It was North Night Palace, the greatest sect in the north. In truth, the sect's power was no weaker than the top 10 devilish and righteous sects of the Great Jin. But because North Night Island was located in what was considered wilderness, the many sects didn't recognize the palace as part of the Great Gene, regarding it as an overseas sect and discluding it from the ranking of sects in the Great Gene. But in the sparsely populated northern regions of the Great Gene, the North Night Palace was even more famous than the top sects of the Great Gene mainland, the Heavenly Devil sect and the High Zenith sect. There was no doubt they were the top sect of the North. In the northern regions, the sect was also known by the name of the North Immortal Palace. Countless low-grade vagrant cultivators wished to enter it. North Night Palace was also divided between inner and outer divisions. The inner palace disciples chosen from several great cultivator clans in the region. As for the outer palace disciples, they were chosen from smaller clans and vagrant cultivators from outside the peninsula. Of course, if an outer palace disciple displayed immense talent or achieved great merits, they had the opportunity to become an inner palace disciple. And if one lacked aptitude and still wished to join the outer palace, it would require one to tread the thousands of kilometers of frost surrounding North Night Palace on foot. Since these low-grade cultivators couldn't fly due to the restrictions in the area, they would have to rely on their abilities and cultivation to block the glacial cold. As such, if they would be admitted into the outer palace if they managed to reach it. No matter what they relied on to cross the harsh temperatures, this accomplishment would display some redeeming qualities. Of course, there still weren't many cultivators that succeeded. Many would freeze trying. But for their quest to tread the path of cultivation, the cultivators were drawn like moths to the flame. One day, in a region thousands of kilometers away from North Night Palace, there were over 10 figures each covered in fur cloaks. Their bodies sparkled with light as they slowly made their way forward on foot inside a vicious snowstorm. These people have been threading in the frost for over half a month. Their complexions were deathly pale and their footsteps were unsteady. However, none of them dared to stop and rest. The cold wouldn't allow it. They could only forcefully sustain themselves with magic stones and power. But one of these travelers had a particularly unsightly expression and his breath was ragged. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and took out a medicine bottle from his robe, putting a scarlet medicine pill into his mouth and soon restoring a bit of color to his pale face. The middle-aged man in front was covered in a deep yellow light barrier. Without turning his head, he knowingly said, "Fellow Daoist Gu, how many Yang fire pills do you have? If you can take them regularly, you might have a problem reaching North Night Palace. Future hailstorms will prove several times harsher than the one we just passed." The cultivator who took the medicine pill was a youth in his 20s. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Gu, don't worry. I still have a bottle in reserve. I'll be able to make it past." He seemed somewhat fearful towards the middle-aged man. "That will be good. I don't want to travel together with a person without a chance." As if satisfied with the youth's reply, light flickered from his body and he continued forward. When the others saw this, they hastily head on their way. It was almost as if sticking close to this person was their only chance at entering North Night Palace. When the middle-aged man took several steps forward, he let out a yelp and his steps came to a sudden halt, then turning his head to look above. When the others followed his gaze, they discovered an azure silhouette floating in the sky amidst the snowstorm. Strangely enough, there was an invisible force keeping the snowstorm 10 meters at bay. The middle-aged man was quite exceptional to discover this person in the air. All of the cultivators present were alarmed and soon their expressions changed. Even core formation cultivators should be able to fly unaffected by the area's restrictions. Could it be that this person was a legendary nascent soul cultivator? Or was it a high-grade cultivator from North Night Palace? But their attire seemed foreign. The cultivators looked at each other in dismay, apprehension filling their hearts. "You are vagrant cultivators looking to enter North Night Palace." The silhouette glowing in azure light spoke with a young voice. Although the middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't very high, he knew much of the world and his mind was roused upon hearing this person's question. He promptly bowed and hastily answered, "This junior's name is Gu Tianxiu. I am one of those undergoing the trial to join. Does senior have any commands?" As he spoke, he wore an expression of solemn respect. The azure figure calmly said, "You are quite discerning, but I don't have orders in particular. It's just that this land is strange and I can't seem to figure out my war forward. Since you are certain of your path, do you have something to guide you?" When the middle-aged man heard this, his expression relaxed, but he still hurriedly replied, "It seems this is senior's first time at North Night Island. Other areas of North Night Island are easy enough to tread, but this region is under the influence of the palace's grand formation. It uses renowned mythic serpent stone as the formation's core, causing a cultivator's spiritual sense to sway in different directions. If anyone were to think they were flying straight, I fear that would never reach the palace. As for juniors like us, we've each bought a soul-stabilizing medallion from the market at North Night Island's entrance. With this magic tool, our sense of direction won't stray." The azure figure seemed stunned. A soul-stabilizing medallion. Yes, although it isn't a rare magic tool, it is required to make it to the palace. It is sold at by a shop from the palace. Furthermore, there are only 30 that are sold throughout a year and they lose effectiveness when the year passes. In order to be safe, I purchased an extra medallion. May I offer it to senior?" The middle-aged man's eyes shifted and he took out a yellow plate from his sleeve. He then held it forward with both hands. The azure silhouette stroked his chin and chuckled, reaching out towards it without any reservations. In a yellow flash, the medallion was summoned into his hand. Needless to say, the azure silhouette was Hanli, who had flown to North Night Island in about a month's time. Originally, he believed he would be able to easily overcome the sex restrictions with his abilities, but when he arrived at the palace, he couldn't have imagined that his spiritual sense would lapse. For a time, he wasn't able to find the palace's location, much to his surprise and irritation. Because he had come here to pay a friendly visit, it wasn't as if he could break through the restrictions with violent force. Unable to come up with a better option, he happened upon a group of people. "Those people are your companions." Hanli examined the medallion in his hand and put it away in an azure flash. After taking a glance at the others behind him, Gu Tianqi asked with a trace of worry, "These fellow Taoists are my recent acquaintances. We've decided to travel together because we're aiming to enter the North Night Palace together. Is there something odd?" Hanli focused his gaze on a young beautiful woman amongst them and coldly smiled, "There is certainly someone amongst you that is amiss." "What?" Gu Tianqi asked in surprise. Hanli smirked and calmly said, "There is a demon mixed among you. Wouldn't you say that's a bit odd?" "A demon?" Gu Tianqi's expression vastly changed and he quickly turned to look at the female cultivator. The other cultivators were shocked and unconsciously stepped away from the woman. She widely opened her eyes and her heart jumped. She hastily explained, "Senior must be joking. I am a disciple of the Shuang region's Ning clan. How could I be a demon?" When the youth from before saw the female cultivator's shocked appearance, he hastily spoke out as the others wore hesitant expressions, "That's right, senior. Are you mistaken? Fellow Taoist Ning is a true member of the Ning clan. I've seen her several times already." Hanli snorted in dismissal, "A trifling soul fragment dares to feign ignorance in front of me. Reveal yourself." Soon after, Hanli reached out towards her and light flickered from the top of her head. A large azure hand materialized and grabbed her. As soon as the hand appeared, the shocked woman's figure trembled and her surprise was instantly changed to resentment. Then, her figure blurred and shot 60 meters high into the air. Let alone a chi condensation cultivator, this speed couldn't have belonged to a core formation cultivator. Hanli smirked and waved his sleeve, releasing a yellow streak that disappeared in the next instant. In the following moment, it appeared above the woman's head to reveal a foot-tall monk's staff. Hanli cast a spell seal at the treasure and it blurred, massively increasing in size until it took the form of a 10-meter-tall tiger phantom, fiercely pouncing upon her. The young woman had no time to act. She spouted out black demonic chi to block the attack. A huge explosion sounded out and yellow light flickered. The black chi was dispersed by the strike, offering not the slightest resistance, and the staff fell on top of the woman's head. The woman shrieked and her body immediately tumbled through the air. Meanwhile, a black silhouette flew out from the woman's body and circled in the air before darting to the ground. Then, thunder sounded out and a net of golden lightning appeared above the black figure's head. Before she could react, the net fell on top of her. Suddenly, repeated eruptions sounded out and the black demon was no more. These near-instant actions left the chi condensation cultivators dumbstruck. Hanli waved his hand, having the monk's staff shrink with a tremble before summoning it back into his sleeve. With that done, Hanli tossed a blue bottle in Gu Tianqi's direction. The middle-aged man unconsciously caught it. The medicine pills should help you pass through the first. Consider it for a trade for the soul-stabilizing medallion. With that said, azure light flared around him and he flew off, disappearing out of sight in the blink of an eye. When the middle-aged man awoken from his stupor, he tightly grasped the bottle with a pleasant surprise. Then, the nearby cultivators cried in alarm. The young woman that had earlier fell was waking up. It appeared Hanli's monk staff hadn't left any injuries on her body. With a medallion in his hand, he flew to the North Night Palace. He recalled what had happened earlier with a smile. The soul fragment of a high-grade demon beast was lingering inside the young woman's body. From its strength, it appeared to belong to a grade 8 demon beast at the very least. The demon was quite shrewd to be able to conceal the soul fragment inside the woman's body without her knowledge. If she truly managed to make it into the sect, the demon would have been able to slip past using her body. Since Hanli discovered this in passing, he figured he would exterminate the soul fragment as it would take little effort and prevent any commotion from stirring while he was visiting the sect. Could it be that demon beast was sneaking into the sect through such a clever method for the glacial quintessence? After all, he had heard that the North Night Palace never spread any information of the disappearance of its glacial quintessence. There must be a reason why they were covering it up. As his mind wandered, he flew as fast as a bolt of lightning and soon found himself in a storm with fist-sized hail. The hail from the storm was sparkling and translucent, pattering against his light barrier with low thuds as if it were made of stone itself. But at Hanli's current cultivation, the huge hailstones were beneath his notice. After flying for an hour, Hanli's eyes lit up as he saw the hail and snow suddenly disappear around him. He spotted a city constructed from ice a short distance ahead of him. The buildings glistened with light from a distance, reflecting sunlight as rainbows. He also spotted a few white clouds sparkling the city. A trace of amazement appeared on Hanli's face. However, his gaze quickly fell onto a huge mountain behind the city. The mountain was gigantic by mortal standards, reaching 30,000 meters in height at the very least. But it wasn't much when compared to Kunwu Mountain. But what truly surprised Hanli was that the mountain was shaped as a gigantic pillar. It was even covered in sparkling profoundly deep layer of frost. If it weren't for traces of green that emerged from the mountain, he would have believed it to be made entirely of ice. He wasn't able to see into the mountain even with his bright sight spirit eyes, but he was able to see a group of sparkling buildings on top of it, what he believed to be the North Night Palace. Hanli didn't immediately head over to the city, however. The area along the way seemed to consist of only common glaciers, but there was an invisible restriction placed between them. As an accomplished spell formation master, Hanli sensed that they were fearsome to behold. Had he imprudently charged into them, he feared he would have activated something difficult to deal with. Furthermore, as soon as he escaped the snowstorm, several streaks of light shot out from the city to meet him. Hanli raised his brow when he saw this, but a thought flashed from his mind and he looked at the medallion in his hand. Not only did the medallion guide the way, but it would also allow the North Night Palace to know the whereabouts of the cultivators looking to enter the sect. As he thought this, the streaks of light instantly arrived before him, a middle-aged man with a delicate expression and two women, all dressed in white robes. The man possessed core formation cultivation and the two women were foundation establishment cultivators. When the man took a closer look at Hanli, a trace of alarm appeared on his face and he hastily bowed. "This junior is the Outer Palace Steward Yun. May I please ask your esteemed name and your business coming here?" When these cultivators saw Hanli emerge from the snowstorm, they knew he was no ordinary cultivator, but they hadn't expected a nascent soul cultivator, let alone an unfamiliar mid-grade one. This caused them to grow nervous. Hanli calmly answered, "You don't need to know my name. I've only come here to visit a friend, one of your sect elders." When Yun heard Hanli's answer, his face relaxed and he asked with a friendly tone, "Could you tell us which elder senior is talking about? I will immediately make a report." Hanli slowly said, "I've met Fairy Bai Yaoi several years ago." "Is she present?" "Marshal Aunt Bai. She's within the sect, but I believe she's currently in seclusion. I will send a voice transmission talisman to her immediately. Please wait for a moment." The Yun's face became visibly relieved with Hanli's answer, and he immediately sent a talisman. For the time being, Hanli remained still, but his eyes wandered and examined the scenery. In response, Yun blinked and thought to say something, but then a scarlet streak flew out from the snowstorm 400 meters behind them. A yelp sounded out from the streak and quickly turned in their direction. Before the streak arrived before them, the streak let out a hearty laugh. "Did this fellow Daoist come to visit our palace? What is his name?" When the light faded, a pale youth with a head full of gray hair was revealed. His eyes betrayed a profound depth. Hanli narrowed his eyes and examined the person in front of him. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he discovered that he was a mid-nascent soul cultivator like himself. Before Hanli could reply, Yun happily took a step forward and respectfully saluted the cultivator. "This disciple respectfully pays his respects to Marshal Uncle Bai. Was your journey peaceful?" The 100-meter-tall wall of ice surrounding the city wasn't exceptional in height, but its translucent and sparkling material was mesmerizing. But what was particularly eye-catching was that the wall appeared entirely smooth as if it was carved out from a blade. There wasn't the slightest hint that bricks had ever been used. At the city gate, there were a dozen white-clothed cultivators standing guard. The highest cultivation among them was at Foundation Establishment Cultivation, but more notably, several white apes were squatting amongst them. They had long snow-white hair and a pair of menacing green eyes. The apes were spirit beasts that were long acclimated to the snow. Although their cultivation wasn't very high, they were exceptionally intelligent and easy to tame, leading to many northern cultivators raising them. However, the apes on the walls were particularly large, several times larger than one would expect of a snow ape, and their demonic chi revealed them to be rank 4 and 5 demon beasts, equivalent to the power of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. This attracted much attention to Hanli. As the top sect in the north, the Night Palace should have an original technique to nurture these apes. When the cultivators on the walls saw the pale youth with a head full of gray hair, they repeatedly addressed him as Martial Ancestor Ren. Elder Ren grunted in acknowledgement and boldly walked through the gates. When they saw Hanli following behind their martial ancestor, they didn't dare to question them. But just as Hanli crossed the gate, the snow apes suddenly acted strangely. The spirit beasts whined and backed away from Hanli in a panic. In their alarm, the North Night Palace cultivators scolded the beasts, but the apes continued, lying on their chest and covering the back of their head with their arms, showing submission to Hanli. When Elder Ren saw this, he yelped and shot Hanli a glance with an odd expression. Do you have a high-grade ape-type spirit beast? Although these apes aren't very powerful, their senses are exceptionally keen. When Hanli heard this, he knew the snow ape sensed the weeping soul beast and they acted out of fear. He indifferently answered, I do have one, but it isn't all that powerful. I rarely ever use it. Elder Ren smiled and dropped the matter as they entered the City of Ice. The city's main road started from the city gate and was exceptionally wide. A layer of smooth ice paved its surface. In the distance, one could see a few people on the roads, all low-grade cultivators wearing yellow and white. Buildings lined the side of the road in an orderly fashion. Rather than a city, it was more appropriate to call it a fortress. Before Hanli could further examine the city, Elder Ren flew in the direction of the huge mountain at a low altitude. Hanli's face betrayed a trace of surprise and he silently took off after him. A short while later, the two landed on a platform at the center of the mountain. Elder Ren beamed at Hanli and explained, From now on, Brother Han must follow me on foot as the upper portion of the mountain enters the scope of the inner palace. I am an elder there, but even I must adhere to the rules. Hanli nodded, and the two slowly made their way up a flight of translucent stairs carved from ice. There weren't many disciples that were allowed to enter the inner palace, but the few people they met along the way respectfully saluted the pale youth. Additionally, the elder treated these disciples differently and smiled at them no matter their level of cultivation. Hanli perceived that these inner palace cultivators all possessed exceptional aptitudes, and along the way, he discovered 4 fearsome restrictions that gave him a shiver down his back. It appeared the sect possessed an ingenious spell formation grandmaster. This piqued Hanli's interest in the sect even more. He would have to see whether or not he could converse formation insights with the said expert. As the thoughts appeared in his head, he followed the pale youth to a more obscure path. When they reached the end, they stood before a giant wall of ice that was a kilometer tall. When Hanli spotted it, he raised his brow and looked at it with slight awe. The pale youth raised his hand and he released a jade tile glowing with green light. A silver mist emerged and wrapped around it before phasing into the wall of ice. A moment later, the wall silently trembled and an opening split through the middle, creating a 6-meter-wide passage. Elder Ren shook his head and explained, the buildings on the top of the mountain are only for show. In truth, they're used as residences for the inner sect's low-grade cultivators. Higher-grade disciples reside in hidden Arctic Dragon border, the true location of our palace. Were you not a good friend of Junior Marshal Sister Bai, I wouldn't have dared bring you here. Hanli wore a smile in response, but he was indifferent about the matter. This so-called hidden Arctic Dragon border was well known in the north. It could hardly be considered a secret. Otherwise, why would this Elder Ren bring him here, or for Bai Yaoi to tell him about this place? More notably was how this person made such efforts to befriend him, despite being the first time they had met. This puzzled Hanli and caused him to view Elder Ren with greater caution. But when Hanli was offered passage inside, he didn't refuse and walked inside shoulder to shoulder with Elder Ren. The passage was only 3 meters long. He couldn't help but betray shock from his face after what he saw at the other end. There was a verdant valley filled with spring life. It was filled with bright sunlight and rarely seen plants. The valley spanned a couple of kilometers and was enclosed in the green mountain walls. However, there were several jade buildings constructed against the walls in a display of beautiful and impeccable craftsmanship. At the very center of the valley, there were 3 large halls carved from white jade that seemed to take up a third of the valley's space. Hanli glanced at them with a slight change in expression, but astonishment filled his heart. Heaven void hole. In his alarm, a thought resounded through Han Li's mind. The three jade palace halls shared the exact same style as the scattered star sea's heaven void hole. They were carved from single portions of fine jade and shined with a faint gorgeous light. However, these buildings were only a third of the size of Heaven Void Hall when he saw it floating in the air. Han Li forcefully stifled his surprise and took another look. Eventually, he concluded that his impression was correct and that there was no doubt a relationship between the three buildings and Heaven Void Hall. However, the gates to the halls laid bare as there were no signs on top of them. With a raised brow, Han Li asked, "This is the sect's inner palace." It is in place of rich spiritual qi as expected, but the three large halls appear quite aged. What's the history behind them? Elder Ren glanced at the three buildings and answered, "You're talking about spirit void halls. These three buildings were here before the sect was established. It was said that the sect ancestor and several of his good friends used their vast abilities to place them here. They are even more marvelous to behold from the inside. The spirit void holes." Han Li repeated its name with an odd look in his eye. Elder Ren wore a mysterious smile and said, "Do they interest you, Brother Han? Apart from important affairs, the halls will remain sealed. It is only under the approval of half of the sect elders that the spirit void halls are opened. As for the reason, it isn't something that I can tell." Han Li smiled back and asked no further questions. Suspicions of prying into the secrets of another sect could have great consequences. Additionally, even if the three halls had any relationship to Heaven Void Hall, it had little to do with him. The most important treasure of Heaven Void Hall was already in his possession. "Fellow Daoist Han, please follow me. The Pure Focus Pavilion is over there. As it seems that Junior Martial Sister Bai views you importantly, I'll bring you to where she receives her close guests. It is rather serene there." "Is that so? I am honored." Han Li smiled. Elder Ren smiled back and took to the air, bringing Han Li over to one of the mountain walls before landing in front of a pavilion. The building was 3 stories tall with each floor being over 30 meters tall. Its body was constructed from emerald wood and was mostly embedded into the mountain. There was a yellow signboard that hung on its entrance with the words, "Pure Focus Pavilion," engraved in silver lettering. As Han Li in front of it, a white-robed woman walked out from the building. When she saw the two, she momentarily paused in surprise and respectfully said, "I pay my respects, Marshal Senior Ren. And this must be Senior Han." "Correct," Han Li calmly replied, "Is Fairy Bai inside?" The beautiful woman stood slightly to the side and faced Han Li, saying, "Master had just emerged from her seclusion and is stabilizing her magic power in the pavilion. She has sent me to welcome you, Senior Han. I hope you don't take offense." Revealing little surprise, the woman wryly smiled and said, "Marshal Senior Ren, you've put me in a difficult position. You should know that Master has already told me that she does not wish to see you. When Junior Marshal Sister Gong allowed you to see her, she was punished severely after the fact." Elder Ren blushed, but soon, he shifted his gaze, "But this time is different. I am accompanying Brother Han. Will she refuse to see me along with Brother Han?" When Han Li heard this, he smirked and said little else. "This." A hesitant expression appeared on her face. "Yenner, let your Marshal Senior Ren in. I will see him." Bai Yaoi's voice sounded from the pavilion. "As you command." The woman's expression relaxed and she withdrew further to the side. "Marshal Senior Ren, please come in." Elder Ren's face lit up when he heard Bai Yaoi's voice and a trace of happiness lit up on his face. His lips immediately moved, sending a voice transmission to Bai Yaoi inside. "Senior Marshal Brother Ren Bai, how about you talk after you enter? Why are you speaking while fellow Daoist Han is still outside? Do you want us to appear rude?" Han Li stroked his chin and smiled silently. With embarrassment on his face, he said, "How careless of me. Brother Han, let us talk inside." "What? I've always seen Brother Ren as a friendly person." Brother Han replied with a beaming smile. He now realized that the reason why the man made such efforts to befriend Han Li was that he held affections for Bai Yaoi. This greatly reduced Han Li's wariness towards him. With the woman guiding the way, the two entered the Pure Focus Pavilion. The first floor couldn't be considered to be very large as it was only 60 meters wide. There were a set of simple bamboo table and chairs, but there were pots of blooming yellow flowers that surrounded the corners. They were all particularly fragrant. Bai Yaoi didn't immediately descend to meet them, but when the two took a seat, her voice sounded from above, "Brother Han, please wait a moment. My cultivation technique is a bit peculiar. Once I finish circulating it, I'll head down immediately to see you. Brother Han may as well sample our sect's snow spirit fruit for the time being." Once that was said, Bai Yaoi's disciple clapped her hands and two young white-robed women walked in, each holding a vermilion wooden plate with a branch filled with thumb-sized translucent berries. Once they placed the plates on the table, the two women respectfully withdrew. "The ice spirit fruit is exclusive to our sect. Even our inner palace elders acquire a few every year. Not only is the fruit delicious, but it also contains pure ice spiritual power. If an ice-attributed cultivator regularly consumed them, it would greatly aid their cultivation." When Ren Bai saw the fruits, he introduced them to Han Li and casually tossed one of them into his mouth. When Han Li saw this, he followed suit and tossed one into his mouth. As soon as he bit it, he felt pure glacial qi royal in his mouth. Although he didn't cultivate ice-attributed techniques, he harbored peak glacial flames within his body, such as the purple apex flames and the great Yin True flames. As such, he was able to swallow them without any problem. With an interested gaze, he took another one and tossed it into his mouth. When Ren Bai saw this, shock momentarily appeared on his face. The ice spirit fruits were quite famous, providing even nascent soul cultivators benefits in their consumption. However, cultivators who didn't practice ice or fire-attributed cultivations arts would suffer internal frostbite if they carelessly consumed one. Han Li, who emitted pure wood-attributed spiritual power, was able to swallow one and displayed little surprise. Taking two such fruits were something that even a fire-attributed cultivator such as himself didn't dare to do. As Ren Bai was inwardly shocked, footsteps sounded from above to reveal a gorgeous white-robed woman walking down the stairs. Han Li narrowed his eyes and he immediately stood up with a hearty smile. "Fairy Bai, it's been over 10 years. I trust you are doing well." Ren Bai's face happily lit up. "Junior Martial Sister Bai, you've finally agreed to see me. On the day that we parted, I knew that Brother Han wouldn't have made an appointment without reason. For the past several years, I've been waiting for your arrival in the sect." "Your arrival has been expected." Bai Yaoi beamed a smile at Han Li, but then she turned to Ren Bai and her face turned cold. "As for you, Senior Martial Brother Ren, I wouldn't have agreed to see you if it weren't for Brother Han." Ren Bai rushed to speak. "I've already found a method to resolve the problem. I definitely won't leave you disappointed." Bai Yaoi shook her head and said, "In that case, speak of it later. Fellow Daoist Han has come a long way. Leave that matter for later." Ren Bai's expression blanked a moment as if something immediately came to mind. He then smiled. "That's fine, I'll find an opportunity to talk about it in more detail in the future. Now, I am already very happy that you've agreed to see me." Bai Yaoi nodded with a neutral expression and sat down at the main seat at the table. Han Li and Ren Bai sat back down. After examining her, Han Li smiled and said, "Fairy Bai, your cultivation has vastly increased since the last time I saw you." Bai Yaoi beamed in response. "Brother Han must be joking. My abilities can't hope to compare to yours." She clearly remembered Han Li's display of abilities at the Yin Yang Cave and Kunwa Mountain, and therefore treated him with the utmost respect. When Renbai heard Bai Yaoi's respect for Han Li, his expression changed and he examined Han Li once more in surprise. Bai Yaoi continued, "Brother Han, when you mentioned paying a visit to North Night Palace, you should have had some purpose in mind." Han Li's face turned pensive for a moment before answering with a grin, "Since you raised the question, I will be forthright. It is true, I came to North Night Palace because I had a request for you." Without any reservation, Bai Yaoi said, "I've yet to forget the many times you've helped me. Please don't hesitate to speak." To tell the truth, even if Han Li hadn't rescued her from the ice that sealed her in the devil-suppressing pagoda, he still possessed the fearsome abilities comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator. She was happy to befriend such a character. Han Li calmly said, "It isn't anything major. I only heard that North Night Island grew profound ice flowers in abundance. I require them as the main ingredient for a medicine pill." Profound ice flowers. Those aren't very easy to find. Although we don't have many that are ripe, there are a few that will soon be ready. I'll have a few of our disciples go look for any myriad-year profound ice. The flower only grows on profound ice that had recently reached that age. There shouldn't be a problem. Han Li grinned, "It is great that you can help me. It would be quite troublesome if I had to handle it alone." Bai Yaoi wore a beaming smile and said, "It is only a minor affair. However, it isn't something that will finish in a couple of days. Since Brother Han has come to our sect, how about he stay for a few days? I hold your abilities in great admiration. Perhaps we may converse on a few teachings. I am also greatly interested in the techniques of your sect. I have long heard that your palace has several of the most powerful ice-attributed techniques in the Great Gene. Although I don't personally cultivate ice-attribute techniques, perhaps there are benefits to be had." After this brief exchange, a discussion broke out between them. Because the two were in similar realms of cultivation, they began to talk about their troubles of cultivation. As Renbai was also a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he also had a few original points to add. As such, time passed in the pavilion in a lively chatter. After half a day passed, Han Li bid farewells, feeling it inappropriate to bother her further after she only recently emerged from secluded cultivation. When Bai Yaoi saw this, she hadn't urged him to stay. Instead, she commanded her disciple surnamed Yuan to guide Han Li to an esteemed guest building for the time being. He would be notified as soon as the information of profound ice flowers were acquired. With his request accepted, he saluted the two and followed the disciple out from the building. Renbai didn't immediately depart. It seemed he had something he wished to further discuss with her. With the beautiful woman guiding Han Li, he was led to a span of dozen buildings built into the mountain wall, all beautifully constructed. It seemed these were the quarters for esteemed guests. Knowing that Bai Yaoi viewed Han Li in high regard, the beautiful woman was extremely respectful towards Han Li and answered all his questions to the best of her knowledge. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived in front of one of the buildings. Before they entered, a young doll-like woman dressed in maid clothes emerged from the building. The woman immediately stepped forward and bowed. "I pay my respects to Marshal Aunt Yuan." Disciple Yuan sternly said, "Marshal Niswa, this is Senior Han, an esteemed guest of the martial ancestor. Serve him well. If you are negligent, there will be punishments. I will do my utmost." The maid's heart trembled and she answered with a respectful tone. Meanwhile, she stole a glance at Han Li and hastily turned her head away when their eyes met. Han Li replied with a smile. Disciple Yuan turned to Han Li, "Senior Han, if you are dissatisfied with Marshal Niswa, we'll replace her immediately. There is no need. She will do." Han Li shook his head and entered the building in stride. The other two closely followed after him. The building's interior was well arranged and was to Han Li's satisfaction. There were a few simple restrictions that prevented cultivators from prying inside as well. With a few brief words, he sent the disciple away and stayed in the residence. To tell the truth, he was left somewhat tired as he was traveling ever since he left the Snow Chain Mountains. He planned on using this time to take a proper rest and bring himself back to peak performance. 2 days passed with Han Li meditating on the second floor. He had yet to emerge. If he were to roam as he wished, he would certainly attract the attention of many high-grade cultivators of the sect. After all, he was a foreign nascent soul-grade cultivator. It was impossible for them to not be on guard. He also had no intention of stirring up trouble. Although he wanted more information on the Gradine True Flame, he wouldn't risk taking action until after he finished refining the Profound Ice Pill. The removal of Nangong Wan's soul seal curse was at the top of his list of priorities. As for the maid that was assigned to serve him, he hadn't spoken to her apart from telling her to wait outside. On the morning of the third day, his face began to stir as he sat in meditation. Azure light flickered from his body and a series of booms sounded out. He opened his eyes with a sullen expression. Someone's spiritual sense had penetrated the building's restrictions without any restraint and directly moved to probe his body. As such, he forcefully repelled it. However, this person's spiritual sense was no weaker than his. It should have belonged to a late nascent soul cultivator. Han Li's mind quickly stirred, but before he could think of how to respond, he heard a delicate child's voice in his ear. "Your fellow Daoist Han. I am Master Arctic Dragon. Would you be interested in meeting me?" Master Arctic Dragon. Han Li's heart trembled. Wasn't he North Night Palace's Grand Elder? He was an exceedingly mysterious person. Although he was known to be vastly powerful in the north, it was rather odd how no one had seen him take action. It was almost as if he became the Grand Elder overnight. Han Li felt a bit odd, but with his current abilities, he had nothing to fear from a late nascent soul cultivator. He hesitated for a moment before resolving himself and promptly replied through his spiritual sense, "Since fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon invited me, how could I refuse such kindness? I will immediately head over to pay my respects." Pleased by Han Li's response, Master Arctic Dragon happily said, "Hee, very good. My spirit beasts will soon arrive. Fellow Daoist Han will only have to follow it. My residence will be honored by your presence." Soon after, white light flashed and the threads of spiritual sense disappeared. Han Li didn't immediately move. He stayed still as a light flickered from his eyes, then slowly moving down the stairs. The doll-faced maid was sitting on a chair on the first floor, looking at a jade slip in her hand. When she saw Han Li descend, she stood up in a panic. He simply nodded at her and walked out of the building without paying her any further heed. The maid was left completely shocked, at a loss of what to do. At her cultivation, she couldn't have known what happened on the upper floor. When Han Li walked outside, he instantly spotted a cat-like beast perched on top of a tree. It glanced at Han Li with eyes glowing yellow. Its body glowed with shining golden fur as if it were made of pure gold. He narrowed his eyes and examined the small beast before revealing a trace of surprise. A gold-winged raccoon. These rare creatures should only be in male-female pairs. And it is said their concealment techniques are miraculous beyond compare, Han Li muttered to himself. Then, his expression became blank and he swept his gaze to another tree without discovering anything. Having made sure of Han Li's identity, the raccoon yelped and golden light flashed from a nearby tree to reveal another small beast. The raccoon was slightly smaller than the one he saw first. Han Li's heart trembled. Even with his vast spiritual sense, he wasn't able to detect it in the slightest. The two gold-winged raccoons exchanged a glance and immediately rushed off behind them. Without another thought, Hanley brightly glowed and he followed after the two beasts in an azure streak. As he continued to follow them, an inconceivable event occurred. One of the gold-winged raccoons blurred and disappeared in front of Hanley. In his alarm, he hastily swept his spiritual sense nearby but to no avail. He felt his blood run cold. Unwilling to give up, his eyes flickered blue and swept his gaze past his surroundings. He eventually found it near the raccoon guiding him as a shadow-like figure. Having finally found the beast, Hanley inwardly sighed with relief. If there was something he truly couldn't detect roaming near him, he would be ill at ease. The two gold-winged raccoons were only somewhat faster than ordinary flight techniques. Hanley was able to easily trail behind them. On the way, he encountered many inner palace cultivators. They were somewhat shocked upon seeing Hanley's unfamiliar expression, but when they saw the gold-winged raccoon flying in front of him, they seemed to realize something and left the matter alone. Of course, they wouldn't dare to block Hanley in the first place given his nascent soul cultivation. Following the beasts, he swerved across several buildings before arriving at a stone gate in front of the mountain. The stone gate was about 20 meters tall and shined with a faint yellow light. Talisman characters shined from its surface as if under the effects of a grand restriction. Hanley came to a stop and looked at it with narrow eyes. The gold-winged raccoons blurred and phased into the stone gate as if they were never there. Hanley was stunned. Before he could react, the stone gate flashed and it opened with a rumble. A sparkling passage appeared before him. The passage was covered in a thick layer of frost as if it were a cave of ice. The gold-winged raccoon stood at the passage entrance and looked at Hanley with bright eyes of intelligence. At that moment, the other raccoon emerged from hiding as well. A chuckle sounded in Hanley's ear. "Fellow Daoist Han, please come in. Please forgive me for not personally welcoming you in." Hanley raised his brow and wordlessly stepped forward. When the gold-winged raccoons saw that Hanley was following them, they turned around and leapt in the passage. Easily keeping close behind them, Hanley took several turns and felt the temperature sharply drop as he headed deeper in. Suddenly, the passage dropped straight down. His heart stirred and he briefly paused before dropping down. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Hanley finally arrived at the end of the passage and saw that the gold-winged raccoons pounced into a large hall filled with mist. The large hall was made from translucent stone with lines of glacial light shining from its surface. They seemed to be made from myriad-year profound ice. When Hanley stepped in the hall, he couldn't help but shiver from the cold, but after purple flames roiled across his body, he appeared entirely unaffected. "So it is true. You nurture a flame of extreme cold." A delighted voice echoed through the hall. In his alarm, Hanley looked up and instantly shouted, "The celestial ice flames!" At the corners of the hall, there were huge crystal pillars, surrounding the 20-meter-large blue cauldron at the center. This cauldron released threads of blue flames, releasing a wondrous cold and spiritual pressure that Hanley was all too familiar with, much to his shock. Fellow Daoist Han recognizes the celestial ice flames. What a surprise! A yelp sound formed behind the cauldron and a figure blurred from behind it to reveal a meter-tall figure. A short old dwarf with deep wrinkles, snow-white hair, and blue robes was looking at Hanley with an odd expression. "You are Master Arctic Dragon." Hanley's expression returned to normal and he saluted the old man. "That's right. I'm Arctic Dragon. However, that name is a title that has been passed down by all Grand Elders of the North Night Palace. Few know of my true name." A glint flashed from the old man's eyes when he spoke to Hanley and he calmly waved his hand, striking one of the pillars in the room with a spell seal. With a flash, white light brightly glowed from several places from the hall's floors, summoning several white meditation mats. With a kindly tone, the old man said, "Because I rarely have guests, I don't have any tables or chairs prepared. I hope you don't take offense. You are already being too polite. Cultivators like us aren't supposed to pay attention to such things in the first place. Hanli smiled and took several steps forward before taking a seat on one of the mats and taking another look at the huge cauldron. At that moment, he realized that cauldron appeared rather similar to the Heaven Void cauldron. The celestial ice flames were completely restricted by the cauldron, preventing any of its power from leaking, else the hall would have long been frozen over. This puzzled Hanli greatly. Master Arctic Dragon sat down on the mat across from Hanli and sincerely said, "Although I have nothing to discuss with you in particular, my senses tell me you're the one I've spent years searching for." Stifling his bewilderment, Hanli slowly said, "I'm a bit at a loss over what you said. Could you tell me what you meant by that?" Arctic Dragon smiled and said, "Brother Han doesn't need to be nervous. I've invited you here because you were able to consume 2 ice spirit fruits without a problem. But now that I see that you cultivate flames of extreme cold, I have no further tests for you. You're the person I've been searching for." Hanli pursed his lips and frowned. "Why would you be looking for me?" Arctic Dragon's face turned stern and he solemnly asked, "Could I ask the name of the purple flame of yours? Although I know of many purple spirit flames, I've never heard of one that was ice attributed. Please enlighten me." Hanli glanced at the purple flames wrapping around his body and calmly said, "The flames were something I produced from wanton cultivation. There is no official name for them. For the sake of convenience, I've named them the Purple Apex Flames. Their power can't be much better than the celestial ice flames, as powerful as they may be." Of course, Hanli wouldn't give the truth until he understood how things stood. When Arctic Dragon heard Hanli, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "Your words are true. Although the purple apex flames were born of a fusion, its cold nature is impure. If it had gone through specialized refinement, its power should be even greater." A trace of amazement was betrayed from his face. "Even greater? I've already refined the flames once before. How can they become purer?" It seems Brother Han doesn't understand much of cold flames. Few ice flames of these kinds exist in the world. However, all of these flames have a particular method to purify them further, with the exception being flames used for refinement. Of course, the final increase in strength would depend on one's personal skill and the strength of the flame itself. That doesn't mean it can become several times greater in strength like the celestial ice flames. The old man twirled his beard and looked at the huge cauldron with a trace of pride. Hanli gasped in shock and he immediately lifted his fingers and produced a thread of purple flame on top of it. Several times its strength. You mean to say that this flame can be purified? That is an ice flame that has been refined once before, but the process is not complete. Did fellow Daoist compress it with magic power to reach that stage? Not only does such a reckless method waste your magic power, but it only results in a sliver of flame being refined. Many thanks for your guidance." Hanli paused for a moment and took another look at the old dwarf. "Could fellow Daoist tell me why you were looking for me?" "Before I answer that, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. The celestial ice flames are known to sparsely few, but you were able to recognize them at a glance. Could it be you've seen them before?" When Hanli heard this, his heart roiled and he calmly replied, "I've seen the flames before in a record, but because it was unique I've kept it in mind. Since North Night Palace had an unclear relation to Heaven Void Hall, he didn't dare to utter the truth." Hanli's blunt answer momentarily stunned Arctic Dragon, but he soon chuckled, "It seems I've been meddlesome. The celestial ice flames is something that can be considered exclusive to our North Night Palace. In that case, I will speak truthfully. As you may have guessed, I need the assistance of Brother Han's ice flames." With that said, the old dwarf's expression turned grave. Hanli remained silent, knowing that Arctic Dragon would be sure to continue and explain himself. But then, Arctic Dragon paused and looked at Hanli with a strange expression, asking, "Brother Han, what do you feel about my cultivation? Are you able to tell any difference between me and other late nascent soul cultivators?" Given what Arctic Dragon said, Hanli used his spiritual sense to examine him without any reserve. He then hesitantly said, "You are undoubtedly a late nascent soul cultivator, but your spiritual sense and cultivation is much stronger than other grand cultivators I've seen before. In this manner, you are a bit different." Arctic Dragon calmly said, "As of current, my cultivation has reached the peak of late nascent soul stage. I am only a half step away from deity transformation stage. To tell the truth, I've been lingering at this stage for 300 years. I've taken several medicine pills and used many secret techniques before finally breaking through halfway to deity transformation cultivation. My current appearance is a result of consuming medicine pills recklessly." A sudden realization shook Hanli, so it was like that. Have you comprehended a few abilities of deity transformation stage? Hee hee. With my current appearance, I've been avoiding seeing other people. I've remained in secluded cultivation, researching methods to break through the last meager barrier to deity transformation stage. As a result of those years of hard work, I eventually found a final solution after looking through several ancient records. The method is said to have a 30% chance of breaking the bottleneck and allowing me to ascend to deity transformation stage. You wish to draw the support of a flame of great cold. In that case, shouldn't many cultivators in your sect cultivate ice attribute techniques? It shouldn't be hard to find an elder who cultivates ice flames. Why me? This method requires 5 different nascent soul cultivators, each wielding a different ice flame. The North Night Palace has 2 cultivators that possess an ice flame, and I also managed to find 2 from outside the sect. I've been searching for the final user for several years, but I've yet to find one until now." With that said, the old dwarf's face was filled with excitement. Hanli breathed and promptly asked, 5 different flames of extreme cold. That is a rather demanding requirement. It is possible only something that your sect can achieve, as no other sects would be able to gather so many cultivators that use glacial flames. Nevertheless, this method should only be effective towards ice-attributed cultivators, is that right? Master Arctic Dragon tensed his brow and replied, "Yes, this method is only usable for cultivators with ice-attributed cultivation techniques. 3 of the other 4 cultivators have ice-attributed cultivation techniques as well. Only you and 1 other have come across a glacial flame unintentionally." A cold light glinted in Hanli's eyes. "In that case, how do you plan on compensating me? Although I don't know how I am involved in this process, I am sure it consumes a great deal of vitality on my part, not to mention any potential risks that are involved." Arctic Dragon appeared delighted by Hanli's words. "I am happy you are such a straightforward person. If you have any conditions, please state them. On my name, sure, I am willing to fulfill what I can so long as you assist us." Hanli smiled at his straightforward words. "Fellow Daoist, sure, I'll be blunt. I'll need a detailed explanation of this method to provoke a breakthrough. If the danger is within acceptable ranges, I am willing to help. But if the danger is too great, I won't accept no matter how great your price. Of course, I'll be taking the secret technique as a reward as well." Arctic Dragon confidently said, "It is no problem. I guarantee that this method poses no danger to you or any of the others that are helping me. Of course, a bit of damage to your vitality is unavoidable. That will be no problem. Furthermore, you should know my reason for coming here. I require a few profound ice flowers to refine medicine. Although I've already asked Fairy Bai for assistance, I would feel more at ease if you also agreed to help." With the same smile on his face, Arctic Dragon answered, "Hee hee, that is only a trivial matter. I will immediately dispatch the full force of the palace. They'll find the flowers as soon as possible." Additionally, I'd like the technique to refine ice flames that you spoke of. I'd like to use it to increase the strength of my purple apex flames. That's fine. As for my last condition, I am interested in looking in your sex record storage. I heard your palace was a sect that has existed since antiquity. That will be fine. Go ahead. After some brief hesitation, Arctic Dragon eventually nodded. With a satisfied smile, Hanli said, "Fellow Daoist sure is quite straightforward. I'll do my best when the time comes." Fellow Daoist Han, please wait here for a moment. I will give you a copy of the ice flame refinement technique. Arctic Dragon slapped his storage pouch to summon a white jade slip and began to record the technique in it. Hanli silently waited with a happy expression. A short moment, the Arctic Dragon was done and he handed over an additional jade slip and pendant towards Hanli. Hanli reached out for them and summoned the 3 items into his hand. Arctic Dragon looked at Hanli and sternly said, "The other jade slip contains the method I researched to break through cultivation realms, but remember that this is only to be used for late nascent soul cultivator. As for the jade pendant, it is used to enter our hidden scripture pavilion, but there is something I must make clear first. Although it holds countless records, many of them have particular restrictions placed on them, preventing them from being duplicated. You will have to commit them to memory. Furthermore, I'm only giving you access for 10 days. I will take back the pendant when the time comes. Do you have any objections?" Hanli paused in surprise and looked at the jade pendant in his hand. A wry smile appeared on his mouth. "I only have a sparse few years of life remaining. Furthermore, fellow Taoists Hanli are rushing over, not to mention fellow Daoist Han who is already here. When the time comes, do you believe they will sit still as demons attack us?" The white-robed woman then broke her silence. "However, our glacial quintessence has already been seized by a traitor. Why can't we make the matter public? Why must we provoke the attack from so many demons?" Arctic Dragon sighed and turned his sights to the huge cauldron nearby that was lit with blue flames. "That's a rather simple way of thinking. If we were to make this matter known, our prestige would plummet and harm our reputation as the greatest sect of the North. And why would the demons believe that we have no glacial quintessence? The announcement would only be in vain. You should understand that when the 10,000-year period is over, the ice jade caves within Void Spirit Hall will open. If we are lucky, we should be able to gather some glacial quintessence. The outside only knows our sect to have a single bottle of it, but who could have known we've been using it to cultivate and maintain our 3 great ice flames throughout generations? It wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Fortunately, we lost the bottle of glacial quintessence just before the ice jade caves open, or else several generations of disciples would be unable to cultivate the 3 flames." When the scholar heard this, he could only wryly smile. Then, Arctic Dragon changed the subject and said, "Your black ice flames and ice phoenix flames have become weaker. When we acquire more glacial quintessence, take a few drops to restore them to strength. They will increase my odds of breaking through." "Many thanks, Senior Marshal Brother." The middle-aged scholar happily shouted. Even a trace of happiness was betrayed by the white-robed woman's icy exterior. Glacial quintessence was something of extreme importance. Junior Marshal Sister Bai, return and ask Yaoi about fellow Daoist Han. This person was involved in the matters of Kunwu Hall 10 years ago. Many great cultivators fell there, but he managed to make it out alive. He should be an individual of exceptional skill. I understand. I will ask my younger sister of this matter. The white-robed woman indifferently replied. Good. You may leave now. Arctic Dragon nodded with satisfaction. The two promptly took their leave and left in streaks of light. Arctic Dragon remained in place and turned around towards the cauldron, muttering to himself. Were there anyone remaining in the hall, they would have clearly heard the words, Heaven Void Cauldron. Hanli now stood in a huge hidden room with endless rows of 3-meter-tall steps carved from fine jade. He appeared baffled. The stairs were at least 300 meters wide, and each of the steps sparkled with various colored barriers, each containing a variety of their own jade slips. At the other end of the room, there was a flight of stairs heading upwards. The floors seemed to be separated by thick, dense stone. Shocked, Hanli took a shallow breath and turned to an old man dressed in the sex attire. "This is the palace's hidden scripture pavilion." "That's right, Senior. There are 7 separate floors of the hidden scripture pavilion. Every floor has different types of records deposited, with rarer records on higher floors. There are separators on each floor, preventing disciples from grabbing the wrong jade slips. When Senior wishes to head down, please give me the order. I will be waiting outside on your command." The old man spoke with a lowered head, but his body displayed the spiritual pressure of a mid-core formation cultivator. Hanli nodded. "I understand. You may head out." "Yes." The old man respectfully withdrew and closed the stone gate behind him. With Hanli alone in the room, he bluntly walked in front of one of the light barriers and waved his hand through it. With a light bang, the light barrier shattered, revealing 3 jade slips underneath. He took them into his hand and immersed his spiritual sense into them. At the same moment Hanli was perusing the records, 2 white-robed women were speaking on the 2nd floor of the Pure Focus Pavilion. One of them was Bai Yaoi and the other was the woman that was earlier speaking with Master Arctic Dragon. The 2 bore a strong resemblance, but one of them had a gentle beauty while the other appeared ice-cold. Bai Yaoi stood next to the window with one hand resting on the windowsill and the other fiddling with her hair. She frowned, appearing somewhat annoyed. "Second sister, I've already told you, I don't know much about this fellow Daoist Han. Although he claims to be an overseas cultivator, the Yin Sifting Sect and the Endless Sky Temple both claimed he was from the Heavenly South. His abilities are on par with a late nascent soul cultivator and managed to even match the silver-winged night fiend in the Yin Yang Cave. I'm also not sure as to how he managed to escape Kunwa Mountain as well. Seventh sister, please don't take offense. It is rather hard to believe how a mid-stage cultivator from an area as remote as the Heavenly South could possess such abilities." The other white-robed woman had a smooth voice, but it was cold and lacking emotion. Bai Yaoi didn't seem to mind the other woman's tone, as she knew it was caused by reaching the height of her cultivation technique. But she was losing her patience with repeated questioning about Hanli. Bai Yaoi took several steps away from the window and said, "I've only known him for a short time, having met him the last time I left the sect. I am unable to offer more details. Everything I've told you is true. What's going on? Why has the Grand Elder suddenly grown so interested in fellow Daoist Han? This is the person Senior Martial Brother Arctic Dragon has been searching for, a person who harbors a flame of extreme cold. Speaking of which, why haven't you mentioned this person to us? The last time I met him was 10 years ago at Kunwa Mountain. I couldn't have known if he would return from the mountain alive. What point would there be in mentioning him? In that case, I won't ask anything else," the white-robed woman bluntly said. "Since fellow Daoist Han possess such vast abilities, it'll be best to rope him in and make certain of the flame's true power." Bai Yaoi frowned and reluctantly said, "I understand. If there is an opportunity, I will look into it." "Very good. Then I will take my leave." With that said, the white-robed woman expressionlessly descended to the first floor. Bai Yaoi didn't reply. She merely looked out the window and watched her senior martial sister fly through the air with an expressionless gaze. Time quickly passed by and Hanli found himself on his 8th day in the Hidden Scripture Pavilion. He had already looked through several interesting records and had received much useful knowledge. However, he only managed to look at the 3rd floor. When Hanli thought of this, he felt that it was a pity. He reckoned he wouldn't have enough time to look at the records on the 4th floor. At that moment, he was looking through a record detailing rare spirit medicines found during ancient times. Suddenly, a fiery streak entered the hole. In his alarm, he reached out to the streak and took it into his hand. It was a burning voice transmission talisman. Once he read it with his spiritual sense, a trace of happiness appeared on his face. He put away the jade slip in his hand on one of the tables and immediately flew out. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, an azure streak arrived in front of the Pure Focus Pavilion. A graceful woman in white robes was waiting there for him. When the light faded, Hanli faced Bai Yaoi and quickly asked, "Fellow Taoist Bai, is it true you found the profound ice flower?" Bai Yaoi looked at Hanli and sweetly smiled, "Of course. Originally, I believed it would take a month to find one, but I didn't expect that you would stir up the Grand Elder to take action. With so many people looking for the profound ice flower, it is only natural that it was found quickly." Restraining the joy in his heart, Hanli said, "That's great. Let's go find it." Bai Yaoi pursed her lips and smiled, "Of course. I've been waiting here to guide you. However, the discovered location of the flower is rather far away. It is already outside the range of North Night Island. The trip will take several days." Hanli bellowed with laughter and forthrightly said, "That's nothing. So long as I can pluck the profound ice flower, I wouldn't make journeying for even a year. Let's go." When Bai Yaoi heard Hanli, she beamed a smile at him and remained silent. The two didn't delay in the slightest and soon left the hidden Arctic dragon border and left the city to head north. On the way, Bai Yaoi explained the precise location of the profound ice flower. The den of a group of snow rage beasts. Bai Yaoi nodded and said, "That's right. When the disciple that discovered the myriad-year profound ice, he was inattentive and was discovered by the snow rage beasts. He was pursued over 50 kilometers and was heavily injured. He nearly died." "Oh. Then what grade are these snow rage beasts?" Hanli asked with interest. Bai Yaoi smiled, "I fear that I must disappoint you. They are only grade 6 beasts. I fear they aren't enough to warrant your attention. Then there really is no point in capturing them alive." Hanli chuckled. "However, once we leave North Night Island, we will be entering the Ice Sea, the domain of demon beasts. There are countless demon beasts here, and the farther we go from the island, the higher the grade of demon beasts we will encounter. Of course, several days of travel is nowhere near enough to encounter a grade 8 demon beast. However, many fearsome demons lingered in the depths of the Ice Sea, including grade 10 demons. Even the Grand Elder of the previous generation once spotted a grade 10 ice phoenix possessing true ancient blood. This single beast possessed enough power to overtake most of the palace." Bai Yaoi said with a grave tone. "A grade 10 ice phoenix." Hanli felt his heart jump. There is no need to worry. The establishing ancestor of the palace had an agreement with the most powerful demon beasts of the Ice Sea after fiercely battling with them. So long as we don't wantonly attack the high-grade demon beasts of the Ice Sea, the high-grade demon beasts will not appear within 500,000 kilometers of North Night Island. Low-grade demon beasts aren't subjected to these restrictions. As for the demons that have attacked our palace in the past, they all gathered from other regions of the Great Gene. If the Ice Sea demons were to involve themselves, our palace would have been destroyed several times over. Our North Night Palace was able to flourish until now because of this." Following a moment of alarm, a smile appeared on Hanli's face. "So it was like that. Does that mean there shouldn't be any danger on our trip?" Bai Yaoi shook her head, "Not necessarily. An agreement is only an agreement. Occasionally, there will be high-grade demon beasts that are thrown into a range and will come charging towards the sect. As a result, there will be palace disciples that fall to demon beasts every year. It'll be best to be careful. Hanli looked at the pure glaciers below him and indifferently said, but this journey will only last several days. How could our luck fail us in such a short time? Soon after, his body flared with azure light and his speed increased. In truth, Bai Yaoi was only making conversation. But when she saw him, her eyes began to wander and her body flared with light as well, following Hanli closely. On the way, they hadn't discovered any trace of high-grade demon beasts. Additionally, they hadn't spotted many low-grade demon beasts either. After 3 entire days of continuous flight, they arrived at a huge glacial ravine. This is the lair of the ice rage beasts. Hanli glanced down at an unfathomably deep ravine in the ice and frowned. Biting glacial winds blew out from it without end. Bai Yaoi floated at Hanli's side and looked around them. Then she confidently said, "That's right, this is the place. In that case, let's have them come out." Hanli nodded and formed a spell seal. His entire body flickered with light and specks of starlight emerged in front of him. Then with a crackle, they burst into scarlet fist-sized fireballs. Go! With a sweep of his sleeve, a wall of flame enveloped the fireballs and launched them into the ravine, soon disappearing from sight. Hanli and Bai Yaoi proceeded to stare down with complete focus. A long while later, silence still filled the ravine. The sounds resulting from the fireball's eruption never occurred. Hanli and Bai Yaoi looked at each other with an awed expression. Hanli stroked his chin and said, "They are only grade 6 demon beasts. They shouldn't be able to silently destroy the fireballs. It seems there is a more formidable beast down there." Bai Yaoi wore a solemn expression. "It is possible." The disciple hadn't tread deep into the ravine. They only saw the profound ice flower from a distance before being discovered by the ice rage beasts. "Hee, that's fine. I'll just use my spirit beasts to draw them out," Hanli said with an indifferent tone. He slapped his storage pouch and summoned a dozen white streaks that circled once around him. They were foot-long 6-winged frost centipedes, each possessing translucent wings and a fiendish appearance. Hanli let out a low cry and pointed at the 6-winged frost centipedes in the air. The centipedes buzzed with joy and wrapped themselves in glacial light as they dived down. Bai Yaoi betrayed surprise, but she said nothing. Hanli had no concern for the 6-winged frost centipedes. Even a grade A demon beast wouldn't be able to escape them if they launched a joint attack. And not long after, the sounds of battle echoed from the ravine, drawing closer, turning louder before the battle was dragged outside. Hanli pursed his lips and silently waved his sleeve, releasing a dozen golden streaks from his sleeve. They turned into a dozen foot-long golden swords, floating still above the ice reveal as they sparkled with light. Bai Yaoi smiled, believing Hanli would be able to deal with the demon beasts with ease. A short moment later, a series of monstrous roars sounded from below. Afterwards, a series of white mist blew out from them, containing 8 snow-white lion-like beasts. They appeared extremely frightened as if they were fleeing for their lives. They were the so-called snow rage beasts. He launched a sword seal without any hesitation, causing several of his swords to tremble and launch themselves forward, turning into dazzling 3-meter-long streaks. Like a flash of lightning, they slashed across the white mist and arrived before the beasts. Before they could even respond, the sword streaks coiled around them. With several miserable screams, the beasts were cleaved into 2 and their corpses sank back into the pit. Soon after, a world-shaking roar rumbled from the ground, followed by a huge explosion. A dense wind shot out from the ravine's depths. Hanli narrowed his eyes and saw an enraged 10-meter-tall demon beast. It appeared mostly the same as the ice rage beasts, but its fur glistened with silver light and its body was an entire size larger. That isn't a snow rage beast. That's an ice fiend. Bai Yaoi yelped in shock. What is such a high-grade demon beast doing here? Hanli blinked and took no further action. A dozen white streaks then flew out from the ravine and spat icy chi at the silver-furred beast. Although the demon beast was only a grade 7 demon beast, it had no fear of the six-winged frost centipedes' attack. Rather, the attack only served to incite it further. Hanli raised his brow and coldly snorted. He extended his finger and azure light flickered from its tip, commanding the flying swords above him to strike at the beast. At the side, Bai Yaoi suddenly said, "Please wait a moment. The ice fiend is a rare ice and wind-attributed demon beast. It will be useful if I can capture it." Hanli gave her an easy smile. "In that case, I'll handle it and save you the trouble." With that said, he spat out a ball of purple flames. Then, the flames let out a chirp, shaped into a lifelike foot-wide bird before fluttering towards the ice fiend. When the dozen six-winged frost centipedes saw the bird approach, they immediately scattered in fear, leaving the ice fiend alone in the vicinity. Although the ice fiend still hadn't gained higher awareness, it still possessed a trace of intelligence. Under these circumstances, it could tell the purple flame bird was fearsome and immediately swept upwind, intending to escape. Hanli let out a cold snort and a light glinted from his eye. The beast immediately needles assailing its mind and it let out a howl as it fell from the air. Hanli launched an attack with his spiritual sense, using the Soulfright Thorn. Although Hanli hadn't used the full strength of this attack, his spiritual sense was still equivalent in strength to a late-nascent soul cultivator. It wasn't an attack that it could withstand. With the opportunity given, the purple flame bird arrived in front of the beast and circled it. As a large crackle sounded, a large ball of purple mist surrounded the ice fiend and enveloped the purple flame bird immediately unfolded its wings and disappeared into Hanli's body. After the purple mist of light disappeared, a 30-meter-tall block of purple ice was revealed, sealing the ice fiend within it. The storm surrounding the beast had slowly disappeared as well and the block of ice shortly crashed to the ground. To the side, Bai Yaoi came to her senses after being stunned by the entire affair. She summoned a large hand of white chi to lift the ice to her. "Many thanks, Brother Han. I'll take you up on your offer." Bai Yaoi sweetly smiled at Hanli and she flicked her ringer, producing a sparkling black spirit beast pouch. She tossed the bag into the air and a mist flew out from it, wrapping around the huge block of ice and drawing into the pouch. Seeing Bai Yaoi's satisfied expression, Hanli smiled and pointed to the six-winged frost centipedes circling in the air. With a series of hisses, the centipedes let out balls of icy mist and instantly disappeared. Bai Yaoi was startled by the sight of this, but Hanli soon explained, "While I use the profound ice flower to refine medicine, I don't want any low-grade demon beasts to disturb us. The centipedes will be protecting us nearby." Bai Yaoi sweetly smiled and nodded. The two soon flew down the huge ravine in streaks of light. The ravine was pitch black. Apart from icy winds continuously circling the two, it was reminiscent of the two entering the yin-yang cave over 10 years ago. But when they quickly arrived at the bottom, the crystalline walls of the ravine could be seen. They were formed from profound ice, suitable materials for ice-attributed magic tools. However, only myriad-year profound ice could be considered a rare, top-grade tool refinement material. Ordinary profound ice was beneath the notice of the two nascent soul cultivators. But when the two arrived at the very end of the ravine, they spotted a crystal vein that emitted a white light. Although it was jagged, there was a point on it that was clearly myriad-year profound ice. Hanli's eyes then focused on the three white flowers on the wall. These small flowers were only the size of a fist and appeared to be common wildflowers. But their roots were dug into the myriad-year profound ice, and faint icy chi continuously roamed around it. 3 profound ice flowers. This should be enough, Hanli muttered. There is quite a bit of myriad-year profound ice here. It appears that disciple made quite an accomplishment. I'll have to make sure he is rewarded. Bai Yaoi examined the profound ice and wore a smile. Hanli then turned to Bai Yaoi and said, I will be plucking the flowers immediately for pill concoction. I've already prepared the other materials. Will Fairy Bai be returning first? With some thought, she said with a warm tone, how long will Brother Han need to refine the pills? Would it be better for me to take a look at our surroundings? We aren't far from North Night Valley. With the appearance of the Great Seven Ice Fiend, I feel somewhat ill at ease. I'll be taking this opportunity to look around. After a short pause, Hanli gave a word of warning, that would be good. Be careful. Don't worry, I'm only doing this in case of contingencies. The Great Seven Ice Fiend most likely came into the ravine unintentionally. This hadn't happened before. I'll be taking off. Bai Yaoi pursed her lips into a bewitching smile and streaked into the air. When Bai Yaoi left his sight, Hanli looked back down and observed the 3 profound ice flowers. After some contemplation, he slapped his storage pouch and summoned a dozen various colored streaks, attaching themselves into the surrounding crystal walls. A blue mist then completely enveloped the vicinity. With that done, buzzing shook the air as a swarm of golden beetles flew out from Hanli's body, disappearing into the mist as specks of light. So long as nothing particularly powerful approached, the mist should be able to protect him as he refined the profound ice pill. Feeling at ease, Hanli raised his hand and summoned a fist-sized cauldron that sparkled with silver light. As it floated in front of him, he summoned a variety of wooden boxes and small bottles from his storage pouch onto the ground. He then changed his focus to the 3 flowers. He waved his sleeve, producing 3 golden streaks that wound around the flowers, carving out the myriad-year profound ice they were attached to. He then pointed to the ground and 3-foot-long jade boxes warped out from sight and oddly reappeared below the 3 flowers. Seeing that the flowers were gathered without a problem, he formed a hand gesture with a satisfied expression on his face. He then launched a series of spell seals into the blue mist surrounding him. The mist roiled around him and massively expanded, soon submerging the entire ravine from sight. Apart from the icy winds whistling in the ravine, there was only silence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The blue mist was exceptionally dense at the bottom of the ravine and showed no signs of dissolving. Then, light flashed from the distant sky and 3 streaks arrived at great speed, appearing before the ravine in only a moment. The streak of silver light at the front of the 3 appeared dim as if its owner had been injured. The red and green lights following it appeared dazzling and overbearing. It was clear the silver light was being pursued. The silver light faded to reveal a gorgeous white-robed woman. Her complexion was pale and a layer of faint green chi covered her. She was Bai Yaoi, who had last been seen 3 days ago. She had somehow encountered mishaps and had been pursued until now. Her bodies were also under the effects of a vicious poison that even a mid-nascent soul cultivator couldn't resist. When she arrived above the ravine, she quickly looked down and saw a roiling blue mist. She let out a sigh, relieved by the sight. At that moment, the red and green lights pursuing her were only a few hundred meters away. A man's voice spoke from the green light, "What? You've decided to stop running, knowing how badly you're poisoned. If you've decided to forfeit your life, then this lord won't hesitate to take it." The tone of the voice was sinister and harsh. Bai Yaoi coldly snorted and dived into the ravine, paying no attention to them. With several silver flashes, she vanished. The 2 streaks of light rushed to the opening of the ravine, and the figure of a man and a woman can be glimpsed from within them. The two looked down at the blue mist with some hesitation. The two were metamorphosed demon beasts with fully awakened intelligence no lesser than that of a human. They were bewildered as to why Bai Yaoi stopped running and decided to hide in the restrictions below. Just as the two threw to use their spiritual sense to explore below them, white mist rolled around them, following the appearance of a dozen snow-white winged insects, all possessing a sinister appearance. 6 winged frost centipedes. The woman within the red light trembled as she shouted with joy. Those are 6 winged frost centipedes. The man in the green light shouted. That's great. So long as we can devour these insects, we'll be able to massively boost our cultivation through yin-yang convergence. The woman bellowed with hoarse laughter and her body burst in flames, releasing a dozen fire serpents. They were each a foot long and each of them had wings on their backs. With flames trailing from their mouths, they aggressively pounced towards the centipedes. For a time, flames and icy chi clashed, producing deafening explosions. At that moment, the red light disappeared to reveal the woman's full appearance. She had a slender figure wearing crimson clothes, a pair of green eyes, and scarlet scales that freckled her pretty face. A snake's tongue would also occasionally flick out from her mouth. She was a grade 8 demon serpent. With blatant greed on her face, red light flared from the demon as she personally set herself on capturing each of the centipedes. Then, a series of drones suddenly sounded from underneath her. Specks of golden light suddenly shot out from the blue mist in the ravine, condensing into a 10-meter-wide golden cloud that charged at the two demons. When the man saw the golden cloud, he swept his sleeve without another thought and released a flood dragon of green chi to meet the attack. The man coldly smiled upon seeing the dragon swallow the golden cloud. Surely whatever was inside the golden cloud would be thoroughly decayed by the venom. But while the thought flickered in his mind, the golden cloud released a drone as it flew out from the green chi. The man was greatly alarmed. He quickly began to spin and had green light envelop his body, transforming himself into a 10-meter-tall wall of flame that rushed to sweep the golden cloud. Suddenly, a dense emerald flame passed the cloud and silenced their buzzing. Soon after, crackles popped and countless golden specks began to fall from the flames. The remnants of the golden cloud instantly scattered, revealing individual golden beetles. They violently swayed within the green flames and were barely able to struggle. When the man saw this, he felt relieved, but something soon came to mind as he looked at the remaining beetles. He suddenly cried out in terror, "Those are gold-devouring beetles. How can there be so many?" In his shock, the green light covering him faded to reveal his odd appearance. He had 2 beady yellow eyes and a head full of disheveled green hair. His mouth stretched to the edges of both cheeks. He shouted in surprise as the falling gold-devouring beetles seemed to regain life. They flew back up, buzzing, and the green flame dragon wrapping around the other beetles was rapidly shrinking. The man's complexion became increasingly unsightly. But at that moment, red light flashed from above the gold-devouring beetles. The serpent woman suddenly appeared with an open mouth, spitting an azure mist down below, soon taking the form of an azure alms bowl. The bowl surged several times in size and released many azure threads, turning into a huge light barrier that wrapped around the many gold-devouring beetles down below. The gold-devouring beetles attempted to attack the light barrier with all their might, but it had no effect. They were completely trapped. At this moment, the serpent woman turned to the man and coldly said, "What are you scared of? Do you believe those beetles to be fully mature? So long as they aren't complete, they are capable of being killed." As if to verify her words, the woman flicked her finger down, producing a frigid, tearing noise. A fingernail-sized streak flickered down towards the azure light barrier and swept past one of the beetles. As a result, the gold-devouring beetle was silently cleaved into 2. The red streak then halted to reveal itself to be an inch-long red serpent scale with incredibly sharp edges. After this, relief was visible on his face and the woman wore a sinister smile. She then grasped her hand in an incantation gesture and successive cracks sounded out as over 100 identical serpent scales show out from her body. The serpent woman decided to leave the 6-winged frost centipedes to her fire serpents for the time being and decided to exterminate the captured gold-devouring beetles. But at that moment, an icy snort sounded out from the blue mist below, followed by booming thunder. Then, silver light flashed 60 meters away from the serpent woman. Vigilant, the serpent woman formed an incantation gesture and immediately made use of a demon art, commanding her flame serpents to charge direction and tear towards the silhouette that appeared before her. The silhouette chuckled and flipped his hand, producing a small sparkling silver shield in front of him. Then, a mirror-like wall suddenly came into existence. The dense barrage of red streaks struck the silver wall and erupted in blinding silver light. The red streaks were repelled in different directions, none of them leaving any mark behind in the wall. When the serpent woman saw this, her heart jumped. A fierce expression appeared on the face of the man next to her. He swept his sleeve, releasing a stream of roiling toxic mist. If one were observing the mist carefully, they would discover unremarkable green threads flickering within them. These were poisonous needles that he bitterly cultivated over several thousand years from condensing his most lethal venom. Even late nascent soul cultivators would quickly dissolve to poisonous refuse if they didn't dissolve the venom in time. Hanli simply waved his sleeve to face the attack and released a small red cauldron. In a flash, it disappeared outside the silver wall and let out a clear ring. As it surged in size, the lid of the cauldron opened of its own accord and released countless crimson fireballs. Each of the fireballs were only fist-sized, but they soon joined together to form hundreds of crimson crows. With shrill cries, they charged to meet the oncoming poison mist. Upon contact with the birds, the mist along with its poison needles were extinguished, wiped away into gray smoke. The mist stood no match. The Scarlet Cauldron was the sentient cauldron Hanli acquired from Kunwa Mountain. It controlled over 1,000 great young birds, an ideal weapon against wicked and evil arts. Its might was made obvious as soon as it appeared. A glint flashed from Hanli's eyes and he felt satisfied by what he saw. He shook his sleeve and a tricolored fan slipped into his grasp. Chapter 1089, Icy Demons. While the murder of flame crows merged into a flame sea, the thunderstorm wings on Hanli's back flickered, followed by his disappearance in a silver flash. When the metamorphosed demon saw his toxic mist broken, he was furious, but alarm froze his heart upon seeing Hanli vanish from sight. He hastily released his spiritual sense and grasped his hands in a spell seal, then releasing a green net from his body, weaving a spider web that surrounded him 40 meters around him. Lightning clapped and Hanli appeared 10 meters behind the man. The green net shook and collapsed upon Hanli instantly. Hanli was prepared. A net of golden lightning emerged from his body to counter the attack. Upon contact, the green net evaporated, much to the demon's horror. Light instantly flickered from his body as he made his escape. At that same moment, a tricolored flame was released. The demon covered his body in radiant light, intending on stalling the flame temporarily as he made his escape. But against his expectations, a muffled bang sounded and tricolored light erupted. A blinding halo of light swelled and withdrew, enveloping the demon inside of him. Horrid screams followed, only for the demon to burn to ash. The Triflame fan was something even the silver-winged night fiend didn't dare to combat. How could a trifling grade 8 demon beast hope to block it? This scene left a chill down the serpent woman's spine. Although her abilities were somewhat stronger than the man, since Hanli was able to exterminate her companion with quick ease, she knew it wouldn't take him much effort to deal with her either. Without another thought, red light brightly shined from her body and she burst into countless scarlet serpents, each scattering in different directions. Momentarily surprised, a cold smile soon raised from Han Li's lips and spiritual power rushed from his eyes. The depths of his eyes shined with a blinding blue light and his eyes focused on one flame serpent in particular. With a flap of his wings, he vanished, leaving only thunder in his wake. A chain of silver flashes and thunder sounded as Han Li teleported several times more, arriving above one of the flame serpents, and he looked down at it with an icy gaze. When the scarlet flame serpent noticed that Han Li was above it, it blinked in fright and opened its mouth without another thought. It spat out a thumb-sized ball from its mouth directly at Han Li. It was its fire attribute demon core that it cultivated for countless years. Han Li pursed his lips in a smile and reached for the pearl with a single hand. A crackle sounded and a purple flame shot out from his hand, creating a giant hand that grabbed the pearl. Successive explosions as red light and purple flames erupted as the hand seized it, but silence soon followed. The fire serpent beneath trembled and the raging flames on its body dimmed. Terrified, the serpent attempted to flee with all its might, but killing intent glinted from Han Li's eyes. He held his hands in an incantation gesture and the large hand of flame surged several times in size before reaching out to capture the snake. Before the serpent could launch itself, it felt a chill envelop its entire body. Then, its body was completely restrained. Its heart sank and it discovered that threads of icy purple chi had restrained its body before the hand even touched it. Of course, the icy chi didn't restrain it completely as it was demon beast at the peak of grade 8 stage, but it managed to delay it long enough for the purple hand to capture it. Helpless, the demon used the last of its strength to spit out a fireball created from impure blood essence, slowing down the purple hand for only a moment before it was captured. A layer of purple ice slowly spread across it, extinguishing the last of the scarlet flames burning on the serpent's body and sealing the serpent in ice. Underneath the sunlight, it twinkled a beautiful purple. The large purple hand then disappeared in a moment. Han Li shook his sleeve and a dozen golden streaks released from his sleeve, coiling around the serpent several times. As golden light twinkled, the ice along with the serpent was divided into tens of pieces, followed by a streak of golden light escaping. Han Li was already prepared for this. With the casting of a sword art, the dozen flying swords circling in the air released several arcs of golden lightning, trapping the green light in a net. The net contracted and firmly imprisoned it in a golden sphere. He raised his hand to produce a black jade bottle and had it absorb the golden sphere before finally putting it away. In the blue mist in the ice crevice, silver light flickered as Bai Yaoi flew out and witnessed what had happened with a trace of alarm. She had only hidden in the mist for a short time, but when she emerged, Han Li already easily slain the two higher form demon beasts. The two demon beasts were incredibly powerful. Although they were only grade 8, each of them was no less powerful than a mid-nascent soul cultivator, forcing her to flee as they pursued her like prey. Despite already knowing Han Li was a vastly powerful cultivator, she was deeply shaken at how easily Han Li had killed the two demons. As Bai Yaoi stared in shock, Han Li commanded the six-winged frost centipedes and the gold-devouring beetles to return to their storage pouches and they obediently floated back to him. Fellow Daoist Bai, you seem to be heavily poisoned. Han Li glanced at her and frowned. Having regained her bearings, she sweetly said, I didn't expect the demon's venom mist to be potent enough to erode my barriers. Fortunately, I had taken the 100-grass pill. With a half-day of meditation, I should be able to expel the poison. Han Li smiled and said, I had only recently finished concocting my pill. Had fellow Daoist came a moment earlier, it would be hard to say if I would emerge to attack them. In that case, I've been quite lucky. Bai Yaoi smiled. Han Li looked around and curiously asked, Fairy Bai, how did you encounter those two metamorphosized demon beasts? Didn't you say that high-grade demons wouldn't appear near North Night Island? Bai Yaoi suddenly recalled something and her expression changed. It's a long story. This isn't a good place to stay. I'll tell you about it on our way back. What? Are there other demons? How many? Han Li narrowed his eyes and a glint flickered from them. Bai Yaoi wryly smiled, if only it was a matter of numbers. I fear that our North Night Palace has encountered a great problem. When Han Li heard this, his heart trembled. He maintained a calm exterior and nodded. In that case, we'll head back and make the report. Nevertheless, you are severely poisoned. Are you still able to move? How about I lend you a hand? That would be appreciated. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Han. Bai Yaoi said with a smile. Soon after, the two flew in the blue mist, followed by silence. 4 hours later, an azure and silver streak flew out from the ice ravine and disappeared past the horizon in the blink of an eye. Half a day later, a pitch-black cloud rolled across the sky and completely enveloped the ice ravine. A furious hiss sounded from the cloud and it roiled with lightning jumping within it. Gray winds then swept past the cloud before it vanished. Several days later, Han Li and Bai Yaoi returned to North Night Palace and arrived before Master Arctic Dragon to give their report. They were in the same hall where Han Li last met Arctic Dragon. Arctic Dragon's face turned sullen and he tightly frowned. Junior Marshal Sister Bai, are you sure this is true? Bai Yaoi's face tensed and she said, there was no mistake. I saw one of the myriad Demon Valley's deputy lords, the Azure-back wolf. There were also 2 grade 8 demon beasts that pursued me, neither of them having originated from the ice sea. Arctic Dragon gave Han Li a warm face and said, then that means they have joined hands. They will soon take action. Brother Han, many thanks for assisting Junior Marshal Sister Bai. You must be tired. How about taking a rest at our most distinguished guest residences? Han Li indifferently stood up and turned around, displaying no intention of staying behind. 2 days ago, the 2 vagrant cultivators I introduced to you had arrived. I'm sure you'll be close friends with them, Arctic Dragon added. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist. Han Li calmly nodded and disappeared in a streak of light. When all trace of Han Li left the hall, Arctic Dragon turned to Bai Yaoi and seriously said, Junior Marshal Sister, send message to all of the elders remaining in the palace to come here. We will need to have a meeting in detail. Send word to double the guards as well. Yes, Grand Elder. Bai Yaoi nodded and she flipped her hand, producing a sound transmission talisman. Sitting back on the 2nd floor of his temporary residence, Han Li recalled what Bai Yaoi told him. While Han Li was refining his medicine pills, Bai Yaoi was patrolling an area and discovered a meeting of high-grade metamorphosed demons. There were demon beasts both from the mainland and from the ice sea, headed by the Azure-back wolf and the 2-headed dark flood dragon. She hadn't heard any concrete details before they discovered her and was forced to flee. Perhaps feeling that the 2 demons would be enough, the other demons hadn't pursued her. Then for a time, a battle erupted between her and the 2 demon beasts. However, she was poisoned during a moment of carelessness and was forced to flee towards Han Li. In the end, Han Li dispatched the 2 demons with ease. His expression was calm as he mulled over the matter, but his thoughts were tumultuous. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, there were hardly any changes in North Night Palace apart from a few extra guards. In addition, he spotted no trace of Bai Yaoi. It seemed she was occupied, but it wasn't any concern for Han Li. In his current state, there was hardly anything that could pose a danger to his life apart from a few extremely dangerous areas or the full-powered pursuit of a deity transformation stage cultivator. As a result, he decided to stay in the sect for the time being, despite having a policy of avoiding trouble where he could. Of course, he had also agreed to assist Master Arctic Dragon in breaking his bottleneck to deity transformation stage, and most importantly was the secret technique to break through bottlenecks that Arctic Dragon gave him. He only had his portion of the technique. If he wanted a complete understanding of the technique, he would have to personally involve himself in the process. When Hanli discovered this, he felt a bit gloomy. Additionally, he wasn't willing to leave until he acquired information on the pure sun flame essence. 1. Mentioned in chapter 948, an ingredient in creating a legendary medicine by the name of the returning sun water. As such, he made another trip to the Hidden Scriptures Hall and used up his 2 remaining days to find any information on the pure sun flame essence, but he ended up without any results. Hanli wasn't surprised by this. Rather, it would have been surprising if he found it easily. Following that, Hanli spent his time in his temporary residence meditating, taking not a step outside as if the building were his own cave residence. A month passed in the blink of an eye in complete peace, but it was clear to see that this was the calm before the oncoming storm. One day, Hanli found his cultivation interrupted by a visitor, a woman who had a similar appearance to Bai Yaoi. She was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, a step higher than Bai Yaoi. Are you Fairy Bai's elder cousin? With hands held behind his back, he examined the woman with a trace of surprise. That's right, I am Bai Mingxin, one of the inner palace elder, and one of the sect cultivators who nurtures a flame of extreme cold. I've heard from fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon that there were 2 others who cultivate ice flames in the sect. So you were one of them. May I ask why you've informed me of this? As Hanli spoke, a twinkle lit from his eyes. Although the woman appeared beautiful, her flawless face appeared frigid. It seemed to have something to do with her cultivation art. Nothing much. I've only heard that Brother Han's abilities are quite amazing, rivaling even late-stage grand cultivators. Furthermore, your purple apex flames are exceedingly profound. I wish to compare them with my own ice phoenix flames. How about it? The woman then extended her finger and lit up a white flame from it. The flame was like a wisp of smoke. It spiraled in the air and didn't appear to contain much strength. But as one who cultivated an icy flame himself, Hanli had a deep sense of foreboding towards the white flame and his face grew heavy. Hanli glanced at his surroundings and smiled. Very well. I've long heard of your palace's 3 great ice flames. Let's test it, but how do you intend on comparing them? I only intend on comparing the power of the flames. I don't wish to truly fight you. Bai Mingxin wryly smiled and exhaled a breath of icy qi towards her fingertip. The white flames increased several times in size upon contact and coiled in the air, turning into a small white flood dragon before charging towards Hanli. Hanli frowned and swept his sleeves around him, producing several differing spell formations that disappeared into his surroundings. He then opened his mouth and spat out a small ball of purple flames, turning into a small purple bird and met the incoming flame dragon. Hanli and Bai Mingxin attentively watched as white and purple flames collided. Deep thunder rang as the flames weaved together. In the blink of an eye, the purple flames engulfed the white flames and soon extinguished it entirely. The remaining light belonged to the purple firebird that circled in the air. Bai Mingxin's expression stirred upon seeing this. Hanli calmly waved his hand, having the purple bird return to him in the form of a fireball, then disappearing into his sleeve. Without further hesitation, Bai Mingxin said, "Your purple apex flames are quite extraordinary. I am relieved. Please follow me. The 2 external holders of the icy flames have arrived at our palace. I'll lead you to the Grand Elder's residence where they are both waiting." So it was like that. It seems Fairy Bai wasn't too sure of me and had me take her test. Hanli gave her a doubtful smile. Bai Mingxin silently nodded and soon held her hands in an incantation gesture before flying out of the building window in a white streak. When Hanli saw this, he stroked his nose with a helpless appearance. His heart had jumped when the woman entered through the window as well. But since she already left, Hanli could only follow after her and flew out from the building window. After the time it took to finish a meal, the two arrived in Master Arctic Dragon's main hall. In addition to the huge cauldron burning with celestial ice flames at the center of the hall, 4 cultivators were sitting on woven mats nearby. Arctic Dragon was sitting next to an azure-robed middle-aged man. An old white-haired woman and a gray-robed monk were sitting farther away from them. When Hanli and Bai Mingxin entered the hall, the 4 immediately turned their gaze towards them. Hanli sensed the old lady and monk swept their gaze past Bai Mingxin and focus on him. In that case, Hanli didn't hold back and used his spiritual sense to observe the other 2 as well. The old woman possessed about the same level of cultivation as Hanli, but the monk was higher at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. Hanli slowly took a few steps forward and saluted the 4, quietly taking a seat at an empty mat that was a close distance away from the 4. Bai Mingxin took a seat at the side of Arctic Dragon. Madam Long, Master Mojo, this is fellow Daoist Han, Arctic Dragon said with a friendly face. He is the 5th cultivator who cultivates a flame of extreme cold. With your assistance, I can put my 100 years of research into practice and attempt to break through the bottleneck to deity transformation stage. The excitement in his eyes was clear to see. The old woman expressionlessly glanced at Hanli and remained silent, perhaps a result of her strange temperament. The monk on the other hand looked at Hanli with a kind gaze and gave him a warm smile. The monk calmly asked, I heard fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon mention that Brother Han didn't cultivate an ice-attributed cultivation technique, but you are still able to use flames of extreme cold. Is that true? It is something that I managed to accomplish through luck, Hanli replied. I also heard that the flames are your original creation. It has been tens of thousands of years since the appearance of a new ice flame. Do you think you could let me see it? The old woman aloofly asked. Hanli couldn't help but be startled by her young voice. Arctic Dragon then added, Don't be alarmed, Madam Long is the Grand Elder of the Green Willow sect. Her cultivation art is rather peculiar, causing her voice to be youthful. A peculiar feeling lingered in Hanli's mind upon hearing his explanation. He had seen many instances where women use techniques to preserve their appearance, but this was the first time he had heard of a technique to preserve the youth of one's voice. When she saw Hanli looked at her with an odd gaze, the old woman snorted, What? Do you have any comments towards the techniques of my sect? At Hanli's current cultivation, he didn't have anything to fear from a mid-nascent soul cultivator, but he also didn't wish to make any unnecessary enemies. As such, he chuckled and tactfully replied, Not at all. I was only curious for a time. My flames had yet to be refined. How could I dare to compare them to yours? The old woman didn't pursue the matter and her eyes silently wandered. Then, Bai Mingxin sent a voice transmission to Arctic Dragon. Arctic Dragon broke into a smile upon hearing her and took a deep glance at Hanli. Then, he lightly coughed and said, Madam Long and Master Mojo have been good friends of mine for many years. Fellow Daoist Han also has a deep relationship with one of the elders of my sect. As such, I've brought the 3 of you here to assist me. Although I reckon that this will only have a 30% chance of success, I have no choice but to take the risk. The monk said with a concerned tone, Fellow Daoist, sure, you may be reaching the end of your lifespan, but we've discovered many high-grade demon beasts on our way here and they've started to gather near North Night Island. Isn't it too dangerous to test your technique now? Arctic Dragon confidently said, Fellow Daoist Mojo, don't worry. It would be best for me to successfully break through my bottleneck. Then I would have no fear of those demons. If that fails, the palace already arranged countermeasures. If I die, my sect will not follow me. In that case, I am relieved, the gray-robed monk smiled. The old woman nodded. I have no objections. I've been wanting to see the true mystery behind this technique. Master Arctic Dragon appeared satisfied by their replies. Then when his gaze turned to Hanli, Hanli calmly asked, when will we start? I also have no objections. The sooner we start, the better. Good, good. Since the three of you have no objections, please follow me. I've already made preparations. Arctic Dragon clapped his hands together and happily stood up. As if having already expected this, Arctic Dragon slowly said, Elder Yi, think it over. Although Spirit Void Hall is something to only be opened during a crisis, past generations never mentioned that it couldn't be opened during a time of peace. Not to mention that many disciples have already reported information that groups of demons are gathering near the island. It is a suitable occasion to open the hall. Moreover, the 3 halls aren't being opened all at once. Are you telling me that my position as the Grand Elder isn't enough? The gray-haired old man swept his gaze past Hanli and company and unyieldingly said, even so, Spirit Void Hall is a restricted area of our sect. I feel ill at ease with 3 outsiders entering it. As the palace's overseer elder, I disagree with this matter. When the 3 heard this, they couldn't help but inwardly frown. The old woman even snorted and wore a displeased expression. Arctic Dragon calmly replied, with Junior Marshal Brother Ye's overseer treasure, you do have the ability to deny my decision. But if I can win over 2/3 of the sect elders, your objection will be overruled. Hanli raised his brow at the mention of the overseer treasure. Even Arctic Dragon seemed to hold it in some fear, much to Hanli's surprise. Could it be the overseer treasure was a divine spirit treasure or a replica? In that case, even a mid-nascent soul cultivator could fight against a late-nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, the old man had ties to another faction of the palace that allowed him to contend against Arctic Dragon. The gray-haired old man's heart sank. He grimaced, but he still maintained his calm. I was wondering why Junior Marshal Brother Jean and the others had been deployed to the outside. You've been planning this from the beginning. In that case, I won't be a bother. I hope you will truly be able to break through your bottleneck. I will go patrol up above and make sure no demons catch us unaware. The old man then took large strides to the passage above. Arctic Dragon didn't block him and simply glanced at him as he disappeared alone. Junior Marshal Brothers, prepare to open the seal. The azure-robed middle-aged man commanded. The North Night Palace elders each took out identical jade pendants and sent them into the sky. Hanli was startled when he saw the jade pendant, but he maintained an indifferent face. The magic tool appeared exactly the same as the pendant that he returned to Arctic Dragon when his 10 days at the Hidden Scripture Pavilion were over. He glanced at the old dwarf, but he had yet to take out the pendant. Under the lead of the azure-robed middle-aged man, the elders began to utter incantations and soon the pendants began to brightly shine, turning into pulsing balls of light. Under the control of the incantations, the light flew into the air and soon condensed into a rainbow-colored phantom. The phantom was a slender woman with a vague face, but her shining eyes were like stars against the night sky. As soon as the phantom appeared, the North Night Palace cultivators bowed to it with the utmost respect, Arctic Dragon included. When the 3 outsiders saw this, they realized that the woman was most likely the ancient cultivator who established the sect. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly be so respectful of the phantom. But the appearance of the phantom came as a shock to Hanli. He couldn't help but think she was somehow related to the Heaven Void Hall in the Scattered Star Seas. He had no doubt they had something to do with one another. Besides, there was also the appearance of the celestial ice flames in both locations. It was a likely possibility. Just as Hanli thought this, the palace cultivators willed the woman to slowly float it towards the stone gate. The phantom touched the gate, only for her to rupture, scattering rainbow light that disappeared a moment later. Light and talisman characters on the huge stone gate soon disappeared and became dim and absent of chi. Then, a violent tremor shook the ground, followed by the appearance of many jade pendants appearing at the top of the gate only for them to lifelessly fall to the ground. The North Night Palace cultivators waved their arms to hastily beckon the jade pendant into their grasp. Arctic Dragon smiled when he saw this. He took several steps forward and brushed his sleeves towards the stone gate. A blue mist swept past them and an azure wind struck the gate, silently opening it with ease. Before the interior of the gate could be seen, Arctic Dragon withdrew from his original position and sternly shouted, "Everyone, be careful." Suddenly, a deafening rumble came from the interior, and countless beast howls roared. A gust of ice swept out, covering every surface it touched with a sparkling frost. Thunder seemed to sound from the icy chi itself. The weaker cultivators were knocked a meter back. Those stronger were able to hold their ground with either barriers of treasures. White icy winds filled the entire hole. A layer of purple flames lit up from Han Li's body, blocking the icy winds from approaching him. The winds seemed to melt away as soon as they touched him. At that same moment, Han Li glanced to the side. The entire hall was covered in ice, but the users of the ice flames were completely unharmed. Bai Mingxin protected herself with white flames while Arctic Dragon emitted a cloud of celestial ice flames from the small cauldron in front of him. As for the middle-aged azure-robed man, a black flame enveloped his as he held his hands behind his back. The old woman produced a yellow walking cane at an unknown time, creating clouds of yellow flame in front of her. The gray-robed monk slapped his hands together, producing a green flame that coiled around his body, flickering as it blocked the icy winds. As for the other cultivators, they were able to block the icy winds, but their barriers and treasures flickered in their struggle against the winds. In the blink of an eye, the howling came to a sudden stop and winds gradually dispersed, filling the entire hall with silence. As Han Li's eyes wandered, he formed a hand incantation and his purple flames were absorbed back into his body. He looked at the stone gate and found countless giant pillars of ice erected there almost like a maze. His heart stirred and he released his spiritual sense forward. Not long after, he felt his spiritual sense become sluggish and heavy, a sign that peculiar spirit restrictions laid within. The old woman and the others sensed the same and their expressions changed. Arctic Dragon took a deep breath and turned to gravely look at the foreign cultivators. "Fellow Taoists, be careful. This is also the first time that I've entered the spirit void hole. Although most of the restrictions are under my control, there are a few that even I can't touch. Please follow me with the utmost care to avoid triggering any of the restrictions." The old woman indifferently replied, "Of course. Why would we recklessly rush through your palace's restricted area?" Han Li and the gray-robed monk raised no objections. Arctic Dragon nodded with satisfaction and announced to the North Night Palace elders, "The process of breaking the bottleneck will take a month at worst, less than a week at best. If those demons attack the palace during this time, respond in accordance to our original plans. If there are any unforeseen events and I've yet to emerge for 2 months, put our reserve plans into action." "Yes, Grand Elder." The group of cultivators replied with a solemn tone. "Then we shall be heading in." Arctic Dragon then turned around and summoned a fist-sized jade plate into his hand with a wave of his sleeve. He then raised the magic tool in his hand and led the way through the stone gate. Han Li and the other wielders of the ice flames closely followed after him. Once all of them entered, Arctic Dragon cast a spell seal with a single hand and struck the plate with a spell seal. Soon after, the stone gates closed with a rumble and talisman characters lit back up from it. When the old woman and the gray-robed monk saw this, they exchanged an awed glance. Fellow Taoists, don't worry, Arctic Dragon explained, although the gates are difficult to open from the outside, it is easy from the interior. For the time being, I've shut it to prevent anyone from bothering us. The old woman and the monk found it difficult to speak against this. As for Hanli, he didn't seem to mind this at all. When the group walked 30 meters forward, they arrived in front of many ice pillars and were dazzled by the shiny sight. Arctic Dragon calmly warned, these pillars of myriad-year profound ice have all gone through tempering by ancient cultivators to form the frigid soul-freeze formation. Those without the suitable magic tool would instantly freeze upon entering. The icy winds we encountered from the entrance was the icy chi that accumulated from the formation after being sealed for 1,000 years. Even wielders of glacial flames would find it difficult to survive the formation. When the old lady and the monk heard this, they glanced at the pillars of ice with traces of doubt. Hanli chuckled, fellow Taoist Arctic Dragon, don't worry. We aren't interested in testing the might of the formation. Arctic Dragon smiled when he heard this and he began to wave the formation plate in his hand towards the endless mass of ice pillars in front of him. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from the plate and left white light from places it crossed. White light then lit up from the pillars of ice, creating the illusion of a passage. With white light continuing to shine from the formation plate, Arctic Dragon walked forward. The party closely stuck close behind him. Hanli walked at the group's rear, looking around him curiously. The pillars of profound ice were remarkably thick, appearing as if two people could hug around them, and had a sleek surface. Upon closer inspection, dim talisman characters were roaming across the surface of the pillars. When he threw to examine them closer, the talisman characters suddenly disappeared. It was truly mysterious. When he raised his head, he noticed a dense icy mist about 200 meters above them. They obscured the top half of the ice pillars from view. But it was obvious these ice pillars contained a fearsome amount of cold energy. Even a distance of 10 meters away, one could sense the treads of glacial chi they emitted. Although they couldn't compare to flames of extreme cold, they were beyond what ordinary cold chi was capable of. It was no wonder why Arctic Dragon was so confident. As Hanli pondered, the party ventured for about a kilometer. Throughout their journey, the pillars of ice lined up densely to either side. Despite the party's calm appearance, this came as a shock to them. After walking for the time it would take to finish a cup of tea, light had finally opened around them and they walked out from the pillars of ice. There was a raised altar in front of them. It was 60 meters tall and over 300 meters tall. It was made from of white jade and was covered in blue light. Faint golden doors could be seen from its side, each over 20 meters tall with ancient talismans embedded on each side. They appeared to be a sealed passage of some sort. When Arctic Dragon saw this, he wore an expression of joy and he put away the formation plate in his hand. He took large strides towards the altar and raised his hands. With blue sparks, a layer of celestial ice flames wrapped around them, then pressing his hands against the altar. The flames and the altar's light barrier fused, causing the barrier to slightly tremble. It burst with blinding light as the barrier became translucent, followed by a strange bang. It turned to crystal and cracked from where Arctic Dragon infused the flames, then vanishing in nearly an instant. Arctic Dragon's figure suddenly blurred and he stood on top of the altar. Hanli and company turned to streaks of light and arrived at Arctic Dragon's side. At that moment, Arctic Dragon held his hands behind his back and looked down at the ground in front of him. Hanli followed his gaze, soon discovering there was a strange spell formation located at the center of the altar. Furthermore, there was also a huge pattern at the center that looked the same as the Heaven Void Cauldron. For just a moment, Hanli's face betrayed a change of expression. Arctic Dragons unintentionally brushed past Hanli. Although his face was now ordinarily calm, Arctic Dragon still focused his gaze on him and asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, have you seen a spell formation of this kind before?" Han Li's heart jumped and he slowly replied, "Yes, I had seen something like this in an ancient cave residence, but upon closer inspection, I see that it is truly different. It was only a lapse in judgment." "Is that so?" Arctic Dragon wore a mysterious smile. It may have been a display of doubt, but he didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he swept his sleeve, releasing a small cauldron that lit up with celestial ice flames. It spun through the air until it arrived above the spell formation. Han Li pursed his lips and unconsciously gasped. The other's attention was fully captured by what was happening. With one of his hands forming a gesture, he flicked his other hand towards the small cauldron. A muffled bang sounded out as the small cauldron grew larger. Blue flames violently lit up from the cauldron, instantly covering every inch of its surface, restoring the cauldron to its original size. At that moment, Bai Mingxin and the azure-robed middle-aged man both took a step forward and raised their hand, producing a white and black flame that struck two sides of the formation. Suddenly, a huge rumble shook the ground and the spell formation lit up, activated by the two flames. The huge cauldron pattern at the center shined dazzlingly. Light slowly emerged from it to take the form of a cauldron of blue light. The original cauldron had stayed floating above the formation this entire time. When the phantom cauldron fully emerged, Arctic Dragon controlled it to immediately drop down. Blue light wildly flashed as they began to fuse together. As a huge explosion boomed, the cauldron Arctic Dragon suddenly muttered a strange incantation and the celestial ice flame spurt forth from the cauldron like a volcano, enveloping the entire spell formation. When the formation and the flames made contact, blindingly light flashed and the entire altar began to violently shake. With the cauldron at the center, cracks began to appear on the ground, gradually widening and expanding as time went on. While Han Li and company floated in the air, they looked down with awe. The huge cauldron was now suspended in the air at its original location. White beams of light faintly shined from underneath the cracks around it. As Arctic Dragon stared at the crack in the altar, he wore a grave expression. Within lies the greatest hidden chamber of the Spirit Void Hall, the profound Jade Cave. Although it isn't very large, the cave's profound jade was something that has existed since ancient times. The ancient cultivators used enormous amounts of magic power to shape a vein of profound jade into that cave. Although profound jade and profound ice sound similar, there are clear differences, as you all should well know. And if you leave this hall, you'll find hardly any myriad year profound jade even if you search the entire hall. The azure-robed middle-aged man, Elder Ouyang, and Bai Mingxin glanced with a trace of interest. The gray-robed monk stared at the cracks in the altar and excitedly said, "Of course. Had you not mentioned the profound jade cave before, we could have hardly believed that your sect was concealing something so valuable. Myriad-year profound jade is rarely ever found in this. A fist-sized chunk is all that is needed for a magic treasure to possess ice-attributed abilities, allowing it to use astonishing glacial chi to form attacks. It is beyond comparison to profound ice." The old woman glanced at the altar with a bright gaze. As for Han Li, he silently smiled, stroking the smooth surface of a small golden sword he kept hidden in his sleeve. Arctic Dragon then changed his focus to Han Li and the other two external cultivators and said, "I've already spoken about this before with Junior Martial Brother Ouyang and Junior Martial Sister Bai, but you will be rewarded with a piece of myriad-year profound jade as a token of your gratitude, regardless of whether or not we succeed." Truly. Even the bold and detached woman was unable to conceal her joy upon hearing him. Arctic Dragon nodded. "It is something within my authority as the Grand Elder of the North Night Palace." Joy appeared on the face of the monk as well. Myriad-year profound jade was an extremely rare material that was found at no market and had no price. If one could find it, they would ordinarily infuse it with their magic power, immediately increasing its power by an entire fifth. Even Han Li couldn't help but be moved by his generosity. With such a heavy reward, the three would find it shameful if they didn't do their utmost when the time came. Enough with that, let's enter the profound jade cave. Arctic Dragon continued, the glacial chi within is extremely potent. Have your flames ready when you enter or you will be hard-pressed to defend yourselves. Fortunately, the cave has an area that can block the corrosion of the profound jade's glacial chi. We'll be using that place to restore our magic power, else we won't be able to stay inside for long. Soon after, the dwarf opened his mouth and spat out a bright blue fireball. It turned into a large firebird above his head, only to circle him once before diving at the dwarf's body. A bird's cry sounded before the image of the large bird disappeared. A layer of blue flames then erupted and enveloped him. With his hands grasped in an incantation gesture, he began to float down into the crack. Bai Mingxin and the others released their own glacial flames and flew into the crack as well. Han Li glanced at the two golden gates at the side, and to the cauldron floating above the crack. After some hesitation, something came to mind and he silently smiled, wrapping himself in a layer of purple apex flames and following them below. As soon as he entered, white glacial light brushed past him, producing an odd crackle as it brushed past the purple flames protecting him. They seemed to be at odds with one another, causing the flames to flicker. Han Li trembled. Without any further thought, he clapped his hands together, summoning even more flames to protect him and solidify his defenses. Now, he had the leisure to examine his surroundings. The profound jade cave was an underground cavern. As the cave was created from a vein of myriad-year profound jade, countless pieces of variously sized grains laid in the wall all around them. The extremely rare material was several times more potent than profound ice, well displayed by the glacial light that dropped down from it, condensing into a mist at the bottom. When Han Li dropped down, the light struck at his purple likes like the patter of dense rain. In his alarm, he faintly felt that something was amiss. Seeing that the rest of the party wasn't paying attention to him, he reached out to the glacial light out of instinct and forcibly used his magic power to grasp a sliver of it into his hand and concentrating his purple flames around it. Any ordinary glacial chi wouldn't have shown any peculiarities, but when Han Li looked at it with his bright sight spirit eyes, he frowned, soon to betray astonishment on his face. Under the bright sight spirit eyes, Han Li was able to see traces of its true form. As the purple flames continuously warped around the glacial light, their mutually powerful cold seemed to oppose one another. What is this? This glacial chi seems almost intelligent. Han Li muttered with amazement. The glacial chi was attacking only of its own accord. If anyone were to control a large amount and concentrate it into an attack, he feared even his purple apex flames wouldn't be able to block it. As the thoughts quickly churned in his head, he was suddenly reminded of something and quickly formed an incantation gesture, summoning a scarlet wisp from the purple flames in his hand. When this flame wisp made contact with the white glacial light, it was instantly absorbed. An odd expression appeared on his face while delight surged through his mind. The Great Een True Flame was known to Silvermoon as one of the three true spirit flames. It was well deserving of its name. Despite being only a single wisp, its power far exceeded that of the purple apex flames. When he initially refined the wisp of Great Een True Flame, he was only able to temporarily merge it with a bit of his purple apex flames. If he truly wished to fully convert the purple apex flames into the Great Een True Flame, it would take far beyond the time of a dozen years. Were this not the case, he would have already done so. After all, the Great Een True Flame already possessed a trace of intelligence. It was a higher existence compared to other kinds of glacial flames. When Han Li saw that the thread of true flame was able to restrain the cave's glacial light, Han Li also felt a bit of relief. Just as these thoughts appeared in his mind, he suddenly held his hands behind his back and flicked his finger, vanishing the scarlet flame from sight. In the instant, Han Li was performing his experiment, Elder Ouyang seemed to sense something and looked upward at Han Li with a trace of surprise. Han Li's heart sank, but his expression remained calm. He nonchalantly asked, "Fellow Daoist, is there anything wrong?" The elder Ouyang examined Han Li and the cave walls to either side of him, discovering nothing out of the ordinary. He knew well that Han Li's abilities were exceptional and thus gave a prompt and polite answer, "It's nothing. I was just wondering why you weren't following us." The large restrictions to spiritual sense inside Spirit Void Hall make me rather uncomfortable. Han Li looked down to see the glacial light brushing past his flames and replied, "Hee, the glacial qi in this cave is rather odd." Yes, the glacial qi is by no means ordinary. The cave is something that has existed since ancient times. After existing for such a long time, the glacial qi may have undergone a subtle change. Elder Ouyang's black flames were also under attack by the glacial qi and heard the same sounds of rain as Han Li. Han Li smiled and threw to say something when he suddenly let out a yelp. Elder Ouyang suddenly looked below and saw that the rest of the party already entered the depths of the cave. There was a hill of scattered rocks that spanned a kilometer wide. The glacial light lingering there was several times more concentrated than at the top. At the edge of the hill was a fire-red stone room with several entrances opened around it, appearing to almost be a cave formation. At the peak of the stone hill, there was a giant boulder with condensed glacial qi surrounding it. It was 10 meters wide and its surface roiled with icy gusts and sparkling light. As he closely examined it, he discovered that the huge boulder's surface had a thumb-sized piece of profound jade. It sparkled with light, clearly displaying that it was many times purer than the shards he found at the cave's entrance. Suppressing his astonishment, Han Li followed the others and landed on the ground. Arctic Dragon's gaze was captured by the boulder as soon as he saw it and joy appeared on his face. "Haha, that's great. I originally worried about how I would gather the glacial qi in the cave. I didn't expect that there would be a natural point where it concentrated. This will save us much effort." Arctic Dragon bellowed and soon after, he raised his hand, producing a blue ice spike in his hand, striking the ball of white light. Clang! A metallic ring sounded upon impact, followed by the ice spike shattering to dust. "Not bad, not bad." Arctic Dragon only seemed to grow happier. "Ah yes, did you all see that stone room over there? It is formed from pure sun essence stone. It is the only area that is absent of glacial qi. We can rest there first as I explain what actions are forbidden in the cave. Otherwise, you will attract deep trouble for yourself." When the old woman heard him, she tapped her cane on the ground and asked, "Deep trouble? What does fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon mean?" As for everything else, let's talk about it inside the Great Yang room. Arctic Dragon then walked towards the red stone room. The rest of the party followed suit after him. When they drew closer to the room, they discovered that the stone was translucent and shined with red light. It emitted a broiling heat as if it were formed from fire spirit stones. Han Li's mind stirred, Great Yang Essence Stone. I've never heard of this material before, but it sounded awfully close to Great Yang Flame Essence. Could the two have something in common? No matter how it was said, this was the first time he found a trace of the Great Yang Flame Essence. He had to indirectly bring up the topic and see if the North Night Palace cultivators knew anything. When they entered the room, there was nothing there, but it was absent of devastating glacial qi found on the outside. With new ground shelter, the cultivators relaxed, withdrew their glacial flames, and took a seat on the ground. As soon as Han Li took a seat, the monk glanced at the side, smiled. I didn't expect that in addition to the myriad-year profound jade, there was also something as previous as Great Yang Essence Stone. To the best of my knowledge, this material is found in the depths of molten rocks. Additionally, it had to be refined specifically by Great Yang Flame Essence. How did your palace manage to find this much stone? Arctic Dragon dryly laughed. I didn't expect Master Majo to be so knowledgeable. However, we also have no idea how the palace's earlier generations managed to acquire it. The following generations of the palace had only benefited from it. Now then, let's talk about the other taboos in the profound jade cave. After that, I'll speak about the process to break my bottleneck in detail. The monk smiled in response and said nothing else. When Hanli heard that the Great Yang Flame Essence mentioned, his interest was lit up, but his mood soon fell. He could only turn his attention to what Arctic Dragon was about to say. Up above in a huge North Night Palace building, there was a gorgeous middle-aged woman sitting gracefully in a wooden chair. There was a man and a woman sitting across from her, Bai Yaoi and a gray-haired old man, the overseer elder. They were both looking at the woman with a stern expression. You mean the Grand Elder opened Spirit Void Hall and brought 3 outsiders with him? The middle-aged woman calmly asked. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, but it had an allure that made it difficult to forget. Bai Yaoi slowly replied, My lady, it is true. However, he had already made arrangements in case of a contingency. The old man snorted and resentfully said, What contingency plans? Why not do it as we always did? If they are too powerful and the grand formation isn't enough to deal with them, we just hide away our elite disciples in Spirit Void Hall and have them conceal themselves in a dimensional pocket. As one of the Spirit Void Halls is occupied, we will only be able to save less than a third of our disciples. Don't say that, the woman raised her brow and solemnly said. If Senior Marshal Brother Arctic Dragon succeeds, we will have nothing to worry about the demon invasion. But just in case, Junior Marshal Brother Yeet should follow the plans the Grand Elder left behind. I also heard that Grade 8 demon beasts have appeared on the island and that the patrolling disciples on the border have been killed. That's right, the old man said with a serious expression, metamorphosed demon beasts have appeared. It seems they intend on wiping away our outskirts before invading the palace. This is mostly in line with their previous invasions, but there is one point that is different. Oh. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, please explain. A bright glint lit up from the woman's eyes. With some hesitation, the old man feebly said, According to my information, not only is the Ice Phoenix moving, but Myriad Demon Valley's old Azurback Wolf has moved too. It seems old Demon Che will also act as well. Old Demon Che. Impossible. The woman's calm expression turned grave in an instant. Senior Marshal Sister Lu, I also find it impossible, the old man sighed. However, there are several reports from our spies that signs of the old demon taking action. Bai Yaoi shook her head and doubtingly said, Old Demon Che is a demon that existed since ancient times. It is unknown how long he has entered deity transformation stage. If he truly wished to attack us, why would he wait until now? That may be true, but perhaps this may have something to do with the events surrounding Kunwa Mountain. The old man looked at Bai Yaoi and said, I heard that not only did an elder devil ancestor appear, but even a demon from the spirit realm. These were only rumors spread from the grand sections. Who knows if they are true? Bai Yaoi tensely frowned and thought, although I took part in the matter, I had to retreat early due to my injuries. Brother Han, however, should have stayed until the very end. He should know more about this. The man you invited to the sect? The middle-aged woman brightly asked. The one and the same. Bai Yaoi nodded. In the blink of an eye, the woman regained her calm and indifferently said, but regardless of what happened, it doesn't change anything about the demon invasion. It should be impossible for old Devil Che to leave the valley, so it should most likely be his incarnation taking part. Bai Yaoi and the old man vaguely understood a few of the secrets behind deity transformation cultivators and were greatly relieved by the certainty of their senior martial sister's words. The gray-robed old man worriedly said, "If it were only the old demon's incarnation, we might stand a chance of winning. We've fully released glacial chi from the island's restriction and blocked a majority of ordinary demon beasts from entering. Only ice-attributed demon beasts will be immune from the restriction." "It is no matter," the beautiful woman said, "the ice sea demon beasts will be dealt with using the treasures our ancestors have left behind. After all, the treasures were stored in our sect for countless years so that they would one day be used. We'll only need to take particular care of the demon beasts at grade 9 and above." Bai Yaoi and the old man unconsciously exchanged a glance before wearing an understanding gaze. The old man cracked a smile. "If Milady hadn't mentioned it, we would have nearly forgotten about the treasure. With that treasure, the ice sea demons will be useless. It is a pity it only works on their lower-grade demon beasts, or else it would be a great killing tool. That will be enough. Against the overbearing number of demons, the odds of defending ourselves aren't great. Let us use this time to evacuate the lower-grade disciples and only have our useful disciples stay behind. We'll be reducing meaningless deaths." "Yes, milady." Both Bai Yaoi and the old man respectfully acknowledged. In the following days, the quiet sect was stirred into action. A strained atmosphere from the upcoming war seemed to blossom overnight. Not only were a majority of the sect's spell formation and restrictions activated, but there were masses of low-grade disciples evacuating from the sect. It was unknown where they went. 2 days after the three elders had their conversation, Arctic Dragon opened his eyes from meditation from within the great Yang Essence stone room down inside the profound jade cave. He looked at the other cultivators that were meditating in the room and slowly said, "I previously explained the crucial points and techniques needed. With your talents, 2 days should be more than enough for you to comprehend what to do." With that said, the others began to slowly open their eyes. The monk smiled, "No problems on my end. I've already finished learning it a half-day earlier." The old woman boldly said. "I am also done," said Hanli. "Bai Mingxin and the azure-robed middle-aged man already done this ahead of time, of course. Since you're all ready, let's start. The process of breaking through my bottleneck can take anywhere to several days to many months. Regardless of the possibility of success, I hope you'll do your best until the end. In truth, I am somewhat worried about the circumstances on the outside, so I hope for this to finish as soon as possible." Arctic Dragon spoke with a stiff expression. Naturally, the others raised no objections. Afterwards, Arctic Dragon and the palace elders took out bundles of formation flags and plates from their storage pouch and began to set them down in the cave, producing several wondrous spell formations. Although Hanli and the others didn't need to take action, they didn't want to miss an opportunity to observe any secret techniques. With ice flames lit on their bodies, they left the room and observed the actions of the North Night Palace cultivators. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the 3 palace elders finished placing down their formations. There was 3 overlapping spell formation placed with the hill of stones at its center. They created an imposing atmosphere with talisman characters flickering in the air. Arctic Dragon blurred, arriving midair and examining the spell formations. Then, he spun once around, flicking his fingers at the same time. He dosed a dozen spell seals at the spell formations, creating a dozen clouds of smoke that disappeared as soon as they appeared. The entire spell formation began to release low-pitched hums and brightly flicker. This seemed to agitate the profound jade glacial chi that filled the cave, causing it to splatter like water in boiling oil. As for the glacial chi concentrated on the large boulder on the center of the hill, it seemed to unaffected. Floating in the air, Arctic Dragon glanced around him and wore a satisfied expression. "Very good. The more profound jade glacial chi may be better, but first, we'll need to stabilize it to increase the odds of success." At that moment, Hanli's gaze dropped down to the hill of stones and saw the 5 pillars of light emerge from the spell formation with the huge boulder at their center. The pillars each glowed purple, red, white, black, and yellow, taking form from pure spiritual power. Threads of light continuously flowed in between each of the pillars, almost as if they were one whole entity. As soon as he saw the formation activate, Hanli flew off in an azure streak towards the purple pillar. Soon after, the light dimmed to reveal Hanli floating at the top of the pillar. The other 4 elders followed suit, each of them flying to their own pillar. They then exchanged a glance with one another and sat down, Hanli included. In accordance with the secret technique he was given, Hanli began to slowly circulate his magic power and summon the purple apex flames around his body with gradually increasing brilliance. Hanli suddenly shouted and formed a different hand gesture. Suddenly, a ball of purple light appeared from beneath him and changed into the form of a 3-meter-large lotus, delicate and beautiful. Hanli continued, lighting the purple apex flames from the lotus in an instant, and provoking it to grow a half larger. Hanli's brow stirred in surprise when he saw this. Arctic Dragon hadn't mentioned that the spell formations would raise the powers of the glacial flames to this degree, so it came as quite a surprise. If he could get his hands on the formation, it could prove very useful. However, Hanli immediately noticed that as the apex purple flames surged, the rate at which his magic power was consumed greatly increased. There seemed to be a flaw in increasing the power of the glacial flames. With that in mind, he looked at the cultivators on top of the other light pillars. The cultivators had done the same, producing glowing nearly identical lotuses beneath them. They were all sitting above them and experiencing an increase in the flame's might. Hanli's gaze then shifted to the ball of glacial light floating near the cave walls. The wisp of great true flame was concealed there as it slowly absorbed the surrounding profound jade glacial chi. It had yet to be detected. Fortunately, Spirit Void Hall has restrictions surrounding it, else he wouldn't have dared to release the flame as it was intelligent. As Hanli still observed the great true flame, Arctic Dragon said, "It seems you've all cultivated a certain degree of control over your frost flames. You should be able to hold out for a while. I am quite relieved. Next, I will enter the center of the glacial chi. Activate your glacial flames as was planned." After he said this, the celestial ice flame surrounding his body stirred and slowly descended upon the ball of white glacial chi. A series of rumblings sounded and blue flames twinkled, followed by Arctic Dragon entering the ball. Through some unknown method, the celestial ice flames and the profound jade glacial chi hadn't reacted upon contact, causing the ball of white light to appear like at that moment, the azure-robed middle-aged man and Bai Mingxin flipped their hand, each producing a blue formation plate. They pressed the plate several times with practice motions, causing the surrounding spell formations to create a barrier of rainbow light, enveloping all the cultivators present. Soon after, gales raged outside the barrier, but it completely concealed it from view and silenced its howls. In the other areas of the cave, their surging glacial chi had slowly returned to normal with the appearance of the gusts. The only thing out of place was a thread of scarlet flame hiding at the corner as it consumed the glacial lights around it. As time slowly passed by, the gales continued to roar around the hill of stones with no other sounds apart from the winds howling. A week later, the demon beasts outside of North Night Island finally made their grand appearance. They were incoming from 2 directions, the mainland and the ice sea. Demonic chi and hostile intent drowned the air. There were a few clans and small sects that resided nearby, but they were naturally scared and fled. Against such a large oncoming force, North Night Palace immediately acquired information on it, and at the same time, they immediately lifted the restrictions on the island's heaven essence in vein, causing the temperatures to massively drop, flooding the island with harsh glacial chi and snowstorms. The demons from the mainland, mostly from Myriad Demon Valley, were already prepared. They had their low-grade demon beasts stationed on the outskirts of the island, waiting as the island's store of glacial chi was exhausted. The tens of demon beasts that were above grade 6 entered the island in teams. A majority of the demon beasts from the ice sea had no fear of the glacial chi or storms of North Night Island, thus sending over 1,000 demon beasts directly towards North Night Palace. North Night Island wasn't very large, but when these demon beasts invaded, they seemed to disappear into the snowy landscape itself. But the high-grade cultivators of the palace wouldn't allow the demons to tread as they pleased. Drawing support from their spell formations and island's glacial chi, they immediately set off to kill the demon invaders. Several near-transparent demon beasts flew at the top of the white snowstorms and stealthily moved forward in the winterland. These demon beasts were known as glacial imps, born from glacial chi. Although they were only grade 6 demon beasts, the ruthless cold that froze the air posed little threat to them. Rather, they moved through it with vigor, much like a fish in water. Suddenly, the glacial imp leading them stopped. Its several eyes opened on both of its sides as it doubtfully looked in a certain direction within the snowstorm. The other imps had stopped and done the same. Suddenly, the sounds of tearing air sounded and several red threads broke through the winds. At incredible speeds, they penetrated the imps. With the sharp cracks of their demon cores splitting into two, the imps lifelessly dropped to the ground. At that moment, a silhouette slowly emerged from within the storm, a female North Night Palace cultivator who wore a white cloak. Her emotionless eyes observed the fluttering snow for just a moment before blurring out of sight once more. In an area 50 kilometers away, there was a 6-meter-tall figure with an ox head. It was walking across the sparkling surface of a frozen lake. A pair of pitch-black horns jutted from its head and its fur flickered with blue light. It carried a huge saber on its back and his buttocks twisted in a ridiculous clumsiness as it walked. But if a human cultivator were to see this demon beast, they wouldn't be laughing by any stretch, as the figure was grade 7 demon beast on the verge of metamorphosis. Due to North Night Island's fully activated restrictions, all demon beasts below grade 8 were forced to tread through the ground, resulting in those less skilled in movement techniques to move forward at a snail's pace. Suddenly, the huge saber on the demon beast's back blurred and seemingly disappeared from sight. A huge boom soon followed, along with a miserable cry. A wide and immensely deep cut had appeared on the surface of the lake. The bull-headed demon then began to leisurely examine it. In the blink of an eye, mists of blood spouted from the cracks as well as a bisected corpse. From its clothes, it appeared to belong to a disciple from North Night Palace. The disciple used ice movement techniques to move underneath the lake in preparation to ambush the demon, but he was seen through and was executed in a single strike. With a trace of savage cruelty on its face, the demon reached out with its hand and summoned the corpse half into its grasp. It widely opened its mouth and chomped down. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the corpse half filled the demon's stomach to satisfaction. Similar scenes of slaughter occurred throughout North Night Island, of low-grade demon beasts being ambushed and cultivators being devoured. However, all battles taking place were against low-grade demon beasts and cultivators at core formation stage and below. Nascent soul cultivators and grade 8 demon beasts, however, didn't seem to notice these battles, as one side stayed inside their city of ice and the other rushed through the snowstorms. It wasn't that the high-grade demon beasts didn't want to kill the palace's low-grade cultivators, but rather, it was difficult to find them amidst the snowstorms and activated restrictions, not to mention these cultivators were skilled in various evasion techniques. A few of these North Night Palace cultivators even wore particular magic tools that concealed their scent, making it even more difficult to discover them. Even if these demons managed to kill a few cultivators on occasion, it would do little to affect the war as a whole. It would be better for them to conserve their strength for the upcoming battle. Every sliver of magic power is significant in a battle of life and death after all. When the many demons drew close to the city of ice, the beautiful middle-aged elder Lu was sitting inside a hall in the hidden Arctic dragon boundary. Sitting across from her were 2 rows of North Night Palace elders, all of them listening to the reports of a white-clothed palace disciple. The disciple respectfully said, of the 100 high-grade disciples that were dispatched, 37 of their life soul tiles were shattered. From the information we've acquired, there were 127 demon beasts killed, a majority of them being from the IC. We've already dispatched the second wave of disciples. It should take about 2 hours before they group up with the first wave. After a brief pause, Elder Lu commanded, 37 disciples have already perished in battle. It should be about time for them to be a few thousand kilometers from the city. Notify Elder Yi that the sea calming bell will be used in 2 hours. We'll be inflicting heavy losses on the low-grade demon beasts. It would be greatly troublesome if we allowed a large number of pests to bother us. Yes, Palace Lord. A white-haired elder with a childlike face immediately waved his hand and released a sound transmission, sending it out of the hall. The woman then, Junior Marshal Brother Ding, make sure the grand formation is fully activated. I suspect that using this treasure will incite the high-grade demon beasts out of grief for their lesser brethren. Yes. The other elder flew off as soon as he gave his reply. In addition, you'll need to inform the disciples outside of the city to be careful. The suppression of the sea calming bell will only last a half hour at most. After that, it'll be over 100 years before we'll be able to use it again. After the elapsed time had passed, the disciples are to immediately return to the city and seal off the secret teleportation formations. We can't have the demons use them to invade. As you command. With a string of commands uttered, the other elders began to move and carry out her orders. Hundreds of kilometers away from the icy city, a large group of high-grade demons arrived on top of a small ice mountain. They were at the very edge of the North Night Palace's protective grand formation. As they looked at the glacial mist flying in front of them, the metamorphosed demons wore a solemn expression. These demons clearly belonged to 2 groups. One group numbered about a dozen and were surrounding a tall old man and a short child. The other group consisted of over 20 and were escorting a slender silver-clothed woman. But oddly enough, these demons all looked quite ordinary. Apart from a few discrepancies in their appearance, they were no different than human cultivators. And even stranger was how each group looked at each other with contempt. The larger group of demons wore hateful expressions and clothes made of fur. There were even those that left their chest uncovered. They carried a large assortment of weapons in either their hands or back. They also hung storage pouches made of hide on their waist. While it was unknown why they didn't keep their weapons there, these demon beasts emitted violent intent as they gazed at the other group. The 2 groups of demon beasts faced one another with a clear gap between them. But if any cultivator were to come across them, they would fearfully run away. They were all metamorphosed demon beasts at grade 8 and higher. The old man, the child, and the silver-clothed woman, in particular, were grade 10 demon beasts. Such power would likely be able to instantly crush any of the 10 great sects of the righteous or devilish Tao. High-grade demon beasts were already more powerful than their equivalently ranked cultivator counterparts. The black-robed old man amongst them had a stern and squarish face with spirited eyes, his gray hair faintly glowed with azure light, overall producing an aura of self-confidence. Next to him was the boy that appeared 7 years old with a delicate, nearly otherworldly appearance. His irises were faintly red and he wore a faint smile. The silver-robed woman facing him had snow-white skin and beauty capable of toppling nations. However, this gorgeous woman was escorted by many formidable high-grade demons, who didn't dare to meet her gaze. They looked down as if in fear. The old man said with a chuckle, "Fairy foam, I didn't expect that these North Night Palace cultivators were truly willing to attack. They actually released the glacial chi they were accumulating for nearly 1,000 years. I'll have to see how they respond when they encounter another great enemy in the future." The woman's expression stirred and she coldly said, fellow Daoist Qin, why do you ask despite knowing the answer? The North Night Palace cultivators do not know that our objective this time isn't the glacial quintessence, so it is natural for them to hold nothing back. Otherwise, the child then opened his mouth and spoke with an aged raspy voice. However, I am quite surprised to see that fellow Daoist Feng had personally made an appearance. For over 2,000 years, you've entered seclusion in the icy depths. The silver-robed woman shifted her gaze to the child and calmly said, if it were for anything else apart from passage up to the spirit realm, I wouldn't have left. Didn't you also send your incarnation over here? The child narrowed his eyes and chuckled. I didn't expect you to readily agree with my proposal. How surprising. It seems you've been dissatisfied with North Night Island since long ago and have thought about exterminating Fairy Ice Soul's line of cultivators in the mortal realm. Fellow Daoist Feng, you are relying rather heavily on the power of our myriad demon valley. Without betraying the slightest emotion from her voice or face, the silver-clothed woman said, in the past before Fairy Ice Soul ascended, she made use of her grand abilities to freeze over the ice-depth mountains for over 100 years and forced us to avoid the North Night Palace cultivators to a certain degree. But after so many years have passed, I have no choice but to take action now that the matter relates to ascension to the spirit realm. Rather, isn't Brother Che worried about losing your incarnation after putting so much effort into developing it? The child let out a cackle. If it is as you say, this trip will be well worth it even if there must be sacrifice. I only didn't expect for the most possible location for a spatial node to be located in spatial terror inside North Night Palace's spirit void hole. If it weren't for the fact I sent men to investigate this several times, I wouldn't have personally taken action. After all, the North Night Palace is quite powerful. They will not be easily destroyed. The silver-robed woman's eyes flickered to the boy. A spatial node would only be able to continue to exist until now in a spatial tear as large as the one inside Spirit Void Hole. I've heard you say that you've already checked the other area and found nothing. If we find nothing here as well, what do you plan on doing from now on? The boy was silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. It's very simple. I'll just continue in my search for spatial nodes. In the past, the ancient cultivators managed to find it for themselves. Why can't I do the same? But we do not have much time left. It is said you were the descendant of an ancient demon from the spirit realm. Not only are your abilities vast, but your lifespan is much longer than other demon beasts. But even you must feel your time running thin after all these years. Didn't you already use a secret technique to seal your true body and prolong your life? Again, why do you ask something you already know the answer to? The child's expression sank as if hurt by what she said. The silver-robed woman sighed and looked at the grand formation in the distance with a lost expression. You can't continue to ignore the problem. You don't have much time left. A few days ago, I acquired information about the 5 dragon seas. Eccentric white deer had perished from age. He is a descendant of a heavenly spirit beast and cultivated ever since the ancient battle against the cultivators. Ordinarily when one's lifespan becomes bleak, they seal their true body, but that is life without purpose, leading to an unavoidable death. With a strange light flowing from that's why I am willing to take any risk to find any spatial nodes. If fellow Daoist Phoenix is willing, how about we work together? Let's wait until after you find the spatial node. North Night Palace will not be so easily defeated. Please don't worry about that, Fairy Phoenix. In the past, our myriad Demon Valley have launched attacks several times against their city of ice, forcing the human cultivators to hide in Spirit Void Hall each time. We'll be relying on your abilities to use the spatial tear in Spirit Void Hole. That reassuring. Our Ice Phoenix clan's innate abilities to tear space shouldn't disappoint you. The woman replied with a smile. At that moment, only those 3 demons spoke. All of the other demons didn't dare to open their mouths as if they had forgotten they were there. The child faintly smiled and thought to say something when his expression changed and he raised his head to look into the distance. The old man and the woman sensed something an instant later and turned to look with amazement. They felt a wave of astonishing spiritual pressure surge from within the glacial mist, soon stretching beyond them. In the next moment, a bell ring overlapping with a dragon roar filled the air. The grade 8 and 9 ice sea demon beasts escorting Fairy Phoenix became disoriented from the sound. However, those from Myriad Demon Valley felt completely fine. They looked at the ice sea demon beasts with confusion. As the silver-robed woman was a grade 10 demon beast, the bell had little effect on her. But when she heard this, she let out a furious shout, "The sea calming bell! That is one of the treasures of the Ice Sea clan." So it had fallen into the hands of Fairy Ice Soul at the time. When the old man and the child heard this, they exchanged a glance and revealed their surprise. Nevertheless, whatever effect the bell had on the metamorphosed ice sea demons only lasted for a moment. The affected demons released their demonic chi and released their protective treasure, immediately vanishing the influence of the bell rings apart from some lingering dizziness. When the white-robed woman saw this, her tense face somewhat relaxed, but her body soon blurred as something came to mind and she immediately soared up in a ball of shining light. Soon after, shining light ruptured in the air, releasing countless fine streaks that soon disappeared. A moment later, the light faded and the woman floated down onto the ice mountain with a pale complexion. The old man frowned and slowly said, "Did anything happen?" Fairy Phoenix used quite a bit of magic power to conduct a search with her spiritual sense. The woman snorted and an icy glint shined from her eye. At the same time the North Night Palace UC calming bell, a large number of cultivators were sent to slaughter our low-grade demons. Although I could only sense a small area, a large number of them have already been slain. Truly? The child pensively asked, "Long ago, I did hear of such a strange treasure existing that would disable the bodies of ice-attributed demon beasts. Could that have been the sea calming bell? How did that fall into the hands of those human cultivators?" She let out a deep sigh and recovered her, "No, that treasure is nowhere as powerful as was said from the legends. It is only a replica of a spirit treasure. Grade 8 demon beasts and above are barely affected by it as they can block the effects of the bell rings with their magic power. But lower grade demons will greatly lose their strength." The treasure had mysteriously disappeared when Fairy Ice Soul froze over our profound depths island. The old man twirled his beard and asked, "It seems Fairy Ice Soul left it behind as one of the methods to restrain your Ice Sea clan. What do you plan to do now, fellow Daoist Phoenix? Will you send anyone to save your subordinates?" After mulling over the matter, there's no point. The effects of the sea calming bell lasts for only a moment. By the time we arrive, it will already be too late. Even if all of my subordinates perished, it wouldn't harm the strength of my clan. And that is impossible in the first place. With the aid of the sea calming bell, it'll be lucky if they can even kill half of them. Nevertheless, I will remember this despicable act. Listen well. When we enter the North Night Palace, we will exterminate all of the low-grade cultivators that remain outside of Spirit Void Hall. The ice sea beasts accompanying her all let out a grunt of acknowledgement. The child chuckled and said, "That is fine. Let's start by breaking the formation. Our Myriad Demon Valley low-grade followers will be completely unaffected. So long as the glacial chi disperses, we'll lend our strength. But before then, we'll need to destroy their grand formation first." Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of black chi, unveiling itself in front of them as a small gray formation flag. When the silver-clothed woman saw the flag, her heart stirred and she quickly examined it. The flag was only 6 inches large and was enveloped in a layer of gray light. Phantoms of countless demon beasts revealed themselves from the flag's surface. It was entirely silent, running contrary to their ferocious images. The silver-robed woman looked at the banner before glancing at the child. "Could that be your valley's myriad demon banner?" The child proudly said, "Fellow Taoist Phoenix is quite perceptive. It has been soaked in the demonic chi for tens of thousands of years. Its power is beyond imagination. Although my incarnation will not be able to display the full power of the banner, with your assistance the grand formation shouldn't last more than a few days." He pressed his hands together and struck the formation flag with a gray spell seal. Gray light flourished and the small banner whirled in the air. The myriad of demon beast phantoms it revealed violently stirred. When the silver-robed woman saw this, she nodded and shouted a command. The demons escorting her soared into the air and spat out mist or magic treasures. The old man expressionlessly let out his own chain of orders as well. The myriad Demon Valley members flew high up and released their treasures. In the following moment, demon winds nearly enveloped half the sky. The child bellowed in laughter when he saw this, but his face soon grew tense, uttering a cryptic incantation. The myriad demon banner grew massively in conjunction to the incantations. The chants continued for the time it took to finish a cup of tea. In that time, the flagpole turned meter-wide and became a towering 300 meters tall. Each of the demon beast phantoms on the banner's surface appeared true to life and flew, "Go." The child let out a thunderous shout and urged the spell to activate. Violent roars deafeningly roared from the phantoms on the banner's surface, each of them emitting demonic chi from their mouths. The clouds of it clashed against the white glacial chi enveloping the air. The metamorphosed demons displayed their might as well and charged forward. At the same time, a dozen silhouettes appeared amidst the glacial chi, hidden within the grand formation. Their hands lit up with light before rushing to confront the demons. In the blink of an eye, the war was about to unravel. As the war unfolded, a storm roiled within the hill of stones inside profound jade cave. A purple lotus enveloped Hanli as he held his hand in an incantation gesture. An exceptionally thin sliver of purple flames trailed into the huge light sphere in front of him. In addition to Hanli's own flames, black, white, yellow, and green glacial flames shot into them, all of them coming from other cultivators that were sitting in their lotuses. At the moment, these 5 cultivators had pale complexions and tired faces. The surface of the light sphere was wrapped in wandering flames where a single silhouette was sitting cross-legged. No longer an old dwarf, Master Arctic Dragon now appeared to be 3 meters tall and his age regressed to a man of 30 years at the peak of his health. However, his face still contained a strong resemblance to his former self. It was truly an odd sight to behold. At the moment, pure immense essence pierced into his shoulders, abdomen, and nape in the form of sparkling silver blades. Through they were embedded halfway, they didn't leak even a drop of blood. But what was most noticeable was the several various-colored light worms emitting from his half-closed eyes. The flesh from his body seemed to be a layer of them, as they continuously burrowed in and out from his flesh. Each time a worm emerged, Arctic Dragon's body trembled and agony briefly appeared on his face. Under closer inspection, one would astonishingly discover that the worms were condensed from the different glacial flames. And each time the worms re-emerged from his skin, it became smaller. Once the worms shrunk to a certain extent, the light worms scattered in a bang. Immediately after, a strand of flame of an identical color would condense into another worm of light and burrow into Arctic Dragon's body. This scene continued repeatedly. Also, there was an astonishing sight occurring right outside his dantian. There was a 3-inch large nascent soul that resembled Arctic Dragon. It had its hands clasped in an incantation gesture and its body was covered in layers of flickering blue flames. The light worms seemed to ignore the blue flames and parted through them, only for them to enter through the nascent soul's nose and leave through its mouth a moment later. The nascent soul was expressionless and the flames pulsed from its body, adding an air of mystery. After an unknown amount of time, the man's body violently trembled and he suddenly opened his eyes. Hanli and the others seemed to have been given a sign and they all switched incantation gestures at nearly the same time. The huge light sphere above them collapsed into the various flames that originally formed it and were recalled to their original owners, and the lotuses that surrounded each of the cultivators dissolved into air. Afterwards, they took their medicine pills and they took out their spirit stones before entering a meditative rest. This had continued as a cycle of several days, over a dozen times over already. Each time, they would drain a majority of their magic power, but fortunately, they were rich with spirit stones and medicines and they were able to restore their power after only half a day. When Hanli and company withdrew their glacial flames this time, Arctic Dragon closed his eyes as if meditating for the spell. As time slowly passed, the old woman eventually opened her eyes and examined Arctic Dragon still sitting within the sphere of light. She let out a deep sigh. I truly admire fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon for being able to bear through the pain of the cleansing of 5 flames. Although we are meticulously controlling the power of the flames, the pain must be worse than death itself. It seems you've cultivated a body-forging technique of some sort or your body would have already collapsed. It would be impossible to survive relying on spiritual sense alone. The azure-robed middle-aged man soon opened his eyes and smiled. Lady Long is truly knowledgeable. Senior Marshal Brother Arctic Dragon didn't cultivate such a technique long ago. His body is far more durable than that of other cultivators. No wonder. The grey-robed monk added with a solemn expression, however, we've nearly done everything we can, having already purified his essence several times with our flames. I figured that his body and nascent soul have already reached their limits and we are soon approaching the final stage. In 2 days, we'll find out if it is a success. On the side, Hanli calmly stated, but the profound jade glacial chi inside the formation seems somewhat lacking. We'll may need to halt it temporarily to replenish it. Within the sphere of light, Arctic Dragon yelped with surprise. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Han to understand the technique to this degree. That's right, we'll need to gather more of the profound jade glacial chi than what we sealed in. Han Li's heart trembled and looked in his direction. At an unknown time, Arctic Dragon had stood up and his figure was slowly floating upward from the condensed glacial light. The 5 blades piercing into his body had disappeared at an unknown time, leaving not the slightest injury behind. His face betrayed an enchanting smile. Hanli chuckled and casually answered, really? That was only a guess. While Master Arctic Dragon took out a blue robe from his storage pouch and draped it over himself, he continued, Brother Han already reached that level of understanding? How do you feel about my odds of success in breaking through this bottleneck? Are your thoughts any different than mine? Maintaining a calm face, Hanli casually replied, you must be joking. The secret technique is your discovery. How can my understanding be greater than yours? Arctic Dragon chuckled and said nothing else. With his body still floating in the air, he flicked his fingers and several spell seals shot out, fading into the light barrier surrounding them as soon as they appeared. The spell formation let out a series of strange drones before suddenly coming to a stop. The 5 pillars of light disappeared in the blink of an eye and their respective cultivators floated down from them. With the barrier gone, the storm of glacial light swept in from the outside, but the cultivators were already prepared. They once again enveloped them in glacial flames. In the coming day, I will make slight revisions to the spell formation. Then, I'll gather back the glacial chi. Take this opportunity to rest as I still need your help. If we truly succeed, I will agree to any of your requests, so long as they are within reason. Arctic Dragon stretched out his arms before saluting to Hanli and the others. He appeared completely sincere. The old woman chuckled, do not worry, fellow Daoists. Sure. Since we've already come to an agreement, we'll do our best. And if this technique is truly effective in progressing to deity transformation stage, we may try to make a similar attempt one day. The monk calmly added, if any of us manage to enter late nascent soul stage, there could be an opportunity. Hanli nodded but said nothing. Arctic Dragon wore a satisfied expression and loudly uttered his thanks, then moving on to make a few alterations to the spell formation. Hanli and the other two outside cultivators returned to the room of Great Yang Essence Stone to rest. A while later, the azure-robed middle-aged man and Bai Mingxin followed suit. Although they easily restored their magic powers, their spiritual senses felt drained after controlling glacial flames for several days. A day quickly passed. When Hanli and company left the stone room, Master Arctic Dragon was again meditating cross-legged in a sphere of glacial chi at the center of the spell formation. The sphere of glacial chi was several times larger than the day before. It appeared he had done his due diligence. He had spent the entire day exposed to the outside. Just as Hanli thought to examine the specific changes in the spell formation, he suddenly heard a strange sound from the monk's mouth. He looked behind him and saw that the monk was flying up in the air with an awed expression on his face. His expression stirred and he quickly looked around him with a slight change in expression. Not only did the exit to the cavern disappear, but the cauldron used to create it disappeared as well. Fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon, what is the meaning of this? When the old woman saw this, she lost her calm and wore a vigilant expression. Arctic Dragon remained completely calm and replied with a smile, "Hee, there is no need to worry. Because I don't wish for anything to disturb us, I sealed the exit for the time being. I suspect I'll also need to draw on the celestial blue cauldron's power to make the breakthrough." So it was like that. The monk and the woman exchanged a cautious glance. As for Hanli, he narrowed his eyes as he silently looked upward. The atmosphere in the cavern became tense. Arctic Dragon chuckled and spoke to the three outside cultivators with a pleasant face. "It seems my actions have been inconsiderate and have caused you to worry. It's fine if I don't use the cauldron. How about I have the celestial blue cauldron placed outside of the cave? I will still have to seal the entrance temporarily." Soon after, he waved his sleeve and a cauldron wrapped in blue flames flew out from the cauldron and instantly flew a kilometer into the air, arriving just underneath the exit. Although Hanli and the others didn't reveal it, they appeared much more at ease now that the cauldron was far out of reach from Master Arctic Dragon. After a moment of thought, the old woman's tense expression eased and she heartily laughed. "Fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon is quite thoughtful. How could any of us harbor doubts of you? We were only curious. Now that we're pressed for time, let us continue in having you break through your bottleneck." The gray-robed monk stealthily gave Hanli a sound transmission. "Brother Han, what do you think? Although fellow Daoist Arctic Dragon's words hold reason, I have my suspicions. As for fellow Daoist Long, I know she has some relationship with North Night Palace. We'd best be careful." Hanli's heart trembled and he shot a glance at the monk, seeing that he was smiling at him. As he pondered over the validity of the monk's words, a huge boom rumbled from Spirit Void Hall above them. The entire cavern faintly trembled as if a result from an intense strike. Surprise was faintly revealed from everyone's faces. At the moment, if one was on top of North Night Palace's giant mountain, they would spot a majestic snow phoenix the size of 100 meters. It was circling the barrier covering the huge mountain, glacial winds whistling past its wings. Its claws held a giant glacier 3 times larger than itself, and it let go. The towering glacier tore through the air as it fell, resulting in a world-shaking explosion. Blinding streaks of white light burst forth as the magnificent barrier began to warp, but in the end, it managed to stay intact. However, the pressure from the attack managed to collapse the more fragile buildings. As one might expect, the huge phoenix was the demon form of the silver-robed woman from before. Her heart still boiled with rage over having the low-grade ice sea demon slaughtered under the effects of the sea calming bell. As a heavenly ice-attributed spirit beast, she could ignore the effects of the outer grand formation formed from glacial mist and make her way directly to the City of Ice, allowing to wreak havoc directly on North Night Valley's defensive restrictions. Although her first strike succeeded and threw the cultivators on the mountain into a panic, it also alerted the high-grade cultivators to react. A ring of white light flashed from the demon bird's body. Just as it was condensing another glacier at its claws, a silver streak and a ball of white light flew out from the barrier below, by Yaoi and the gray-haired old man. But before they drew close, Bai Yaoi let out a yelp and sent 2 silver swords forward. As for the gray-haired old man, with a sullen expression he grasped his hands together and summoned a treasure from his sleeve. It expanded in front of him to reveal a translucent jade bottle. The bottle flickered with light and rumbling booms sounded from it. When the ice phoenix saw this, her pair of green eyes glinted and waved her wings, condensing a dozen 30-meter-long ice spears in an instant and launching them at the 2 cultivators. The old man snorted. White light formed from his hands and he shook the jade bottle in his hand. The bottle spouted a dozen clouds of black and white light that strangely tangled with the spears as soon as they appeared. In a profound display, the ice spears rapidly shrunk upon contact with the light, soon turning them into the size of arrows before the light was sucked back into the jade bottle. When the ice phoenix saw this, she blurred from sight and summoned a giant snowstorm in her place. It completely submerged their surroundings. Unwilling to show any weakness, light brightly shined from Bai Yaoi and the gray-haired old man as they met the storm head-on. Thunderous explosions boomed from above the top of the giant mountain. The twinkles of light leaked out from the dense snowstorm. But strangely enough, no other elders headed out to assist the 2 cultivators. If they weren't occupied with controlling the 2 spell formations, they were likely fighting other high-grade demon beasts. As the battle fully unfolded outside, Hanli and the others inside Spirit Void Hall were able to sense the pressure of the battles and they looked at each other in dismay. Arctic Dragon glanced at the exit and a solemn expression appeared on his face. With a heavy voice, Arctic Dragon said, "It seems the demons have started their attack in earnest. As such, we won't be opening the cavern opening, or we will be disturbed when the time comes and our efforts will become wasted. Since I planned on having you all help us deal with these demons, I don't have the slightest intention of harming you." The monk frowned and slowly said, "Brother Arctic Dragon's words are reasonable, but if we succeed in breaking through your bottleneck, your cultivation will rapidly increase but we will left exhausted. Being sealed underground for such a long time has left us a bit restless. As the saying goes, wise men make preparations for possible danger. We all have some degree of friendship with your palace, but your words aren't enough for us. Are we supposed to trust our lives with you so easily?" Arctic Dragon replied with a helpless tone, "It is no wonder you are all so careful. If I were in your position, I would feel the same. Is there anything I can do to be more accommodating?" A glint flashed from the gray-robed monk's eyes and he asked, "How about you hand over the celestial blue cauldron to us 3 outsiders for the time being? We'll return it to you when the time comes, of course. And this way, we'll be able to focus on helping you wholeheartedly." When Hanli and the old woman heard this, they were startled but soon understood what he meant. "Yes, that will do." Hanli readily agreed. The old woman took a moment of thought before eventually nodding. When the azure-robed middle-aged man heard this, he shook his head. "Master Majo, isn't this too much? You should understand the origins of the celestial blue cauldron. It is the magic tool dedicated to cultivating our sect's celestial ice flames. How could we allow it to be taken by others?" The mink's kindly expression, "We are only holding it for a short time. When we leave here, we will return it with thanks. We have no intention of keeping it. Please think it over, fellow Taoist Ouyang. But just as the middle-aged man was about to continue, Arctic Dragon cut him off. Enough, Junior Marshal Brother Ouyang, Master Majio's words hold reason. I agree to this condition, but which of the three will hold the cauldron? When he asked this question, he took a long look at Hanli, then taking a quick glance at the other two. The monk and the old woman both grew quiet. The old woman eventually broke the silence. Since Master Majio raised the condition, he should be the one to safeguard it. I believe he's always been a trustworthy individual. Hanli narrowed his eyes as thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. He eventually nodded in agreement. With your trust, I will take the cauldron into my care, the monk solemnly agreed. With the three having come to a decision, Arctic Dragon wasted no time and pointed to the cauldron high in the air. It spun as it made its way down with its flames extinguished. The monk reacted instantly, releasing green mist from his sleeve. It wrapped around the cauldron and would soon restrain it, serving as a temporary shackle. Although the celestial ice flames could emerge from the cauldron, he had nothing to fear as his own body harbored a flame of extreme cold. When Hanli saw this, he shot over to the pillar of purple light in a streak of light. After some close observation, he gained a near-complete understanding of this technique. However, he would need to see the technique used to completion in order to gain a comprehensive understanding of it. That was why Hanli was willing to stay sealed inside the cave despite his misgivings. He was also confident in his own exceptional abilities and felt he didn't have much to fear. Additionally, Arctic Dragon would have unstable cultivation even if he managed to succeed. There would be time before he could prove a threat. Besides, deity transformation stage cultivators were restricted in the mortal realm. Before she left for the spirit realm, Ling Long left behind a jade slip that dispelled many of his fears of these mysterious cultivators. And just to be safe, Hanli mentally commanded the Great Een True Flame to stealthily enter the spell formation and hid itself under a stone. It succeeded in being undetected. The others each flew up to their respective pillars in the formation. Arctic Dragon then set forth, activating the spell formation once more with flicks of his fingers. Bright mist suddenly filled the air around them and a barrier appeared around them once more, blocking the cavern's white storms. Hanli blinked and carefully looked around him. Although the activated restrictions were the same as before, there were clear differences in their spiritual fluctuations. As an accomplished scholar in spell formation, he discovered a few of its inner workings as he silently analyzed them. Let us start. If this truly succeeds, I won't forget your kindness. Arctic Dragon said with a deep laugh. He held his hands in an incantation gesture and blue flames quickly ignited from his body, soon turning into the deep blue color of a clear ocean. The sight was completely entrancing. When the old woman saw this, she muttered with a tone of awe, "To think you refined the celestial ice flames to this degree. I fear you've already reached the highest purity of glacial flames allowed in our mortal realm. Those are glacial flames refined to their utmost limit." Hanli's heart stirred and he took a deeper glance at Arctic Dragon. At that moment, the others began to sit down on their respective pillars and huge light lotuses slowly wrapped around them. Hanli lightly smiled and sat down as well, grasping his hand in an incantation gesture. Glacial flames spurt forth simultaneous from all the cultivators, but before any of them urged them on, the cultivators let out a series of soft incantations. As their chanting continued, the lotuses grew, multiplying their size in an instant. The flames burning from the cultivators' bodies spread to the lotuses, lighting them up in a dazzling display. Hanli simply felt a trace of a burning sensation from his body, lasting only for an instant as his body drowned in the purple apex flames like a small sun. Immersed in glacial flames, Master Arctic Dragon slapped his hand on the crown of his head. A muffled thud sounded, followed by the ejection of the 3-inch large nascent soul covered in blue light. The nascent soul sat cross-legged with its hand in an incantation gesture. A jade pendant hung from its neck, sparkling with silver light. The nascent soul floated 10 meters above its body and took a breath, exhaling a ball of blue flame. The flame was the purified essence of the celestial ice flames that Arctic Dragon bitterly cultivated for hundreds of years. As the blue flame danced in the air, it formed a blazing shining wheel underneath the nascent soul. Then, the nascent soul slowly floated up out of the sphere of glacial light. When the cultivators saw the appearance of Arctic Dragon's nascent soul, the others immediately moved into action, pointing at the sphere of glacial light, sending threads of their own flames towards it. Before the glacial flames touched the nascent soul, the wheel underneath it suddenly revolved at immense speed. The flames trembled once before gathering in the direction of the wheel. The flames stained the blue wheel with 5 colors in a gorgeous display, leaving who would gaze upon it mesmerized. The nascent soul then softly shouted, releasing a string of spell seals into the wheel of light. Boom sounded out as the flames trembled, shortly detonating one after another. At that moment, the nascent soul's casting rapidly increased, exhausting its magic power in a single breath as it released spell seals without pause. Under the nascent soul's control, the glacial flames ruptured as they began to fuse together into a single lotus. Black, white, red, yellow, green, and blue, the colors of the 6 glacial flames, could be faintly seen from its translucent petals, but the colors faded together to create a magnificent sight. The 10-meter-large lotus made a rather large contrast to the tiny nascent soul, but as it uttered a chain of profound incantations, the lotus flickered with light and began to grow smaller. Each time it shrunk, it released dazzling rays of light. After a short while, the lotus became a foot tall and its petals now appeared solid and material. The 6 flames danced across them in an otherworldly display. The 5 cultivators couldn't help but betray their surprise, but they released their flames with increasing intensity regardless. When these flames poured into the lotus, they seemed to disappear. Then, the nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes, revealing an odd golden shine. It then reached one of its hands towards the lotus. Crackles repeatedly sounded as countless blue threads ejected from its fingertips, fusing with the nearest lotus petal. While nascent soul's incantations continued, it folded its fingers towards its palm. Blue light then sparkled with ever-increasing intensity as the threads began to tremble violently. Drones hummed from the lotus with the petals soon closing around another. Shortly after, time seemed to reverse as the lotus shrunk back to a bud, the nascent soul buried within it. The 6 flames continuously spun on its surface, filling the air with its brilliance. When the cultivators saw this, they cast a spell seal and released their control over the glacial flames for the time being. The 6-colored bud faintly trembled and dropped downward. Rays of light shot out from it for a time as the bud disappeared into the sphere of white light. The bud shined once more before slipping into the unconscious body of Master Arctic Dragon. At that moment, the other 5 resumed releasing their glacial flames into the light sphere. The flames then condensed into rays of light after entering the sphere and shot into Arctic Dragon's body. The extreme cold of the flames stimulated his body, coordinating to break his bottleneck. Suddenly, the cracks of tearing space sounded from within the formation. Outside of the profound jade cave, on a remote street in the palace's ice city, there were 2 white-robed palace disciples walking side by side. They wore cold faces and their eyes vigilantly looked around them. The huge ice phoenix that was circling the sky earlier had disappeared, along with the 2 elders that were fighting it. Although the 2 were currently in a remote corner of the palace ice city, the sides of the street were filled with lines of buildings. The 2 disciples already knew that all the low-grade disciples in the area already evacuated and should be empty. But even as such, the two didn't dare to be careless and kept on guard. Finally, we've arrived. One of the disciples blinked and looked ahead of them. They then turned a corner and entered one of the buildings from behind. Their surroundings lit up before them, following the appearance of a 100-meter-wide spacious area with a man and a woman waiting there for them. When the middle-aged woman saw the two appear, she looked at them with a trace of resentment and said, "You're late. If you took any longer, we would have started without you." The man standing next to her was a large man with pitch-black skin. They wore the robes of North Night Palace, but their uniform appeared to belong to the lowest-grade disciples, far lower in rank than the two that had just arrived. But strangely enough, the woman's tone didn't appear polite in the slightest. One of the disciples that just arrived let out a cold snort. "Our allies on the outside already attacked the outermost layers of the Grand Formation and are at least 50 kilometers away from the city. The cultivators have frequent patrols as well, so it took quite some effort for us to find an excuse to come over here. Else if we were to raise their suspicions, our efforts would completely went to waste." The woman raised her brow and was about to say something, when the dark-skinned man at her side lost his patience, shouting, "Enough empty words. Let's take action. Even if I am only an incarnation, I won't be so easily defeated." She decided to remain silent when she heard this, and the two who arrived also kept silent as if in fear. They each took out a pile of formation plates of spirit stones from their storage pouch and began to place down a spell formation. They moved with practiced movements and in only a moment, they formed the outline of a small spell formation. But if an experienced spell formation master were to examine it, they would astonishingly discover that it was an interim teleportation formation, one that could only receive. In the time it took to take a meal, when the spell formation was nearly complete, a series of loud explosions boomed to the astonishment of the four. They all released their protective magic tools in surprise. A few trifling demon beasts dared to stir up trouble before the sect. Old fogies like us could hardly allow this to continue. An old voice emerged from the icy mist in the air, followed by the appearance of two men. One of the men was old, had bold eyebrows and long facial hair. The other was a middle-aged man with red-brown skin and wore a long sword on his back. "It's the enforcement elders of North Night Palace. Let's run." When the woman saw the two, she shouted in alarm and shot away in a green streak. The other three conspirators reacted no less quickly and fled hurriedly. "If those demons managed to escape, we'd be a laughingstock." The middle-aged man sneered and flicked his hand, releasing 4 blinding sword streaks. 3 screams immediately followed as the sword chi swept through the woman and 2 of the men. Only the large dark-skinned man continued to flee, having only stumbled from the strike. Interesting. The middle-aged man found this odd and opened his mouth, releasing a streak of blinding white light to pursue the large man. In the blink of an eye, the light circled around him and cleaved him in two. At that moment, the bold-browed old man shook his sleeve and released 4 magic tools shaped as willow leaves. They soon vanished from sight. In the following moment, 4 leaves struck the corpses and sprouted green flowers instantly from them, releasing an odd shriek before turning the corpses into clouds of smoke. When the red-faced middle-aged man saw this, he turned his gaze to the nearly completed teleportation formation with a sullen expression. With a wave of his hand, he struck it with a dense sword streak. Following a loud explosion, the teleportation formation was replaced with a large crater. "Let's go. Although we might not be able to truly harm the demons by slaying their incarnations, it should still leave an impression on them." The old man twirled his beard before shortly flying off in a streak of white light. The red-faced middle-aged man chuckled and left the area with a relaxed attitude. In other remote regions of the Ice City, similar events occurred. The disciples puppeted by soul threads of high-grade demon beasts were massacred by elders of North Night Palace. Deep underground in one of the halls of North Night Palace's hidden Arctic dragon border, there were 6 nascent soul cultivators solemnly talking with one another, the palace master included amongst them. 3 of them, including the palace master, appeared extremely pale as if their vitality was damaged. The beautiful woman, Palace Master Lu, tensely frowned and said, "It is beyond expectation for Myriad Demon Valley to bring along their Myriad Demon banner. I originally believed it to be an ordinary spirit treasure replica, but to think it was this powerful. If it weren't for Elders Fong and Huang, I fear I wouldn't have been able to block the strike from old Demon Che's incarnation." "Won't it be too early if we were to go now? We can just retreat when those demons get to the city," a heavily bearded and disagreed. A white-faced elderly man who had already sustained injuries retorted, "If we wait until then, it'll be too late." He was clearly in agreement with the beautiful woman's opinion. Have you become a coward just from a single battle against these demons, Senior Marshal Brother Wang?" the bearded man jeered. In the face of the man's jeers, the old man remained calm as he said indifferently, "You don't know anything, Junior Marshal Brother Tong. You haven't seen the might of the Myriad Demon flag with your own eyes. Even though it's only a spirit treasure replica, its power won't be inferior to the primordial heaven-wielding seal by much." Thankfully, old Devil Che arrived on the scene in person. Otherwise, even if I were to join forces with the Palace Master, it would still have been extremely difficult for us to match the enemy in power. The bearded man's expression wavered slightly, but he still shook his head as he argued, "Is it really that powerful? Even so, it definitely won't be a simple matter for our enemies to break through the final few layers of restrictions we've set up. I feel like it would be a waste to retreat before we take advantage of that fact." The beautiful woman's brows furrowed upon hearing this. She cast her gaze toward the faces of the people around her and said in a slow voice, "Don't forget that there are enemies who have already reached the city. If it weren't for Junior Marshal Sister Bai and Junior Marshal Sister Yi luring the Ice Phoenix into the illusionary light formation to trap it, we most likely wouldn't even be here discussing this matter right now. That Ice Phoenix is a pure-blood descendant of a heavenly spirit beast. It may only be a grade 10 demon beast, but it possesses power almost comparable to that of a half-deity transformation cultivator. It's definitely not something that late nascent soul human cultivators like us can compare with. Even with 2 elders controlling the formation spell in person, they won't be able to contain the beast for long. Under such circumstances, we should prepare for a retreat as early as possible." However, Elder Tong's suggestion is not entirely unfounded. "How about this? We'll get the weaker disciples to hide in the Spirit Void Hall first, the more powerful disciples and I will use the final few layers of restrictions to deal the enemy a heavy blow. We'll kill as many demon beasts as possible, but do not engage in prolonged battles and retreat back to the Spirit Void Hall at the first sign of the restrictions being broken. Please remember that our main priority is to conserve our forces, not to eradicate demon beasts." Everyone felt like this was a feasible course of action, so they all nodded in agreement with her suggestion. Thus, they began to implement her plan as everyone left the palace to rally the disciples, preparing for retreat as well as the final battle. As for the beautiful woman herself, she remained in the hall and sat down in a chair, falling into deep thought with a hint of concern in her eyes. "You've already made appropriate arrangements, so what are you worried about? Could it be that you can also sense that something's wrong?" The beautiful woman was sitting in her seat, minding her own business, but a faint voice suddenly sounded in her spiritual sense. It was an unfamiliar female voice. The woman's expression remained unchanged, but she replied coldly in her spiritual sense, "Infernal Ghost Mother, you better not do anything out of line unless you want to experience the pain of having your soul pierced." She seemed to be aware of who this woman was. "Hee, if you feel like you can't handle the Myriad Demon flag, you can get me to help you out. If you remove the restrictions on my body, you and I can join forces and a mere Myriad Demon flag will be nothing to us." The woman cackled. She made a hand seal, seemingly to activate some sort of celestial technique, and the voice of the so-called infernal ghost mother was abruptly cut off. The beautiful recomposed herself before making her way out of the hole. 2 days later, after all of the low-level disciples were evacuated, the demon beasts outside quickly reached City of Ice. The North Night Palace was planning on taking advantage of the final few layers of restrictions to engage in one final battle with the demon beasts. The manifestation of Old Devil Che, that small child, had fully recovered from his injuries during the past few days. He and the old man were charging into battle with the other metamorphosized demon beasts. Following an extremely intense battle, both sides suffered some casualties, but the demons were ultimately the ones that came out on top. The small child was able to use the power of the myriad demon flag to engulf 2 North Night Palace elders in quick succession. As a result, the beautiful woman was forced to retreat while the final restriction kept the demon beasts at bay. Upon seeing this, Old Devil Che immediately unleashed the full power of the myriad demon flag. Countless demon beasts transformed into demonic chi, creating a turbulent wave that was crashing relentlessly against the final restriction. All of the North Night Palace cultivators had retreated into the hidden Arctic Dragon border, entering the Spirit Void Hall for protection. The restriction on the border was immediately activated at the beautiful woman's behest. The 3 halls that were positioned in a triangular formation began to tremor violently as the ground began to split open, revealing a superformation spell that encompassed the 3 halls at its center. There were countless soul stones embedded into the formation spell, and most of them appeared to be of the mid-grade or above. At the very core of the formation, there were even a dozen or so high-grade soul stones that were exceedingly rare. Runes tumbled within the formation, shimmering with a mysterious and profound light. Moments later, spiritual light began to intertwine in the air above, creating a vast expanse of silver light that almost encompassed the entire border. Right at this moment, faint spiritual light also began to emanate from the 3 halls, following which 3 thick pillars of light erupted from the top of the halls. Those pillars of light shot straight into the air before disappearing into the silver light above. The sound of rumbling thunderclaps erupted as peculiar spatial fluctuations radiated from within the light. Immediately thereafter, the light began to tumble and churn urgently, following which a white arc of light several thousand feet in length began to slowly emerge. As soon as the arc of light appeared, a gust of wind swept up within the border. Small stones and debris were flung into the air as a result, and countless buildings were instantly toppled. The world's origin chi was cast into disarray and everything was plunged into chaos. However, those 3 halls seemed to be somehow related to those spatial rifts. The light emanating from them brightened considerably as the white arc of light in the air above slowly elongated and widened, as if a demonic eye was slowly opening. When the rift had almost encompassed half of the area in the air above the border, bursts of silver light suddenly erupted from within, enveloping the 3 spirit void halls. One of the halls tremored violently before slowly rising up from the ground, traveling toward the spatial rift. A silver light flashed and the hall disappeared without a trace. The second hall immediately followed suit. However, just as the third hall was about to rise up from the ground, a white light flashed from somewhere within the hidden Arctic Dragon border, upon which a snowy white ice phoenix roughly 10 feet in size suddenly revealed itself. A hint of surprise flashed through the spirit beast's green eyes as it caught sight of what was happening within the border. It then turned its attention to the final hall that was rising into the air and opened its mouth, blasting forth a white streak of light, which abruptly disappeared. The phoenix then looked on with a cold expression as that final hall was also sucked into the spatial rift, without doing anything to prevent that from happening. After all 3 halls had been absorbed into the spatial rift, the latter began to slowly seal over. A flash of silver light erupted and the rift completely disappeared. all of the phenomena that had taken place within the border also vanished. Only then did the ice phoenix let loose a clear cry before spreading its wings and disappearing amid a burst of white light. Some time later, an earth-shattering boom erupted and the entire mountain tremored and quaked. The demons had finally broken through the final restriction and stormed into the city of ice. The old man and the small child then rushed directly toward the mountain. However, right at this moment, Master Arctic Dragon, who was situated in the profound ice cave, was at a critical final juncture of breaking through his bottleneck. Within the formation spell, Hanli's purple apex flames had already been snuffed out and he was looking toward a certain direction with a surprised look on his face. Not only him, but the old woman, Bai Mingxin, and the others also wore similar expressions as they stared at the massive rock at the center of the formation spell. This was because the ball of light atop that rock had completely disappeared, and had been replaced by a white lotus flower of light. Master Arctic Dragon was sitting within that lotus flower and wisps of glacial chi were emanating from its petals, making his figure appear indistinct and murky within the lotus. There was a six-colored lotus flower insignia imprinted on Master Arctic Dragon's glabella which was rather indistinct, and blinking in and out of existence in an extremely unstable manner. What was even more peculiar was that a faint fragrant scent was wafting forth from his body. It was like the scent of sandalwood or of medicine, and it was a very rich aroma, but there was a faint fishy odor intermingled within. It was incredible. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.